Hello, hello, and welcome to Gamescom Latam 2024. Olá e bem-vindos. Olá e sejam bem-vindos a Gamescom Latam 2024. I'm Barbara Gutierrez, and first global live from IGN, and I'm so happy to be here at this event here, especially from Brazil, our Latin American event. Yeah. I'm here with Marinette. She's from IGN Brazil.
Yeah.
Hello, Mari.
Hi guys. Hi. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We are at Gamescom Latam. I'm so excited.
Yes, the event is so great. How are you feeling about it?
Oh, so far so good. I'm a little bit sad because on Sunday it ends, but oh my God, I won't suffer because have today, Friday, and tomorrow and Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, we have a couple days around to enjoy our event, but I thought that you're coming with your crew.
Oh my. Yeah. They're supposed to be here because I came with IGN guys.
Where's Damon and Brian?
Yeah, they came all the way from America and they're supposed to be on the stage. Just a second. Where are they? Where, outside? They're supposed to be on stage right now. Outside? Oh my God, there's any cameras out there?
And what's up, everybody? IGN's so excited to be here at the first Gamescom Latam in Brazil.
That's right, I'm Brian Altano, that's Damon Hatfield, and in just a little while, we're going to be doing a fun, laid-back live show on the main stage. It's going to have games, interviews, it's all going down in just a few hours.
Hey guys! You're already late! You're supposed to be on the stage right now!
Let's go!
Okay, so we hit the stage, we get our interviews ready, we get our interview prep done, we get the trailers going, and
it's Xenix. The new Brazilian handheld is right there.
We don't have time for that. We have to get to the booth right now. Damon! Dude, we gotta go. Oh man, that's actually really cool.
Right? It's very light, feels great. I'm into it.
We should get one. Oh man, we gotta get going. Put it down. Run. Go.
Man, that Xenix is pretty cool. We gotta be sure to talk about it on our show.
Hold on. Is that Dragon Ball?
Yes, but we really don't have time for this. Brian!
Dude, what are you doing? Hercule is weak, man. It's sad.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah, we gotta check out more of this game later.
But right now, we gotta go.
Oh, yeah! Okay, Dragon Ball looks awesome. Definitely have to get it on our show later.
Wait, I just got a whiff of an indie game.
We don't have time for that. Oh, I just caught wind of that too. Not again. Excuse me. Hey, is that a game about farts?
It sure is, Brian.
I bet it's gonna win IGN's Game of the Rear. Hey look, my brothers! And Nintendo!
Hey look, a fan!
Let's go! Hey look, a giant head!
Hey look, a hot dog for Nina!
Hey look, it's the stage. Let's go!
Wait for me! All right. Oh, here we are. We made it.
Oh my God, guys!
Just in the nick of time. Sorry to keep you waiting there.
I was waiting for you.
We were just having such a great time exploring the sights and sounds of IGN Latam here in Brazil.
It's amazing.
I love the hot dog that you ate on the way.
I loved the hot dog too.
He skipped dinner because of it, so it's been going awesome.
Yeah, I think that counts for 2 or 3 meals, actually. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're so happy to be here. Gamescom Latam.
That's right.
First ever, and this is our first time in Brazil.
It is. It's been awesome.
It's been awesome so far. Lots of cool stuff happening on here. Nintendo is here, Ubisoft is here, Epic Games is here. We're going to be talking about a lot of these games on this very stage in the show later on today. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. This is Brian Altano, Marineri from IGN Brazil. It's the very first Gamescom Latam.
That's right.
Very excited to be here. What do you sort of, when you like, get a sense of what's you sort of excited to see here, Brian?
I think one of my favorite things that I've noticed is that there's this really good mix of indie games and also AAA developers and publishers right here on the show floor. Nintendo's got a huge booth. There is a Ubisoft booth with Star Wars and Assassin's Creed, but there's an entire indie arena basically. Yeah. It's like what seems like 100 indie games.
Yeah. What was the name of the game that you were playing? Fart?
So Far Away.
Which, so far away. Yeah. That's a genius.
It's a very cute little game.
I have a very childish sense of humor sometimes. So when I see a game about a guy who has to fart and then push the farts out of the way, I'm like, I got to play that.
Okay.
Now.
It's
so Gamescom Latam is an absolutely massive event with over 100,000 video game fans attending. It's also a place where some of the biggest video game companies in the world come to show off their latest and greatest games. There's Nintendo, Sega, Bandai Namco, Ubisoft, Epic Games, WB Games, and so many more. Let's talk about the Gamescom Latam show floor. So Wednesday night was like the countdown night, and they debuted several new trailers. that sort of kicked off the whole show, and then one of the biggest trailers, if not the biggest trailer they showed, was for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are very excited about that, particularly one young man sitting in the front row right here
Yes.
is super excited for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I think we've got that trailer queued up right now that we can play
let's check
and
it.
watch down right now. Tayo, roll that beautiful bean footage.
Vegeta, let's do this! I am Super Vegito!
Challenge accepted. Come at me.
Wow, that kind of stung!
No mercy. Justice is absolute.
Everybody is counting on me.
So, you're my opponent, huh? Here I come! Hacha!
You're gonna have to do better than
Bravo.
that!
You're very good. I'll help you, Rosie. You are powerless before my love.
After all this, you really think I'll surrender?
Man, why do I gotta do all this fighting stuff? No one will be able to stop me now! Yeah, eat this! Let's dig in! Here I come! What a poor, unfortunate soul you are to face me. Who do you think you are? You challenged the world champion? You got guts. This. Now I'll finish you. But I am the king.
Something about this feels completely different. I think I'm slowly starting to get the hang of this. Once I defeat you, I shall achieve the very pinnacle of strength. And now you will taste my blade! Not bad. Want to see if you can keep up? Bet you can't. Rejoice and praise be! Together, we shall achieve the very pinnacle of radiance. Let the wrath of a god sink in! This is the end for you!
All
That was
right.
nice.
Dragon.
Oh,
There one
we
more
can see
thing.
all the characters.
Yeah.
Right.
Ooh, there's some hidden
it's
in there,
about
though.
160.
Oh my god, there's so
And-
many.
oh,
Crazy.
Yeah, it's so many.
That's a
and
crazy amount of characters.
Only 100 was shown.
Oh my goodness.
There's 60 to come. So
Well, the
It's a
IGN
lot.
crew here got to play some Dragon Ball Sparking Zero behind closed doors, and we'll have much more on that game later on in this very show. But right now, it's time to talk about another game that's being made right here in Brazil. It's called Warden's Rising. It's a ready?
Here we go.
PvE action RPG shooter with MOBA-style strategy-based defending.
Oh my-
Brian, what's your favorite word out of PvE action RPG shooter MOBA strategy-based defending?
I think P. I think
Just P? You
Yeah,
like
the
P?
players. The players
is-
part is, I think, the most important part. Because without that,
was my favorite too.
All right now let's take a look at a brand new gameplay trailer for Warden's Rising.
A dangerous new enemy has emerged, hell-bent on destroying mankind. It's time to rise up. Build defenses. Fight to protect our cores. Defeat massive invasions. Choose from 5 unique heroes. Upgrade your stats and unlock new gear. Save humanity. Warden's Rising.
All right, Warden's Rising is expected in 2025, homegrown right here in Brazil. We're here at Gamescom Latam. I think it's only fitting that we talk about some games made in Brazil. Mariana, tell us some of your favorite games made in Brazil.
Do you know Pulsatrix, the developer? That they made Phobia, who is a trailer, is my favorite. It's my favorite indie game, Brazilian indie game. I love this game because it's abandoned hotel in south of Brazil, in a city that doesn't exist, but there's some mythic thing. I love this game. Pulsatrix, it's definitely my favorite Brazilian developer.
Wow. Cool. You familiar with that one?
Yeah. I think my favorite is Horizon Chase. Made by a small team here in Brazil. A beautiful,
Acridis.
A beautiful arcade racer. I grew up going to birthday parties at arcades in America and stuff like that, and there was always just all these really cool racing games you could play, and I feel like they captured that and they turned it into something that's got a whole career mode. The art direction is fantastic. The sense of speed is really cool. Horizon Chase, I love it.
Horizon Chase, it's an Outrun-like. But it's not in a pixel art style. It's more in like a 3D rendered style, but I love it's like the perfect name for that game. Right? There's even a Horizon Chase 2.
That's right.
Already up to that. I actually like quite a few games developed here in Brazil. Blazing Chrome. Anyone familiar with Blazing Chrome?
I've never played.
It is a Contra-style run-and-gun shooter with great pixel art. It's actually a Contra Hardcore-like. We're looking at it right here. Contra Hardcore was on the Sega Genesis way back in the day. It's one of the, it's the Contra game where you can play as a robotic werewolf, I believe, is on there. It's just like they absolutely nail that sort of 16-bit style. This is a very, very cool game. And then last year there was, what was it called? Vengeful Guardian Moonrider.
Another great title.
Which is a great title, which is a Shinobi-like, and then it's a 2D action platformer, super hard. That game was very well received in sort of like retro gaming circles. So.
I just remember Mullet Magic. Have you played it?
No.
It's a Brilliant game that was launched like last month. We talked about with the developer. We brought him to Ign-live to talk about, and the game oh my god, it's so excited, so fast. You're going to tears.
Wow.
It's so
very
nice.
Cool. Okay, so lots of big names here at Gamescom Latam. Nintendo's here. Nintendo's got a lot of big games coming up later this year.
I specifically got really, really excited because there is a gigantic poster for The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and I am so excited for that game. And it was in a Nintendo Direct just a week ago, and that was all digital, and I hadn't seen anything in real life that I could touch. And I walked up and I just looked at the poster.
You wasn't believing that was true. Oh my god, now
get
it's
Brian
true.
to stop touching the poster.
It's
Brian,
true.
That's enough.
We got here as a few days early as they were setting up the convention center, and there were some tables and ladders in front of that big picture. And I was thinking about how Zelda put them there herself, because that's her power in that game. She's able to just summon furniture, put beds everywhere, all sorts of stuff.
If you pass now, there's a sign. Please don't touch the poster because of Brian.
And then there's a picture of me with the there's an X
don't
on
let
there.
this man near this poster.
They've also got as you saw in our beginning there, Mario and Luigi are
here
on the show floor in costume, and I got to meet them. I'm very happy.
I saw.
Yeah.
That was the reason that you were late.
Yeah, I'm Italian. They're Italian, so we connected instantly.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, we were talking. We were talking about our favorite pasta recipes and the best pizza toppings and stuff like that. It was great.
And which is the best pizza topping?
Pepperoni.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're actually very lucky because it took me 2 airplanes to get to Brazil, and they were able to just use a warp pipe. So super fast way to travel. They've also got the Luigi's Mansion 2 is here, which just came out yesterday.
Oh, that's out now. Oh my
Super
gosh.
Mario Wonder is there. Princess Peach Showtime is there, which is a game that came out this year, which I loved. I played it with my daughter, and it was so much fun.
So fun.
And as well as Super Mario Wonder and Mario Kart. It's sort of like a greatest hits of all things Nintendo, and
which is kind of fitting because we're about in the last year or so of the Switch's life. We expect a Switch 2 next year.
Yep.
We're really going out like on a really high note for the Nintendo Switch. After the Wii U, it's just like what an incredible turnaround for Nintendo and the Switch.
Yeah, and I guess for me, it's really cool to come to a brand new country that I've never been to before and see so many people love the same games that I do, right? They grew up playing a lot of these games just like I did, and it's one of those things that it brings us together all over the world. is video games. And it's, when we get together, we play against each other and we fight and argue and stuff like that. But the fact that we all can share this love for this medium, for this amazing thing that we've all grown up with, and then celebrate it all over the world is one of the best things about video games.
Mari, can you speak to sort of like the Brazilian gaming community? Is the Switch popular here?
Yeah, very popular. It's one of the most played here in Brazil. So that's it. We're very excited to. Every time Nintendo comes to a show, it stops everything. It's the major attractive. It's huge.
Mm-hmm. Brian was talking about how he's physically drawn to the Zelda poster over there. Are you a Zelda fan in general?
Yeah, I do.
Are you excited for what it's Echoes of Wisdom?
Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, I'm very excited to play with Zelda, and I love the her gameplay, like the way that she can put things like do double the echoes, echoes everything, including enemies.
Yeah, and it feels like they took some of the creativity from Tears of the Kingdom, where you could sort of build stuff and the auto build things, and they put it into the gameplay of like Link's Awakening and some of the classic Zelda games, which I love.
All right, we will be talking a lot more about Nintendo later on this show. Right now, let's take a look ahead at what's coming up later on today. Paolo Sasco, Associate Game Director at CD Projekt Red, is giving a talk today. Actually, we'll be talking to him in just a little bit. We'll also be talking to Skybound Games and much, much more. IGN at Gamescom Latam is going strong all weekend long. Stick around because there is plenty more ahead. Take these with us? I guess we should hold on to these.
Take the mic flags.
Thank you guys. Thank you. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Pode vir chegando aqui. Ah, agora sim vocês conseguem me ouvir.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Ah, desculpa, gente, é que eu tô ouvindo inglês aqui. Bom, vamos.
I apologize. Let's get this started. Good morning, everyone. Gamescom Latam. One more day, straight from Brazil. We're showing how strong Latin America is to the whole world. Now, quick reminder, my name is Barbara Gutierrez. I'll be leading stage 2. Anna XD will be here with me shortly. Anyway, this is one of the first stages we have in this event. We've got content back to back with this amazing audience in person here today and with people watching us online. We're going to have education games. We're going to think of diversity, teams. We're going to have game pitches and the big Festival Awards 2024. This is going to be amazing. We're going to make history in our market. We'll award the best indie games in Brazil and around the globe. Everything will happen in this stage journey. Of course, we want to thank our supporters and sponsors. We've got a long list, you know, because this is quite a big event, if you know what I mean. So let me read these names out for you. I want to thank everyone. So let's do this. Ministry of Culture, the Law of Incentive to Culture, Banco do Brasil, Sabesp, TNT, Essence, Boticario, Acer. Is that all? Oh no, we got more. B2B partnership with Abra Games, the Brazilian Association of Digital Game Developers, with the Brazil Games Project, a partnership with the Brazilian Association to Promote Exports and Investments, Apex Brazil, realized by Omelete Co., Gamescom Latam, SPCine, the Secretariat for Economic Development of the State of São Paulo, the São Paulo Association of Friends of the Arts, the Secretary of Culture, the Legislation Paulo Gustavo, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, and the federal government. Wow, that was a lot. great sponsors and supporters, and new sponsors will be announced shortly. The first panel will begin on a high note. We're going to talk about education gaming. What does a game have to do to bring that extra spice to the gaming industry and to compete with those more traditional games or entertainment-focused games? The next panel will be presented in English, so make sure you select the channel of your choice to get your translation in your translation device. Lucas Olivieri, CEO from LoreWorks. Welcome to our stage.
Pode pegar desses.
All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is working, yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to talk about education gaming. And why can't education gaming compete with mainstream titles like Brawl Stars and Roblox and the things that you actually play at home? We're going to go over the motives for that. And I'm also going to go over steps that are necessary if you want to make an education game eventually compete with mainstream titles in the mainstream market. And at the very end of the presentation, we're going to give you some practical examples of what we are doing at LoreWorks to make the first education game that is designed from the ground up to compete in the mainstream market. I'm Lucas Olivieri. I have 17 years of experience in the entertainment industry and show business, and 8 years in education as a private English teacher, teaching our target audience of 8 to 18-year-olds. And for my classes is where I got the inspiration for our first project. But let's talk education gaming in general. So this is a typical day for a student in an American high school. You can also substitute this for an adult because EdTech is also for adults. You have your 8 hours of sleep, which is when the student is basically dreaming about playing FIFA Ultimate Team. And then that student goes to school, and for 8 hours, that student has access to the typical EdTech games, the education gaming platforms, with thousands of games that teach you algebra and other amazing, non-boring things. Now, these games are competing with essays and homework, and they compete with the boring math teacher that you have, and it's a comfort zone. They don't have to compete with the games that we play at home. And so when that student gets home, it's the 8 hours of fun. And in the 8 hours of fun, Gandalf there is saying, and that's the first Lord of the Rings reference in this presentation, Gandalf is saying, you cannot pass, you shall not pass. Because when you get home, you don't want to do homework. You don't want to do anything associated with what you just did in school. And so education gaming can't compete with what is played at home. It can't compete with the games that are designed to entertain and not educate. So why do these games kind of suck? And one of the reasons is there has been no innovation in the industry. For 40 plus years, the EdTech industry started with Math Blasters, and you could purchase a CD-ROM and you would play Math Blasters, and you will learn how to divide and multiply and add. And what has evolved really is just the business model. And so now what we have are platforms of Math Blasters. Back in the 80s, those graphics used to be called AAA. They're now called pixel art. And so we have a bunch of Math Blaster games still trying to teach the topics and the subjects that are taught in school. And as long as we, as a company, can provide thousands of these games, we'll have a successful business model. And so the lack of innovation is a major problem. Now, the second thing that is a major problem is what I like to call the education black hole. And this is when you're developing the game. You're making features for this game that you're developing, and you're thinking from the ground up, this is an education game. I need to educate. I'm teaching algebra. So I'm going to design my gameplay features around the fact that I need to teach algebra as efficiently as humanly possible. And because of that, you don't entertain. Or if you do entertain, you're just a little bit better than doing homework. But you can't do what Brawl Stars, Roblox, Rocket League, FIFA does. And that's that black hole. You get sucked in because your objective is to educate. Let's keep going. Gamification. Gamification, honestly, I believe is a gimmick. It's a Band-Aid solution. A lot of developers use gamification to just add fun to whatever they're doing, the app they're making, the game that they're making. But gamification in itself is not enough to make something boring fun. Like, I don't care how many coins you give me for paying my electric bill, I'm never going to like paying my electric bill. And that's just a fact. And it's the same thing with calculus. I'm not going to like calculus. I hate math. So I don't care if you give me coins. So gamification will never make a game fun. The game needs to be fun at its very core. Then you add gamification. But it's not the fun solution. Another thing is small target audiences. You see, we associate education games with schools. And so you're thinking, schools, well, that's got to be 5 to 18, right? Because high school, you graduate, you're 18 years old. Let me tell you something. Nobody plays education games in high school. They're not cool anymore. I played all my typing games, my Carmen Sandiegos of the world. I played that stuff in middle school. I didn't play any of them in high school. High school was all about the essays and the homework. And so really, the target audience is a lot more narrow. It's a lot more narrow. It's really middle school, because kindergarten, well, yeah, they play it, but that's because their parents don't let them play Roblox yet. So they don't know better. And then you have the business model. And we're back to that comfort zone that I was talking to you about in the first slide. We're making a platform with thousands of games, and then we approach our clients, which are the school districts, and we'll say, sign this contract, pay me every month, and I'll give you 1,000 games that teach all of these things. And that's fine. The school says, all right, as long as you give me 1,000 games, I'll sign the contract. That's the business model, and it works. It works. And then you also have subscriptions. You go, parents, give me $5 a month, and I'll let you, with your kid, play all the thousands of games that I have on our browser site, right? The browser-based titles. That's the business model. It's a comfort zone. There's no need to try to really entertain, because you're not competing in the mainstream market. And that's fine. But if you do want to compete in the mainstream market with an education title, there are some things you got to do. A new paradigm. The first thing, it's a core philosophy. It has to be about entertainment first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Doesn't matter. It has to be about addictive, fun, entertaining gameplay. After you have that, you go, well, how can I add a little bit of education in here? If you do it that way, you stand a chance. But if you start thinking, well, I gotta teach, what you're gonna do is you will teach, but as soon as the student gets home, he's playing Roblox. So then you educate. And by doing this, by focusing on entertainment, you avoid the black hole of education that we talked about. And then you have to focus on longevity, not efficiency. And what I mean by that is, when you make a game like this that's educational, you will never educate as efficiently as a typical EdTech game. You will never teach algebra as quickly and as efficiently as possible. But that's not what you're trying to do. That's not what we're trying to do with our first title at LoreWorks. We're trying to do, for general knowledge, what Duolingo did for languages. Duolingo is never going to compete with me, a private English teacher. Well, what happens is Duolingo focuses on retention. It focuses on lifetime value. It focuses on that user playing the Duolingo app for years. And so after 6 months of playing a game like this, that user or that student or player will have learned just as much as if they did a month of Carmen Sandiego or one of the typical EdTech games. So focus on longevity. And there's Gandalf again, because keep the education secret, keep it safe. And the reason being is no one downloads education games unless they're forced to, unless their parents make them. And so you don't market your game that you put education in over entertainment as a bonus. You don't market that game as educational. That is kryptonite. That is a bug repellent. No one will download it. Focus on what makes the game fun. the core gameplay stuff that you've designed as a typical game. You focus on that, and then you keep the education secret. They'll find out, but they'll find out after they're hooked. All right. Stealth learning. And that's what I talked about when keep it safe, keep it secret. That's called stealth learning. And stealth learning is when you learn subconsciously, when you learn without realizing. You learn by osmosis. It's an actual education thing, stealth learning. It's just not used very often in the education industry. And here are some things that you can do with your game to implement stealth learning. You make the education be not core gameplay. And so if you're going to teach math and your core gameplay loop is involving multiplication, that's not stealth learning because it's way too in your face. So it can't be core gameplay. You make it rewarding. You make the fact that someone just multiplied in your game super rewarding. Maybe you get those coins that I talked about when paying the electricity bill. But this time you actually have characters that you care about. You want to unlock that skin. That's rewarding. You focus on competitive learning, which is another thing that exists in education and is not used enough. Putting students in a competitive environment contributes to the fact that they're not going to realize that they're in a class because they're competing with their friends. They're going to try to multiply harder than the guy that's next to him. It's a competition. That makes it more stealth learning. And then you make it optional. You don't force it. You want to learn something great. We'll reward you just by clicking on the button that makes you learn something. But if you're going to read it or not, that's up to you. But we're not going to force it. And then last thing is no one cares. No one cares that you just made a game that is stealth learning, that is mainstream, and that you learn subconsciously. No player is going to download that because he's going to learn by osmosis. That is so romantic. But no one cares. And so you have to focus on the fun part of your game. Is it original? Remove every single educational aspect that I talked about. Not literally, don't delete the lines of code, but like remove it. Do the brain exercise and think, is this game still fun and original on its own without the educational stuff? And if it is, you have a chance. And what we're doing at LoreWorks, what I just talked to you about, is what we're calling the opposite of gamification. Because gamification is just taking something boring and adding gameplay elements to it. That's gamifying something. What we are doing is we're taking a traditional game, designed to be a traditional game, and we're adding learning to it. And we're calling this learnification. And the Portuguese translator is going to have fun trying to create a term for that. I couldn't do it. But let's talk about the business model, right? If you're doing something to compete with mainstream, you have to focus on the mainstream business model. Take the practices that have been proven to work. Focus on retention and adopt the business model, whether that is, selling a $60 game or $70 game or a free-to-play game in mobile. You're now not part of the EdTech market. You're part of the mainstream market. So forget all the stuff that EdTech uses and focus on mainstream. And then ethics. And I put this in bold. And I did that because if you're telling me that you're making a Brawl Stars that teaches, I automatically assume as a parent that you're positioning yourself to be more ethical. Even if it's 1%, a little bit better than the predatory practices, monetization schemes that we see out there. Because you're teaching my kid. And so that's why it's bold. Just be a little bit better. You're teaching now. So let's talk about some practical examples here. This is Brawl Stars. I've said Brawl Stars many times, and that's because I love Supercell. I'm not trying to, criticize Brawl Stars at all. But this is a typical reward screen, right? You see this a lot in other games, also other examples. This is not core gameplay. And what usually is done is this, a separation of the screen into two hemispheres where we have the Battle Pass rewards and you have the free rewards. Another example, Pokemon Unite. Love Pokemon, not criticizing. It's the same thing, just a little bit different design, but it's the same rewards journey. Fortnite, same thing. At LoreWorks, we see this as a journey. You're literally going as a player from left to right. You're gaining levels. That's a journey. And so in our implementation of this, we'll show the stealth learning elements that we included in this reward screen. And that's what you need to do. You're designing the screen. After you design it, you think, how can I add stealth learning to this thing? And we'll show you now. This is Ign-live, the game that we're making, and this is our reward screen. Our reward screen is a journey, like I said. Season 1 for us is space-themed. That spaceship is the player. You still see the free rewards and the battle pass rewards. That's the yellow reward right there. But in this screen, you have a bunch of stealth learning. First, you have those information bubbles. If you click them, we reward you. We give you some coins, or stars in this case. If you want to read them, you'll find out what it means to do a gravity assist maneuver, or learn about Mercury or something like that. But we don't make you read it to then reward you. We just reward you for clicking the little button. Maybe we'll make the phone vibrate. Haptic feedback. We'll make it even more rewarding. Wow, it vibrates. Wow. But then we also have other stuff. So if you click that comet right there, it's a little Easter egg. You found the comet. Stealth learning. Now you know what a comet looks like. We have little facts about space. None of this stuff is in your Backstage. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? Excellent. Can I get a little bit more time? Tem tempinho a mais? All right. As I was saying. So this is our implementation. And what happens in this reward journey as well is you go from level 1 to like level 50. It's based on Magic School Bus. I don't know if you guys saw Magic School Bus in school, but I love that stuff. And what happens here is the objective is to go from our sun to the massive black hole that it's in the middle of our Milky Way galaxy. And when you go through the event horizon, the player unlocks the legendary character for this season, which is a Hawk-type alien character based off of Stephen Hawking. If you click and read his story, his backstory, the player learns about Hawking radiation, which is radiation that, black holes get smaller and smaller, nerd stuff. But it's not in your face. You were just reading about the character you unlocked, and now you learned about Hawking radiation. That's just another example of stealth learning. It's subconscious. You're not thinking you're going to a class. Another thing we do here is if you're looking at the blue giant and red dwarf stars that we have here, those are our loot boxes. Because loot boxes have always been little chests. But again, like I said, think about every gameplay element, everything in your game, and then after you make it fun, think, how can I make this teach something? And so for Season 1, space-themed, our loot boxes in our game Ign-live, they are stars. And this is a blue giant going supernova. If you want to read about a blue giant going supernova, you can do that if you want. Or you can just click the skip, because we don't force anything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be stealth. And so just by watching the animation that is scientifically accurate, you know now why blue giant stars go supernova, or how that happens. That's stealth learning. You're just opening a loot box. It's not a chest. There are many other examples. And our game, Unichaos, has an advantage, and that's because we're not constrained by narrative. It's not a game like, it's not Skyrim. You're not going to have a reward screen in Skyrim that goes through space and you learn about Stephen Hawking. That's not going to happen. You can't do that. But in our game, we have no narrative constraints. And so I can do Season 1 space, and then in Season 2, I can do the same type of rewards journey in ancient Rome. In Season 3, I can do microbiology. But as long as it's not in your face, it's stealth, and you're not going to realize it. And as a parent, I'd much rather my kid play a game that's like Roblox, but it also taught my kid something. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make the first game that gives you that option. That gives you the option to, give your kid a game that the kid's still going to like. It's not going to be the education game, but then he's actually going to learn something. And so we have a stand in the business area. We can take your questions there. I'd love to talk to all of you. We're fundraising, so if you're looking for investment opportunities, I'd love to talk to you about that stuff too. And I can show you more about the game, because I only gave you some of the examples that we use where we implement the stuff that we just talked about. But I'd like to share this to you, because if you're designing a game, I would rather your game actually taught something. That'd be great. Be anti-Hollywood. You know what I mean? Thank you for listening. And we'll see you at the booth. Thank you.
Demais, Lucas. Muito obrigada. Pode deixar.
Fantastic, Lucas. You can leave your microphone here, and you can give your control to our producer. Very important to speak about ad games and how to make them attractive to our audience. Now we're going to look at 3 important commercials, shall we?
Ou não. Aí a gente vai...
Okay, we're going to continue. No, we are watching the commercials. I just wanted to see if you're paying attention.
Eu trabalho sozinho, mas vou abrir uma exceção pra você.
20 anos de Abra Games.
20 years of Abra Games and Multiverse in Brazil are supporters. You can play Multiverse and see several activations directly from the Warner stage. Now let us see our stage Quest 2. We're going to have a panel on AI for those watching us from home. See you soon. And on the stage, we continue with our program. We will have a very interesting conversation, but first I'd like to remind you that we have a lot going on and at Gamescom Latam.
Guilherme Marques e para o Fábio Campos. Pode entrar, pessoal.
Sim. JC, pode subir esses daqui?
Ah, eles estão subindo a escada aqui, né? Tudo bom, beleza. Daqui a pouco eles estão entrando aqui, gente. É isso aí, agora sim. Boas-vindas, pessoal. Podem sentar aqui.
Tudo bem, gente? Tudo bom, gente?
Olá, olá, bom dia, bom dia.
Beleza.
Maravilha, tudo bom, gente?
Licença.
Bom dia. Pode sentar aqui.
Senta aqui, André.
É isso, muito bom, gente. Maravilha, André. André, Bruno, Fábio e Guilherme, bom painel pra vocês, viu?
Obrigado,
valeu, obrigado.
Show de bola.
Valeu. Olha aí que bonito, cara. Quanta coisa.
Caraca, olha aí.
Bom dia a todos. É com muito prazer.
I need to score the most accurate. There is, of course, a very high degree of unpredictability because now it's like a ticking time bomb. The moment anybody scores the bullseye, let's say it's a 5-hour tournament, but the moment anybody scores a bullseye, which is the target score, the tournament gets ended right there and then, right? So it's a very high unpredictability. You know, I need to like really play and make sure that I'm the first one to hit it. Otherwise, the tournament can get over. There is, of course, a very strong degree of avoidance here. I wouldn't like to. So, for example, only your latest performance is counted. So, a lot of times people are like, "Hey, I'm 5% closer to the bullseye, to the target score. Should I do a retry or not? If I do a retry, my next score might be way far off than my even current score. At least right now, I'm getting 2 times more money or 1 times more money." But I might just end up losing it all. I might just end up being on the bottom of the leaderboard, right? So suddenly there is a very interesting kind of a decision making that happens. And all of this is happening, all this palpitation, so much adrenaline, so much decision making, such a, I would say, intense experience is being generated or experienced on top of a simple single player game, simple hyper casual game. Games that people chew like peanuts, like 2-minute gameplay, grandmommies, that's how hyper casual games are defined, right? Games that your grandmothers can play without being taught anything, right? So suddenly this is the kind of impact with the help of game design elements, with the help of adding a layer of these formats that we just discussed, you can achieve. And of course, the impact for next slide, please. We did this for tennis tunes, and the impact is very straightforward. It gives supremely good results. So if anybody is like looking at making hyper casual games, is already making hyper casual games, but struggling for engagement, struggling for retention, they really want to take a spin, somehow want to improve upon their metrics, then these are some hacks that has worked really well for Winzo. And hopefully will work out well for you as well. I'll just summarize some of it. So, for example, we explained these are some of the motivation factors that worked really well for match the score, right? It improves upon empowerment, accomplishment, unpredictability, and avoidance. I will also share how the platform really looks like, right? So, for example, when we look at social, we are trying to solve social in a very, very deep manner. It's a hyper-casual gaming platform, but people, whenever they're playing a game, they can interact with each other. There are game streamers who are playing these games and live streaming these games and interacting with other users. You can do audio chat, you can do text chat, you can block users, you can do group chats. All of that is available on the app. Next slide. And of course, we have done all the meta that's around, right? We've got a daily spinner, we've got loyalty levels. As you are spending more time, or you're more engaged on the platform, your loyalty level improves. The moment you sort of withdrawing from the platform, your loyalty level reduces, and you get excellent benefits from these loyalty levels. So we've applied all those kind of gamifications. There is streaks, there is leaderboards. You have these are the 3 formats that we mentioned, but all in all, we have 6-7 different formats. So it's a very rich experience that we have created, where there are multiple metas in it, strong social, of course, a very large liquidity. When you are making people play against each other on these hyper casual games, you need to have a very large liquidity. I think the 200 million users that we have do justice to that. And as a result of which, we are able to deliver excellence, great outcomes for almost all kinds of hyper casual games that we get to partner with. I'll just like to conclude by saying that we here, our booth is here. If you are making any game, if you would like to sort of get better returns from the current games, then we would love to check out your game. We would love to partner with you. Sometimes we also give minimum guarantees, which could be higher than what you are already earning from the Play Stores, from ads combined. So please hit us up and look forward to collaborating with all of you.
Thank you, Pavan.
Any questions, please?
Thank you, Pavan. We'd like to share that all these, since our platform is specifically focused on creating some of these models, some of these features, some of these formats that you don't have to develop yourself. You can just publish your game on our platform and go live immediately with these formats that we have published on our platform. We partner with third-party game developers, as I have already shared, to bring their games on our platform across all of these formats and enable better engagement, better retention and monetization for such games. These are also formats which are present in Brazil now. So we are live in Brazil and we are partnering with game developers in Brazil. While I also want to share that as a business model, once you have published your game on our platform, we go live with your game and do all the distribution ourselves. So as the platform goes deeper into the country, you get access to more users without spending $1. You can immediately go live across different geographies. We are present in US and India as well. India is one of the largest market for us now without getting into operations, without getting into marketing dollars in absolutely any country. So along with going live on these proprietary formats that we have filed over 25 patents for, you can also benefit by not spending a single marketing dollar and unlocking new line of revenue. We'll wait to see you at a booth, but we're also open to hear what do you think of the 8 features or the 8 levers, psychological levers would work better in Brazil. We'll love to learn from you, and of course, wait for your questions too. No questions? Okay, thank you so much for your time. Namaste.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you so much. You can go backstage with the microphones. It's good. Yeah, you can go. Thank you so much. E aí, galerinha?
So guys, I'm back and we continue at full speed here on the Journey 3 stage. We already had 2 panels and I would like to say hello to you who's watching us from home, watching our official Gamescom Latam 2024 broadcast. Talking about Gamescom Latam and this amazing event, I'd like to ask you to please follow Gamescom in our social media and also vote for the big awards, the awards that will be announced. Later today we have the Specialists Awards, and then on Sunday we have the Public's Choice. We have Best Art, Best Game, Best Latam Game, and for those that are here in person, we have a dedicated area for people to try out these games that are on the run-up. Yesterday I talked about a very interesting one, but today I would like to talk about the Chance of Sonar. Chance of Sonar, it's very dear to my heart, and it is a puzzle game, so you need to work on language translation and interpretation. You need to pay attention on what people are doing, so you can understand what the different symbols mean, and then you can get different people that inhabit the same tower to communicate. Grammar is also very important because not only you need to understand what is the personality operating in each one of those peoples, the villages, if they are warriors or if they are artists, or if in their language the noun or the verb comes before or after, so you can in fact build up a communication between people that inhabit that tower. It is extremely interesting. It is a little bit complex, but I think it is super worthy trying it out, not only because it conveys the importance of communication, different traits of the different games, and also it is a game with a very beautiful identity, vibrant colors, super interesting.
All right, continuing with you watching from home, Once again, don't forget, every so often you see a QR code behind me. You can use this QR code to follow us on social media and also to vote for the games running for the awards ceremony, which will be later tonight. And on Sunday, we'll have the audience's choice. If you're here with us, we have a number of great games that you can try. Right behind our stages, we have the Warner Play panel, and that's going to allow you to test Multiversus, a free fighting game. We also have Hogwarts Legacy, one of the biggest launches last year, and Mortal Kombat, which I don't even need to speak about. Mortal Kombat is already a very successful franchise with a number of iconic characters, and who just recently had a reboot with amazing characters. Later ahead, we will have the Nintendo booth that has Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which was launched last year. A great open world game, and another step in the evolution after Breath of the Wild. We also have Luigi's Mansion 2, a remake of a game for the Nintendo 3DS. We have the Panorama Brazil area that has a number of national games. There was a game that was here at a big festival last year, Bloodless. They also have their own booth. It's a non-lethal combat game set in medieval Japan. So you have a Ronin based on non-lethal combat, and it has a very interesting story as well. It will launch in the second half of 2024. While we wait, I have a bit of a spoiler for you. Later on, we're going to hear from IGN USA. But before that, I'm going to be here a bit for you, along with you, and tell you about this wonderful event. On our tour, we also have some other areas and relevant brands for the gaming world, like Logitech, Fortnite. You have Instagrammable areas, and one of them is beautiful, Elden Ring. They have a wonderful backdrop for Shadow of the Earth 3, the new DLC. If you don't know, Elden Ring was very successful last year. It won a number of Game of the Year awards, and it is now launching its DLC, and it's one of the most awarded expansion in the world. It's actually scored even better than one of the Witcher 3's DLCs. It was a major launch. There had been some discussions online if one of them could run for Game of the Year. We'll find out soon, but they really made for a lot of hype. It's one of the most difficult expansions, and the original game was really good, and now we have another new area in the map to explore. And of course, there are two parts in the main campaign that you need to access to go to this DLC. Radam and Gorgul, which you might not have defeated yet. I still need to finish the main Elden Ring game. So, still on our tour, we also have the Tech Toy booth. This was a booth that announced Xenix, a portable PC built by Tech Toy, which will run a number of games. We played some of them yesterday, and some of them have been nominated for our award, which will be later on tonight. Slovakia and I tested Kurt Master. There's a very cute game with capybaras, with real-time gameplay, so you see hordes of enemies, and you can build and move around the map to try to survive. It reminds me of Vampire Survivors, but in this case, the game is really based on Brazilian features and Brazilian culture, and our little capybaras, which are so cute. I have to confess that I see many games that I want to play because of their visual identity. I think that's an important aspect of a game, and that brings me to one of the topics from yesterday. Just to give you a quick recap. Yesterday we had a recap on how Brazil and other places in the world are recognizing games as a form of art. So I think that's an important thing to remember, because there are different kinds of games, there are different goals, from games that are created to be challenging with a harder gameplay, and even cozy games where you really are only playing to relax, to not stress out, and to decompress from reality. It's interesting to see, though, how visual identity, original audio, the soundtrack, all of that builds that atmosphere. So I thought that was a great panel yesterday here at the Journey 3 stage that spoke about games as an art form. So while we wait for our next guest from IGN, we just want to tell you that this is Friday. We still have 2 days after today. And I just want to remind you that we have already set a date and location for Gamescom Latam 2025. It will be at the end of May at the IMB area. So if you like international events, we also have Gamescom Colombia. Gamescom Germany will be in August. So you can watch it just as you're watching us from home. I also want to watch it from home, and I'm sure it's going to be great. But let's come back to Brazil and tell you about what we have for you. I've told you about Zelda and Luigi's Mansion, but I didn't tell you about Luigi's brother, Mario, who I think is probably the favorite character for most people who play video games. I think almost every gamer has already played a Mario title, and they have some of them available at the Nintendo booth. So I'd like to invite you to join us. They are always very family-oriented games. They're very accessible for different kinds of players, so it's a great area to see. We also have the eSports stage here, which is being hosted by Olha Ugabi. It's right next to the food court to my right, and they are also having many activities throughout the day where you can watch eSports. This is a very interesting part of gaming. I love it. It's full of adrenaline. Whoops, I almost tripped here. So it's an area where there's a lot of adrenaline, and it's also very fun. Now I'd like to hear from you at home. You can send us a message. I know that you have a chat box, so feel free to send us, your comments, your feedback, and tell us what you're most excited for. I don't know if I'll be able to answer you, but I'm sure that there are others that can. So you can chat while we wait for our folks from IGN. If you're here, very soon we'll be joined by IGN USA. I think I'll take a seat and wait until they tell me that our guests are arriving. And we can continue telling you about Gamescom Latam 2024. So what have I told you about? I've mentioned a couple of things, but let me tell you about the other games I played. Like I said, yesterday, we mentioned a few games that have been nominated for our awards ceremony, such as Cryptmaster. This is a very interesting game because it's almost like an tabletop RPG, but with an audio-visual feature. But it's very different from like Baldur's Gate, where you have a top-down view and a more seamless game. Cryptmaster is like building a diorama where you can play your own tabletop RPG. Of course, Slovakia and I were playing mini games in an hour, and we didn't go very far in Cryptmaster, but it's very interesting. You can go frame to frame and include inputs in your PC and interact with the game master, like a master of the crypt. And he tells us that we died and we need to find out what happened, recover our memory, and he offers to help. So with each stage you get a new frame and things that you can interact with, but the gameplay is about writing what you want to do. Almost like a tabletop RPG. You can investigate, for example, or the bard always tries to seduce things, right? I don't know. I haven't played many tabletop RPGs, but I did think it was very interesting in its gameplay. And we also played a puzzle game with a porcupine where you also need to take all the porcupines at the same time to a single destination. But of course, they use different level designs to make sure that you can't get to that area as easily as you would think. And that's based on the level design and the number of porcupines that you need to carry. They need to be assembled into geometric shapes so that you can fit into the corridors and get to your target. Again, all of these games have been nominated for the award that we're going to have here at Gamescom Latam later on this evening, but you can also choose your favorite from each category using the QR code or in the voting booths here at Gamescom Latam. And you can also play them behind me at the testing area for Big Festival. So, other games that I tested with Slovakia last night. So, we also looked at a game that was very close to Limbo. It was a 2D game with like a backlit character, like the light shines in from the back, and that makes the character be just a silhouette. And you have to go through a number of challenges, and it gives you that feeling of frailty and of danger. It is worth seeing. I need to remember what the name is. I have to say my memory is not that good, but they're all available for you to play. What other games are nominated for the award ceremony tonight? One of them is nominated for Best Game, titled Pacific Drive. That was one of the games that I mentioned that is a survival game. But it's a bit special because although you have a base, it is basically your car. So it's like a driving game, and your car carries a personality. This game is about an accident. You're driving through an area where a scientific accident took place. You don't know exactly what it was, but that area was isolated. And now you have to escape from that place. So you have a car that's going to accompany you on your journey. You can upgrade it, improve wheels, and so on, but your mission is to survive in this place, in a dangerous place, and find out what happened. I'm sure that the game will give us an answer, but I haven't been able to beat this game yet. It's a great game, and it has a great visual identity. I really loved it. We also are going to talk about Pokémon Go here on the Journey 3 stage. Earlier, we saw a video that was very nostalgic for those of you watching here in Brazil. It was a music video by TV host Eliana that was launched 25 years old. So I actually saw it for the first time because I was only 1 year old when that clip came out. But again, as I said, we're going to have an award show. In any case, I would like to invite you to receive the folks from IGN on this stage. We're going to have Brian and Damon from IGN USA.
See. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Welcome, hello.
Hello. That's right. They are here at Gamescom Latam, and I'm pretty excited about the future of that studio. Yep. Yeah, it's a hit, and everything they added in the 2.0 and the massive expansion pretty much reinvented the game. I think even like IGN said, this is the game it should have been at launch, but we'll gladly take what we have now. It was a huge hit. It sold millions of copies, and it's been really cool to see them sort of go, hey, we're done with it now. We've completed it. We can step away and kind of take our victory lap after. After a very rocky start.
And now we know that they're working on a lot of exciting projects, including a sequel to Cyberpunk, but also The Witcher 4 or the next, the next game in the Witcher series, whatever it ends up being called. So later on today, a CD Projekt Red dev is going to be here giving a talk about how they come up with such interesting quests in games like The Witcher and Cyberpunk. We actually got to talk to him ahead of time for a little preview of what to expect. Let's take a look at that now.
Process of recruiting. We have a lot of directors.
Hey, wait, George.
The team.
These lads are large. Mayhaps they know some tricks.
Oi, players!
So I won't be
can you toss balls all loopity like?
So let's make a high-quality RPG quest.
Oh wow, incredible question. I mean, so I have a whole talk about this Gamescom at 11:55, I believe, on Friday. So I'll be touching more of that. My whole talk just covers basically like principle, as we call them, like commandments of quest design, and like we really pay attention to figuring out, what's the genre and the theme of the quest that you are building. Then we are figuring out the characters, making sure that they are as grounded as possible in the story you're creating. What's important for us is making sure that all of those characters are authentic. If you played like Cyberpunk 2077, probably like Judy, Panam, Carrie, River, Takemura, Jackie. All of them, we always try to make sure that they are as natural as possible and they feel authentic, that they have actual natural character traits, and we are really paying attention to it. In Hollywood, when we are building a story, it's like natural that story needs to hit like certain beats in a way. There is moments when character is in the lowest point of its story, and so on. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to make it authentic, and sometimes if something doesn't really serve the screen, we really will follow up on the character rather than on a dramaturgy, to make sure that those characters are really real. I always tell it to my designers that characters are your most powerful weapon, and people who remember characters, they don't really remember plot, right? Like when you talk to someone, people will rarely be, oh wow, and the plot was so amazing and so mind-blowing. That's not the case. People in most cases just remember the characters, right? They're getting excited about Judy, Panam, Carrie, River. They're talking about them, right? Rather than actually about like crazy plot points. And of course, there's so many more elements. Like great quest has also like amazing pacing, and pacing is a rhythm of narrative. So like how the events are happening one after another. If you have like, let's say, too many scenes one after another, it's just too much exposition. It becomes really, really heavy, and then as a player, you're just bored. It's like, oh God, it's like constantly the same thing one after another. So it's great when you can actually just do it in a way that you have amazing character with a great scene, but then you have a great engaging like gameplay section, and then for the moment you have a scene again, you have things like, let's say, walk and talk when you're together with Takemura, like walking up there, to do the planning scene. we always try to like design it very carefully and make sure that all of those elements are like going one after another and to keep the pace. And I think like if you play the Phantom Liberty, so the expansion for Cyberpunk 2077, you can see actually that pace really executed there. I really feel that it's probably the best story we have ever told, and we really paid attention to all of those elements there. And of course, you know, for an RPG, you need to have things like choice and consequence, you know? So moments when we really create like this authentic dilemma for the players to decide on, you know? The moment when you were actually between, Somi and Reed in Phantom Liberty and making that main decision, we were really trying to pull your heartstrings to make it really difficult. You know, like I often watch like streamers or, you know, IGN or YouTubers like actually commenting on what we build. And when I see people actually having like this huge dilemma about, okay, what the hell is happening, you know? Like, what should I do? What should I choose? It's exactly the thing that we wanted to achieve, you know? Really make you question what to do. So there's much more I can tell you about that, but this is just broad strokes. I hope people will watch the lecture when I'll be talking about it much more in depth.
How it works, the narrative pipeline and the team structures of games like this?
Oh wow, that is like a really large topic to discuss, but in broad strokes, in general you start first from various pitches and you try to figure out what is exciting, you know, what makes you really passionate about this story, and from there you are building a story outline. You know, at first you go with like 1 page, then 2 pages, then 4 pages, 8 pages, and for the big game it's normally like maybe 30 to 40 pages outline. That is a description of what is happening. You can almost say that it's like a short story, you know, that you can read from beginning till the end. And from this point on, that story outline goes to the quest designers that normally divide it into quests, and we start developing the main quests, you know, and then we work in cross-functional teams. So you have quest designer, cinematic designer, writer, an animator, gameplay designer, level designer, all of those people actually together in this cross-functional team that we call content teams. Sometimes in the industry they're also called pods. So we work in that content team and basically work in that whole content for that section. And when you have that design written, then you're moving on to working on something that is called first playable. So you're drafting, you know, it first. On the blockout locations, on like gray boxes, you know, it's completely without any textures or anything like this. You can have maybe like colored light and that's it. And on that blockout locations, you are simply like trying to implement it, trying to get all of those points so that you can play it in a very basic form first. And then you can judge it, you know, and iterate on this and go towards pre-alpha, then alpha, pre-beta, beta, then towards the polishing stage, then you ship it, and then it starts the post-release support, you know, when you need to patch something if there's something is not right. So that is really the whole pipeline. It's really gigantic. It takes many, many years for AAA.
We could say about this a whole year.
Oh yeah.
A whole day, I imagine. So can you share with us a few rules of design for non-linear narrative?
Oh yes, I mean absolutely. So when it comes to this, like I think like the main thing and important part for me is when you have those characters that I mentioned and they are there, they're grounded, to have choices that are actual dilemmas, you know? So it's important for us that those choices are not black and white, but they are really, really something that's very difficult, you know? And think that you can actually look in your own life and think about, okay, I actually have encountered that kind of dilemma. I know how it feels, you know? Really to have something like this and to really wonder, you know, how to build. Because then the branches that you're going to create, they're going to be really satisfactory. Another thing that I always tell my designers is like, try to like surpass expectations of the player. Your job is to control what player thinks and what player feels. Those two things. So the information dosage and then, you know, what emotional moments you are creating. So your job is to like create that hypothesis in the player's mind and then either confirm it or deny it, you know, and you constantly keep going like this to keep the player like captivated and just dose that information very carefully all the time to just make them wonder, make them want more, you know. That's really what I think is this like secret sauce, is the charm of really building that narrative in a really satisfactory way. And of course there's so many things that, you know, we agree not to give the players, you know, like for instance we always say no FedEx quests, so like simple delivery quests, you know, when you run from point to point, there always has to be some kind of like a narrative packaging, like narrative suit, you know, for that idea. So then you as a player, you can really engage with it and understand it really in a deep level, and it can really captivate you, you know, and take you to that emotional journey and just experience amazing adventure. That's really the best I can do in the short form.
No, it's perfect. You explained perfectly. So thanks, Paul, for having us. It was such a pleasure. So stay tuned for more Gamescom here in IGN. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Paulo Sasco,
really cool.
who will be back on this very stage in just a little bit, going much more in depth into how CD Projekt Red designs all their quests and their branchy narratives. But I want to ask you, Brian, about something you said. Do you agree? People don't remember plot; they remember characters.
I think that in the sort of broad strokes, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, a lot of video game stories specifically are sort of like, beat the bad guy at the end, save the princess or whatever. But I think a lot of times you do remember the character more than ever, which is interesting because if you look at a lot of video games, for a very long time had silent protagonists. They didn't really have anyone so special, but it's easier to put a, Link on a t-shirt than it is to think about the plot of those games, the story of those games. With Cyberpunk specifically, I think a lot of the story was sort of derived from stuff that you would do on your own, right? Like a lot of the sandbox elements would come together and you would create a situation that you didn't necessarily plan for, the developers didn't script. You'd be in a big chase sequence or an action sequence or something like that, or you'd be hacking something, and I think that's the stuff that really stuck out to me. So, yeah, I don't know if I completely agree, because characters are important, but story is very important in video games for me as well.
I guess I don't remember that. Oh, and then the villain revealed that he was the hero's father.
Right.
You remember that Darth Vader?
Yes,
he is
famously. Yes.
Hopefully, that's not a spoiler to anybody here. When did you play Cyberpunk? Did you play it at launch in 2020?
I played it at launch in 2020, and it was rough around the edges. There was
what platform?
I played it on PS5, which was effectively the PS4 version. Yeah. And that's what's gotten me thinking about the future of CD Projekt Red. They bit off more than they could chew with Cyberpunk because they were basically promising the last generation of console owners they would still get a game, and they shipped Cyberpunk on hardware that was, at launch at 2013, like the PS4 and the Xbox.
7-year-old hardware,
Yeah, very old hardware at the time. And so I think next time around they're going to know, let's not do that again. Let's focus on our strengths. Let's focus on, the PC community. Let's focus on the next-gen consoles, wherever we are with those things. I have a feeling that, we will probably see the next CD Projekt Red game as a launch game for the PlayStation 6. I don't see it coming in towards the end of the PS5. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I have a feeling in the future, we're still many years away. Think about how long the development was on Cyberpunk.
Yeah, at least 8 years, I think, and then we do expect The Witcher 4, the next Witcher game, to be the next game from CD Projekt.
Right.
We know that that's kind of like the bulk of their developers are working on that. So let's say you're right, and they've learned their lesson, and they stick to like one platform, say it's a next-gen game. Cool, good. Do you think the audience will be able to trust them? Even, considering that, like we were saying,
you're right.
Cyberpunk is in such a good place now and is so beloved. Whenever they do officially reveal Witcher 4, people are going to be like, I'm so excited, I'm there day one, or some people are going to be, oh, wait and see how this goes.
Well, I think that there are, there's a lot of short attention spans when it comes to the things we love. There are a lot of the IPs I've loved have, stumbled here and there, and if they're ready to return and there's something great on the horizon, I'm down to give it another shot. I think with that specifically, because Cyberpunk had such a rebound story, it had such an incredible a concept of we were not really great on day one, but we turned the thing around in the same way No Man's Sky did.
Yep.
I'm excited to see what they do next, and I think most gamers will be too.
I know I am.
Yeah.
So in Cyberpunk, famously, they did a little stunt casting with it with Keanu Reeves and then Idris Elba in Phantom Liberty. Do you think they'll do any stunt casting for Witcher 4?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Because it's interesting to think of more of a fantasy setting, what they might do there.
Maybe Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill?
Yes, that's my guess.
I was going to say, who I think would be good? Kit Harington.
Yes, he would.
Jon Snow.
And you're talking about for the horse, right?
He will play the horse.
Yeah, I think there should be a celebrity horse in The Witcher 4.
Mr. Ed.
I will say that the horse physics should be improved in Witcher 4.
Yeah.
It was one of the funniest parts about Witcher 3 is getting the horse stuck on the roof all the time. So, yeah, improved horse physics in Witcher 4 and a celebrity horse. That's what we're asking. We're not asking for a lot here, CDPR. You have a long time to do this. So,
all right, that's about it. That is it for our time right now. But we have many more segments to come. IGN segments here on the main stage.
That's right.
Thank you all for your time, and I believe Barbara is going to take it from here.
Hello. It's actually me. I'm Italiana. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for being here. I will take
Shall we? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
But thank you so much. Tô de volta, pessoal. A gente segue aqui no
Guys, I'm back again, and we continue on Journey 3 talking about many interesting subjects. And right now, we will have a panel about the challenge that is to focus in order to create outstanding experience in gaming. And for that, it is my pleasure to invite Zahir Kapadia from AWS. Please welcome Zahir Kapadia. Let me go and find Zahir. Just a minute, guys. Obrigado, Zahir. Ah, temos um público. Ok. Oi, gente. Boa tarde. O meu nome é Zahir Kapadia. Sou da equipe de desenvolvimento da AWS. Estou aqui para a gente falar como a gente consegue construir um jogo maravilhoso usando a AWS e como que a gente pode ajudar. Também vamos passar por algumas das tendências que vocês vão ver a seguir, uma coisa que a gente tem observado aí na indústria de gaming. A nossa missão, o nosso grande objetivo na AWS for Games é ajudar as pessoas a construírem o seu próximo grande jogo dentro da plataforma AWS. Nós trabalhamos
developers in the world. So everyone from Riot and Gearbox all the way down to smaller developers. Whether you're indies, it's a small team, a big team, we want to make sure that we're here to support all of you. So what have we heard from our customers? Well, one of the main things we've heard is you're game developers. You want to build games. You don't want to spend time building infrastructure. It's boring. It's a lot of work. You want to focus on what makes it unique to have your game be special, that creative part. And we know that it's challenging. And we also know that building on AWS is a lot of work, that we have a lot of services, over 200, and it can be challenging to navigate. We also know that kind of as the world gets smaller, that teams get distributed. You might have workers across the world working together, and you want to make sure they can all work as one team. And then ultimately, a game can go viral. We've seen this happen multiple times in the last few years, where overnight a game goes massive, and you want to make sure that you're ready for that success. So what can we do? A couple of things, right? As AWS, we have multiple programs to help studios like any of you are building, again, big or small, with building on AWS. We have solution architects who will align with you and your studio to help you build what is unique to you. And we also have a very large partner network. And that partner network is there both between consulting help as well as other partners that you're probably already using, such as Perforce, Incredible, and such, that can help you build your studio. So this is a good slide. This is how we look at game development, very similar from what we've heard from the industry. It's a linear slide, right? So when you build a game, your first thing you need is to build your studio. You need to figure out your dev pipeline. What are you using for CI/CD? What are you using for workstations? What are you using for QA? Then you have kind of that run bucket, which is where are your game servers? How are you keeping them secure? How are you preventing yourself from getting DDoSed? How are you making sure that your game can run and scale successfully? And then the final run bucket is, though the grow bucket is what's most important as well. I mean, technically every single one of them is important, but that's the most important because once your game launches, how do you keep it running? How do you monetize? How do you do it correctly so that your players are happy? So that your players want to come back and play every day. They don't just look at the game and go, well, I'm bored, I want to leave, or this is an unhappy experience. we all know, and we'll go into detail later, things like toxicity. If you have a bad experience playing a game, if someone says something mean to you, you're not going to come back to that game. You want to be there to play with your friends. You want your friends to invite their friends over. So you want your game to be that happy, fun experience. Awesome. So a couple of fun slides, right? We have hundreds of partners we work with. You might recognize some of these, you might not. Some of them are new. These are all part of our AWS partner network. We also have thousands of customers. Everything from some of the largest ones you've seen to smaller ones like Northfell, Eastside Games, large ones like Supercell, Sega, Roblox. So some of the trends, this is where I think we're going to spend a bit of time, right? Is what are the trends we're seeing and where do we think we can help game developers such as yourselves? So one of the first ones is cloud game development. Which is a fancy way of saying, how do you move your production pipeline to the cloud? Like first and foremost, what have we heard? Well, one, studios are distributed, like we said. People are all over the world. They're across the globe. They're working from different locations. Sometimes you want to scale up a team. You don't want to send 10 computers over to a different part of the world because that takes time, shipping, security. Sometimes you just want someone to be able to work on a very specific piece of art or piece of code from wherever they are. We also know that there are very specific ways studios work. You're used to working together. People don't like working, the creative people, the people who do the builds, they're not used to working across different time zones. You want to make that as seamless as possible. If you have your build in the cloud, if you have your version control in the cloud, you don't want to wait necessarily for someone to say, well, at 2 a.m. you can now go in and update it. That's kind of stopping the dev process. You want people to be able to update it whenever they want. It's not easy, but by moving it to the cloud, you can make it possible. So here are some of the use cases that I touched on, right? Version control. How do you put your version control on the cloud? How do you make sure everyone has access to it at all times? No one's stopped at any given point. CI/CD. So how do you move your build pipeline to the cloud? Why would you do it? Well, if you have a really render-heavy case, or you have a build that you have to do immediately, and you only have, like, let's say 10 computers in the office, well, now you can batch it, and you have to wait for one to be done, and then the next. It also takes time. With cloud computing, you can say, you know what, I'm going to spin up a whole bunch of servers on AWS, and immediately render that, because I need that today, and get it done, and then spin all of that down. So you're not buying a bunch of computers, you're not wasting money, you're using what you need when you need it, and when you don't, spin it back down. Don't waste your money, and get it done on time. Remote workstations, like we said, right? You want to ship computers out somewhere? Don't. Ship a workstation. Spin up a workstation somewhere so that someone can use it. And also, with that same note, it's QA. We've all seen like challenges with QA, security with QA. People are downloading binaries. You've got to move binaries around. There's no reason. If you have a remote workstation, if you run that remote QA, you're now not worried about the security of your build, of anything being leaked, because you have it under control the entire time. All you're doing is streaming that out. Someone can do the QA, they can do the smoke test, they can do the regression test, and then give it back to you. Just spin the server down. At the bottom, and this is kind of the same format we'll follow for some of the other slides, we have a lot of partners that you may recognize: Perforce, JetBrains, Unreal, Incredible. These are all partners of ours that we work with, and there are many more as well. And why AWS? Honestly, because it gives you the agility to do all the stuff we talked about before, right? It allows you to be quick and agile, to not have a giant team, to not buy tons of servers. It allows you to be more efficient, to get builds out faster, to allow your team to work at any point they want. And then again, like we said, it allows you to be secure by keeping control of your assets. There we go, I was trying to find the time. Couple of references, right? So Riot Games, Pokémon, Gearbox, Riot actually consolidated their entire build pipeline on AWS. They do over 100 builds a day. That's not really possible if you're running on-prem. Gearbox did the same thing. They do hundreds of gigs of build pipeline a day, and they realized they needed a distributed infrastructure to handle all of it. So they basically automated that and used Perforce on AWS. So again, a big part of it is we work with our partners to deploy on AWS. All right, game servers. Probably important to most of you here. So what are the trends we see? I mean, multiplayer games are popular. I'm sure a lot of you have played multiplayer games. But they're challenging because gamers are global. They're everywhere in the world. And you know what? They want perfect experiences. I mean, I play a bunch of games, and it's the most unhappy thing when someone posts, my ping is 500 milliseconds, someone else is like, I've got 50, and now I know I'm having a bad experience. No player wants that, especially if it's a competitive game. Now also there's multiple types of games, right? You've got co-op games, you've got competitive games. They have different requirements. If you're playing a card battler, do you really need a low latency? Maybe not. Maybe you do. One of the big things that we found out as well is hits can come from anywhere. If your game goes viral tomorrow, what happens? If you don't have the servers and everybody's home because it's Christmas and they're all playing your game and you can't scale, like you don't get that second chance in game development. You want to be there to capture that hit as it happens. And that is one of the other beautiful things that AWS can do, is that we have scalable infrastructure globally. And again, the other part of that is, where do you want to build? You want to test perhaps your game in the Australia market, or you want to test it in Brazil, or you want to test and see what the US market is like. You don't have to go and get deals with different data centers in every location. We have global infrastructure. Test it, check it out. If it doesn't work, or you find there's a challenge there, spin it down the next day, don't spend any more money. If it works, then you get to deploy your game there. What are some of the use cases, right? These are things that are all familiar to you, multiple types of use cases. You've got session-based games. Let's think all your shooters, your FPSs, right? You have a session, it might be 10, 20, 30 minutes, it's done, the game's over. We have specific infrastructure. It's that first little purple thing. I have a laser pointer. That one, called Amazon GameLift. It's our solution for session-based multiplayer games. It scales up and down as you need it. It's cheap, it's performant, it works across all geos. That's specifically built for that. It's low latency as well, which is very, very important for competitive games. You've got persistent games. You're talking MMOs, you're talking games that run for many, many hours. We've got architecture and guidance to specifically show you how you can put that into your game. You've got turn-based games, right? A little different. You don't care as much about latency necessarily, but you do want to make sure that that data is updated, even if it's an asynchronous card game. And then the last one is obviously very important for all of you who've built games or anyone who's looking to build a game. You want to load test. You want to server test. Because again, you don't want your infrastructure falling over when the game launches. And again, with having that global infrastructure, the ability to spin up and spin down, you can run very small or very large load tests as you need it, so that you can make sure that your game is ready for prime time. One of the other things that I'll bring up here is we understand that sometimes you're looking at it and going, well, maybe I have a game and I now want to make it multiplayer, but I've already built the game and I haven't built that portion in. So not only can you talk to us, where we're happy to help you with our service, GameLift, we also have these partners, Excelbyte, Beamable, Heroic Labs, Pragma. These partners have server orchestration capabilities. So what they can do is work with you and just integrate your game into either GameLift or whatever other server orchestration you need, so that you can now make your whatever build you have into that true multiplayer game that you're looking for. And for at least for all the people in the audience who are still here, how many of you are building a multiplayer game? All right, there's at least a couple. Cool. How many of those games are latency sensitive? 2, okay, that's good. So that's exactly why, I would love to talk to all of you post this event. All our information will be up there. All these questions, come and chat with us, because this is the sort of stuff that's fun. I'm a gamer, I love playing games, that's why I'm here, and that's why I want to talk to all of you. All right. Kind of already covered this. Why AWS for game server hosting, right? One, we have purpose-built solutions. We have a giant global network, millions of customers. Some of them you've seen before, some very, very big names on there as well. We're trusted by the game industry. And we have a large set of networking services and partners that can also help with this. All right, I love this slide because it's got some very cool examples. Second Dinner, Marvel Snap, one of the largest mobile games, one of the most successful mobile games. They use AWS. They scaled from 0 to millions of players essentially overnight. Dead by Daylight, they went to AWS to reduce latency for their players. And also they scaled, I believe, from 12 to 40, 50 million players. Again, using AWS as service. And then Red Barrels is actually a much smaller studio out of Canada that just launched last year. And they basically used Amazon GameLift to help with their multiplayer infrastructure, so they didn't have to build it from scratch. All right, another fun topic, right? We hear from customers all the time, analytics. Building games is hard. Building great games, even harder. You can build the best game in the world, but if you don't know what your players are doing, if you don't have insights into what they want, where they're happy, what drives them, which level they're stuck on, like then the game doesn't progress. For you as a developer, you want to be able to make sure that you have that knowledge of what's going on in your game. Also, candidly, it's not easy, right? Like, how do you take those insights and make them into something tangible? You can do things like using that data to make your game, to personalize your game to individual players. You might go, Zahir loves being very social in a game. So maybe we should give him a social tool in the shop versus something that might make him better at fighting. Because you want to tailor every piece of your game to every player to keep them engaged. So a couple of things, right? We have game analytics, especially if you have multiple games, if you're a publisher or your studio is looking to build multiple games, you want to centralize as much of your game analytics as possible. So that way you know that if a player is playing game A, this drives them to play this particular part of game B. You want to make sure they're always engaged in that manner. You also want to get insights on your players, right? What are they doing? What makes them happy? Like we mentioned, what drives your player? What engages them? And using that, you can personalize that experience thoroughly to them specifically. We have a ton of partners, we have a ton of services. Amazon QuickSight for visualization, Redshift for analytics. We've got partners like Databricks, Snowflake. We have products like Amazon Personalize that can be used for this as well. We also have, which is not on these slides, but again, we're happy to share with you after, a game analytics pipeline. It's a very lightweight analytics pipeline that can take all the data that you have, ingest it through Kinesis, and then visualize all of it and send it back to you. It's extremely lightweight, only runs on the data you put in. So you're only paying for the data that you have. So again, something very much worth looking at. And why AWS for games, right? Like we said, control your data, figure out how to evolve your game, and make data-informed decisions. Customer references, again, we've got smaller studios like Lazy Koala, Riot Games. 20 terabytes a day of data is what Riot ingests. And they run all of this on AWS for personalization, analytics. You've got Activision, you've got Razer. We've got more of these case studies as well. We've got quotes from them, case studies, all these things. And some of them actually talk about their infrastructure. And we've got videos as well that you can look at. And we'll share again all of this after this event. AI for games. Now, kind of have to talk about AI. Everyone's talking about AI. You can tell I'm excited. Okay, I am. I'm excited about it. It's still very early. I'm sure a lot of you are looking at it. I've seen small studios around Gamescom right now looking at AI and trying it out. So let's talk about what we can do with AI. Well, what are the challenges, right? Making games, we've talked about, is hard. How do you reduce the time to market? If you're a team of 3 people and you don't necessarily have an artist, or if you're like me and I can't even draw a stick figure properly, I fail at Pictionary, I can't draw at all. If I want to explain what's in my head to someone, this allows me to do that. That's a challenge that we have right now in the industry. How do we have dynamic gameplay? Like, we've all played games where we wish that the NPC was personalized to me. Like, it talked to me the way I would like to talk to it. We also know that the challenges, on the other hand, are AI is expensive. There's challenges with indemnification. You want to make sure the data is yours. You're not using someone else's by mistake. These are all very, very important. There we go. Couple of different use cases, right? Animation, music, assistance in code, concept art, personalized NPCs, content moderation that we'll go into in a second. What if you have, for another one is how do you share content? How do you do better customer service, right? If you've got a game that's in 10 different languages, how do you localize it? And how do you make sure people have access to all that data easily? Oh, there's another button. There we go. That breaks it into nice little segments. So some of these, right, we have solutions for, or we have partners. So we work with a company called Crikey. They do animation. We work with a company that called Plus Music. They specifically can take music and tailor it to your game by changing the beat and tempo. Again, with the same way, we have code assistants. We have tools that can help you code alongside your engineer. And a big part of this, right, is how do you want to use AWS to do any of this? Because there's multiple ways, right? You may just want to be a consumer. We're like, hey, listen, I just want to use a product. Give me this one thing I need today. And we're like, hey, here's a partner or here's a service, go use it. You may say, well, I love working with models. I love actually learning about what I'm doing. So we have Amazon Bedrock, which is our service. On top of that, we have 20 models. We keep adding new models. You can look at that, customize those models specifically to the work you do. It's all private. You can tailor it to your inputs, to your outputs. Or maybe, you know what? You're just one of those hardcore engineers that goes, I want to build everything from scratch because I enjoy doing this. So we have our Trainium instances. We have Inferentia. They're significantly cheaper compared to our regular compute instances for Gen AI workloads and for inference workloads. You can build your own. It's very dependent on where you want to be in this entire stack. So, with that said, what I'm actually going to do is go back a couple of slides to one of the slides we talked about earlier and revisit it. And really, I should have just put that slide at the end again, but I didn't think I would. So we're going to go back. One more. There we go, to this slide. To kind of wrap it all up, right? So, kind of now to bring it back together, our goal really is to figure out how we can help you as studios. One of the big things we've learned walking around Gamescom is, again, like we said, games are challenging to build, but what can we help with? We have partners who can do, and as do we have guidances that can help you build all the heavy lifting for your game. We talked about game servers, we talked about server orchestration, we talked about analytics. If you're building a game that's cross-platform, well, now you need authentication across different platforms. You need storefronts, you need inventory management. These are all things I'm sure you've thought about, you've seen, and even with single-player games, you need all of these, right? You still want to have all these features as simple as a leaderboard. But do you really want to go and build a leaderboard? Is there anything so special about it? It's not really, it's a commodity. So what we can do is help you build all of that, obfuscate all of that, work with us, work with our partners. So again, all that heavy lifting's gone. You focus on what makes you special, on your game. Again, when we come to servers, right, we talked about Amazon GameLift, we talked about some of our partners that are global, that work across all these geos, that are happy to integrate this for you. Some of these partners, their model that they work on is rev share at the end. So you can actually integrate that with zero cost to yourself. We also have programs where what we can do is help offset some of these costs. So you can try these services. Don't just say, one of the big concerns we've heard in the past with AWS is it's not only difficult, but it's also expensive. Part of what we're here to say is, no, we're specifically building for all of you. We're building for everyone, big to small. We're here to help offset that cost so you can build it at your pace. Try it. If it's something that works for you, then invest. If it doesn't work for you, we don't want you building on something that's not right for your game. We're all gamers here. Again, it's like, this is why we want to be very honest with you and want you to give this a shot. And then finally, right, like you said, the grow part, the monetization, the Gen AI. Really, Gen AI should be a box that goes across all of these. Because you see Gen AI in the build phase and you're talking art and architecture. You see Gen AI in the grow phase when we talk moderation. User-generated content. Like we said, toxicity. We've got partners, Modulate, GGWP. These partners specialize in this feature. They're used by AAA developers. They've built offerings for smaller developers. They want to make sure that that the world is a happy place and people are playing games because they enjoy it. And that's essentially, let's keep going down the slide. And that's essentially where we're at. Ran through the presentation a little quicker than expected. But would like to definitely, again, things I should do with slides. End with a couple of Gen AI references, right? One of the things I would really like to see in the future as well is for any of you who are building games, these are all references from studios that we've worked with in the last few years. We would love to have any of you who are building with AWS or building alongside us on these slides. So when we come here next year, you're right here with us. And thank you all very much. We are at the booth over in the B2B area. If you can't get in there, wave at us across the fence and we'll come out and talk to you. Would love to chat with all of you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Zahir.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll take it from here. Oh, your water bottle.
Oh, yes. There we go.
Famoso hidratem-se, galera.
All right, we will continue here at the journey stage, but before I do that, I'd just like to talk to those of you watching at home. If you're watching our broadcast, now you're going to travel to Journey 1, which is going to continue this program. No, wait, maybe not. That was fake news. Come right back. We're going to stick around before we switch our broadcast. This last panel will be very interesting, and we're going to talk about connectivity. In a global scope and in some regions, we have that issue with ping, which is often made fun of in memes. Sometimes you're playing at 5 ping and your friend is playing an FPS with a ping of 200. So they skip frames, they can't get shot. That might happen. But we hope that technology can develop so that we can play at an equal footing. So that's always very interesting. We've also talked about a lot about some other things that came up earlier. The first panel of the day was about how to publish your own game, which is a great topic. It was early, but we had some people joining us here at Journey 3. If you're watching from home, as a reminder, later today we'll have an award with specialists, but on Sunday we will have the Popular Vote Award. We have some booths here where you can vote for different categories, vote for your favorite games, or if you're watching from home, you can also use our QR code for the vote. I'd like to invite you to go to the stage and test them. There are a number of great games. But now, without further ado, let's move on to the Journey 1 stage. Goodbye for now, and we're talking to Liz, who will start off. And he's definitely going to have great content for us.
É isso, você que tava...
Alright guys, for those of you who are watching us from home and for those of you who are here in person with us, please raise your hand if you're with Journey 1. Nice, alright. And for those of you watching us online, we are jumping from one stage to the other. We have stages 1, 2, and 3. So now let's continue with our sessions. We are going to move on to the next panel, and it is with CD Projekt Red. It's about the secrets of quest design. I think the name of the panel is self-explanatory. It's about the quests, what guides you through the game and what guides you through the lore, if you want to use that term. And CD Projekt Red develops RPGs that explore the quest mechanics. And in this panel, they're going to share a few secrets about quest design. And again, if you want to ask questions, use the QR code. I know that you have already downloaded the app, so please feel free to submit your questions. We're going to set aside some time for a Q&A, all right? Without further ado, I would like to invite to the stage our dear speaker, Paweł Sasko. If you're ready, please join me on stage. Thank you.
Big round of applause, folks. Paweł Sasko.
Oi, chums. É prazer estar aqui com vocês. Okay, that's as much Portuguese as I can do, so don't get too hyped, okay? We are going to be talking about the quest design today. I will try not to be too boring, but we'll find out. I am trying to use the clicker, but it doesn't seem to be working. Okay, it does work now. It's a pleasure to be here, my dears. I'll be talking about commandments of quest design. We don't really have much time, so I will be speaking kind of fast because I want to give you as much content as I can. It's a pleasure to be here. Brazil is amazing and has wonderful food. I've been on a Brazilian barbecue. It was lovely. I'm now, tormented for the rest of my life because I live in US, so you probably understand what I mean. Okay then, my dears, let's go. Eventually when I get the clicker to work, we will switch the slide, which maybe I should hold. No? Okay. So I can definitely wow, that is complex. Okay, I'll have to work on that clicker, my dears, and my clicker mechanics. So I'm in CDPR Red since 13 years. I've been actually in the industry for 19 years. I'm 39, so I really started when I was straight out of high school. I won't be boring you out of what I was working on, but from important things, I am in CDPR since The Witcher 2 Enhanced Edition. That is the game where I was a quest designer. Then I became a senior quest designer on The Witcher 3, designed part of the main storyline and side content. And then, my dears, I became a lead of the quest team from Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. And I led the team throughout Cyberpunk 2077, and then became a quest director on Phantom Liberty, where I got also open world and cinematic departments. Those two teams are taking care of the scenes in our games and also the open world content. And right now I am working on the next Cyberpunk game as an associate game director in Boston. We're building a studio there and we are having a lot of fun. Now it's the time when I'm trying to switch the slide. So eventually it's going to work. I think the battery is really gone. We eventually is going to do it. So I will be telling you jokes in the meantime when this is trying to switch. Yes, okay, it worked. Wow, my finger is really hurting me right now from this clicker. My dears, I need to spoil you some things, okay, so forgive me. I will be giving examples from The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077 here and there. I will try not to spoil the shit out of it, but I will spoil some of it. You know, I'm trying to use the clicker again. It's really not doing it. Yes, it did it. Wow, okay. So this is what we are going to be talking about today. So the commandments of quest design. I will walk you through our narrative pipeline and tell you how we actually do our stories. Then I will tell you a bit more about the team structure, about our rules of the quest design and what we are doing actually with the quest design. Okay, wow, he has a magical hands, you know, I promise you. That's it. It has nothing to do with me, you know, but thank you, sir. Now I know that I was clicking the wrong green button. They told me green button. It has two green buttons. Anyway, I'm just explaining it. I'm not that stupid, even though, you know, we will see. We'll find out. Okay, so, my dears, we'll be talking about narrative pipeline right now. So, when it comes to the building the story, this is roughly how it works in our studio. So we start actually from the story outline. What story outline is a general description of what the game is going to be. And for a large game, you're starting from 1 page of text, then you're scaling up to 2 pages, then 4 pages, then 8 pages, then 16 pages, 20 pages, 30 or 40 pages.
And that's kind of how the story outline looks like. It's a description of what happens from the beginning till the end in your game. And in that description, you contain all the main information about what's going to be happening in the game. And based on that story outline, we are actually then dividing into pieces and working on a quest design documents. And you can see it, second one on the list there. Then from there, we work a lot on the quest design, and I will spend more time talking about the rules of quest design, so I won't dive deep into this right now. But from there, we go into draft implementation. The draft implementation is the first moment when you have this wonderfully written quest document and you transfer it into actual implementation. You're trying to make sure that this quest is playable from beginning till the end. Now, as you know, we are making an RPG games. So if you have all the quests playable, then it means that the whole game is playable. So that is normally the stage of the draft implementation. That is normally the goal of that stage. Now, different companies call it differently. You'll hear probably names as first playable or complete playable. There are different names for it, but basically it's a first version of your game that you can play from beginning till the end, hopefully, for most of the time. So, from there, my dears, we are going into pre-alpha. So in pre-alpha, you're actually trying to really make that content better. You're building first locations, first characters, and so on. You're trying to really flesh it out much more than what you have in the draft stage. And then you arrive at the alpha stage. So for majority of the game devs, the alpha stage means that the game is complete. It has all the content from beginning till the end. It's just shit. That is basically the rule of it, okay? It's just low quality, but it is there from beginning till the end. And then you start working on pre-beta, so you just upgrade the quality, you make it better and better, you work on it, you polish it, you iterate till dev, and then you go to beta, and then after beta you go into polishing stage. For AAA games, it's kind of like a half a year to a year time where you're like bug fixing, and then you ship your game, which is called the release here. And then afterwards, my dears, you have a post-release support if you have any free DLCs, if you have any patches to do, and so on. So this is basically a whole lifetime of your game. And I'm clicking now the right green button. Let's see what happens. Wow, it works. God damn it. Such an achievement. I'm glad I made it work. Really nice. Okay then. So, my dears, narrative pipeline. So when you look actually into it, how it works in practice, this is pretty much the structure. You see the story outline, we actually iterated quite a lot, right? Those are those arrows showing the iteration, right? We do iterate actually until it's good, you know, which normally takes a lot of time. But then eventually we get it approved, you know, when you have the document done, then you move to the quest design and you iterate it too, right? It's not that you just write it and you move on, because that never happens. You need to iterate it a lot. You need to find out actually how to make that quest the best possible way. And then hopefully you get it approved eventually, and then you move on to the draft stage when you start implementing, and then you iterate even more. Now, what's important in that whole thing is the fact that actually your quest can be disapproved in any point. You know, it can be not approved, it can be sent back. You know, so at the stage of the quest design, if we figure out, okay, something doesn't work on a deep level, we go back to the story outline, we fix it there, and then we go back to the quest design again and we fix it again. Or you can even go from the draft stage to the quest design or even story outline. It's really painful when it happens, but this is what's needed for the really good quality, you know? That's what you have to do. Okay then, my dears, I am a master of green button. Now look at this. Okay, so now we are going into the team structure, and this part will be kind of short because I want to go to the meat of this presentation with you. So, my dears, the team structure, our team works in a cross-functional teams. The teams that are composed out of many different specialists from many different types of work. So you have a quest designer, a cinematic designer, open world designer, and so on, working together on a given quest. And those small groups, as you can see them here on this wonderful graph, they all report to, in some way, to the game director. So in this case, it's Gabe Amatangelo in our project and me. So you can see here how actually example of the content team looks like. This is the team that actually builds the whole quest for you. So you have a quest designer, as I mentioned, and then you have a whole list of people. Actually, in reality, it's almost 22 disciplines. So those teams are actually kind of large because our teams are pretty big. Like we work in around 400 people teams for our AAA games. So this is everyone there. Now you can see there someone in a bracket that they called potential CTPO. So in Agile methodology, Agile is a production methodology. In Agile, PO is a product owner, is a person who's responsible for that content, is a person who's kind of like driving it in a way. And naturally, CDPO is a content team product owner. So it's a person who's helping us, directors and leads, to run the teams. And in this specific case, in most cases when we build our games, it's a quest designer, it's a cinematic designer, sometimes it can be a level designer. Those are typically the people that become those that are actually handling given content. Let's keep going, my dears, because holy shit, I'm behind in time. So, what's important is that the whole structure has to be done in the team so that you have alignment and ownership. Now, those are like nice buzzwords, but they actually mean a lot. Alignment is when every single person in the team, from the lead, from the director to lead to a designer, all of them understand the vision in the same way. That's alignment, you know? You want to be, as a director, talking about your vision and sharing your vision in a way that everyone is able to explain it. No matter of the role, they understand, you know? This is what we call cascading the vision. Because there's no way that you can take all the decision as a director. I never take all the decisions on my own. Those are my leads, my directors, my coordinators, you know, seniors, experts, sometimes even juniors. They all make decisions about their own content because this is really important for ownership. The fact that they actually care about what they are building, you know, because they own that piece of the game. And only then, this piece of the game, that quest will have character, will really have the identity, will really feel great for you when you play it. Okay then, my dears, we need to move on. So let's go to the rules of quest design, because this is, I think, the most fun part of it. So we'll start from the very, very beginning. And I'm a huge believer that you should structure your content in a way that you should play the story. You shouldn't show or tell it. For a first time, you should play the story and allow the player to really play the story. There's often this example from Witcher 3 that I'm using when I was writing Bloody Baron storyline. There is a moment when Philip Stranger, Bloody Baron, he picks up the botchling and he carries him out, right? It's a gameplay section. When you protect him, he goes through this peregrination, he goes through this process of cleansing himself, of catharsis. You know, this is what I really wanted to show there. Like, it's super important that we use, as game devs, as designers, the most important part of our games, of our medium, which is interactiveness. You allow the player to play it. You don't show it or tell it. You leave that only in cases where you cannot do anything else. And that's really the philosophy I'm always repeating to my designers. You start from playing. Then, only then comes show and tell. Another thing is that you tell only the thing that you cannot show. And in this example, you have actually a shot, I think this is from Battle of Cormoran. That's one of the quests I designed and implemented. The hardest quest in my life, really kicked my ass, you know, because you have like from 9 to 16 different people in there with different combinations. It was hell of a ride to make it work. What I really wanted to do, I wanted to show you as much as you can. That's why you have those moments when you cut to Ciri and you play as her. And you can like go in and save Triss, let's say. There are moments when you actually do it, but then in cases where I couldn't do it, then I actually shown it, right? There are scenes showing the Witchers fighting in the forest, right? When the meteors are falling down. There's so much show there. And the tell is used only in cases where I absolutely couldn't do it. You know, do you remember the planning scene in the Battle of Cormoran? The moment when you sit down and there's a map? That map is there specifically so we can show as much as possible, because we couldn't play it at this time. You had to plan it as a player. In this case, we really wanted to show you as much as we can. And when you look at Cyberpunk, we actually did so much more of it. If you played Phantom Liberty, there's a couple moments when you have like a planning sections, you know, between Reed and Somi. There's so many moments when we show you, you know, what's going to happen, and you can play as a player. You know, there's things that we call briefings in Cyberpunk when we show you the plan that you're going to execute. Okay then, my dears, let's keep going. So Another thing that I really personally love is building drama through gameplay. You know, there's this moment in Phantom Liberty, again, try not to spoil much, when you're making an ambush for a convoy and those guys show up and we really wanted to make sure that they are really like bastards, you know, they come in, they kick your ass, you know, and really like everything is structured so that you as a player, you will really feel emotions there. Did you realize that there is a storm coming at the back? You know, there's like dark clouds coming, there are thunderstorms at the back, because we wanted to, many different ways, show you that there will be a drama in gameplay. And those things that actually move you, we are trying to do it so that you play those sections, you know, and a lot of those sequences is structured like this very consciously. My quest designer Piotr Kuma, who did that whole section, he spent a lot of time. It was like a couple months of iterating that whole section, and that section is maybe not longer than 10 minutes, I think, and it starts with that planning scene, right, with a drone. Again, as much play and as much show as possible, as you can see. Let's keep going, my dears. So another one, and again, this is a bit more specific, I think a bit more for game devs among you or designers among you. When you're building your game, you have normally systems, you know, let's say a police system that you can have. But you can also do custom solutions, things that you script only once and you use only once in that one given moment. Those scripted moments can bring a lot of quality, and they can really feel your game wonderful in those moments, really touch you in a deep way. But I'm a believer that you really should design, as a designer, having systems in mind. So at first, you design around the systems, you know? That's the best way to really build it. Also because it shows the consistency to your player, right? Your player will engage with that and will see that the way it works in that given quest is the same way how it works everywhere in the game. And then, of course, you can use custom solution on top of it. But it's more, you know, like a salt bay, you know? You're peppering it out. You're adding a salt from the top, you know? That's it. That's what you want to do, you know? But in general, you're trying to build using the systems. My dears, let's keep moving. So another one, oh, and this is a sum up. Actually, this is a shot from our CGI trailer at the beginning, of course, you know, Phantom Liberty, at the moment when Space Force 1 gets shot. I think it's not a big of a spoiler. I hope so. So to sum up this whole rule that I'm talking to you about, play comes first, then you show it, then you tell it, and it's only in this order. Never in a different order when you're structuring your content, when you're, of course, building video games. If you are making comic books or a movie, it will be different, obviously. But this is, for me, like one of the governing rules, especially in Cyberpunk. In Witcher, there's a bit more show and tell and a bit less play. In Cyberpunk, you play all the time, because that's the rule we have set for us. Okay then, so another thing that I wanted to talk to you about actually is choices. Construction of choices is incredibly important. And you know, we as human beings, we are so different. And each of us have dark secrets. That's the reality. So many of us actually did things in our lives that we are not proud of. You know, things that actually when you think about yourself most likely as a good person. But you have done things in the past that you are not proud of, because that's our nature, and that's really normal, and that's really natural. We are teaching our players very often as video game industry that in life you have a division between white choices and black choices. It's very clear, you know, oh, what is the right thing to do? In life, it's very rare that you know exactly what to do. And this is exactly how we want to build our choices. I always tell my designers, please engage the player with actual, authentic dilemmas. Dilemmas that you would really see in your life and you would just not know what to do. There shouldn't be a situation when the choice is so obvious that you just know exactly what to pick in a given moment. And here it's just an example from Hearts of Stone. You know, one of the main choices, of course, you know, Geralt and Olgierd and Mr. Mirror. I won't be spoiling you the main story, of course, but as you know, we are always trying to figure out, you know, ways how to make that choice as difficult as possible. And in here I can mention also like the choice during the Bloody Baron storyline. It's the one that probably all of you remember with the tree. So that's the choice when we actually did the opposite. So we tried to do it in a way that we are not telling the player what will be the result of that choice. Because in your life, how often do you know what will happen exactly when you make certain choices in your life. You don't really, right? You don't really know when those things will lead you. Using your intelligence, using your empathy, you can, of course, foresee what will happen, but not always. Sometimes exact opposite things happen. And this is what we do sometimes too, I talk to my designers, maybe in this case, actually, let's reverse it. And let's do it, and let's play with player expectations. You expect this to be this kind of choice, let's do it differently. Because we want to play with your expectations. We want you to wonder. We want you to think all the time and be amazed, and I'll talk more about this in the future. So, my dears, summing up this point, engage with authentic dilemmas, actual real problems. Not an issue of like, should I save him or not? And that's it, and there's really no dilemma, because of course you should save human life. That's not a choice. Those are black and white choices, and there are no dilemmas. Really important distinction, my dears. So another one is those choices should be ambiguous. I mentioned that a bit before, but it goes deeper into this, right? You don't have to always exactly explain the player what is going to happen, in this case, right, in Phantom Liberty, the main choice in the middle quest, right, that creates those two different branches. I'm not going to spoil more, but we spent so much time fine-tuning that choice, making sure that the lines, the dialogue lines there, are so specifically said and they're so specifically acted by both Reed and Somi, by our voice actors, to make sure that it really is difficult. So this is what I mean by ambiguous. That choice needs a lot of nuance. It cannot be obvious. And again, I won't spend more time on this because I think you get it, and we have more things to go over. So the thing is that what really makes the choices work and it really makes them powerful is the context. You need to understand what is the value, what are you choosing between, in a way, how it will impact your characters, your players, how it will impact the people that are playing the game. And you need to give as much context as possible so that player understands. And the thing is, people often think oh yeah, this game or this quest has such a wonderful choices. The thing is that in most cases, this means that this choice has been very carefully prepared before. It's been very carefully contextualized before. There is numerous scenes before that choice comes in, explaining and building it up, giving you the context, making you understand what will happen most likely if you will go with Reed or if you go with Somi, if you will, kill the tree or release the ghost in the tree or not. All of those choices actually matter. In here, my dears, this is an example from the wedding quest, one of the quests I did for Hearts of Stone. I really wanted to bring Shiny because I was a fan of Shiny from Witcher 1. I don't know, you probably were in diapers when Witcher 1 was released, but maybe some of you know and remember the Witcher 1. So that was you could finish Witcher 1 actually being Shiny's lover, right? And in Witcher 2, she was gone. She was, not even a mention. I think in Enhanced Edition we added the letter that explained what happened to her. So anyway, I really wanted to bring her in. And every choice there in the wedding quest, even though it was of course a comedy, and if you played it, you know what I mean. It was clearly a comedy that I did in this specific case. But every choice that you do, even though they are small there, I try to contextualize them and make sure that you as a player, you have a tiny build-up before, even when the choice is actually not really that important. If the choices are the major ones, the core ones, the ones that are a spine of your story, you need to spend a lot of time building it up. The thing is that in Phantom Liberty, we have been changing numerous times scenes and characters to make sure that this major choice really, really works. So, now my dears, we are going to be talking about consequences. There's a wonderful word in a game design called telegraphing. You might have heard that word said actually in a context of game design, specifically on the gameplay design, when a boss is telegraphing the attacks, By telegraphing, we mean signaling to the player that something is about to happen. Building and telegraphing your consequences is incredibly important in branching storyline. And, I have a story to tell you. So, Cyberpunk actually has, when it comes to the numbers, almost the same number of choices and consequences as The Witcher 3. But for most of the people, it felt that actually Witcher 3 has many more of them. Why was the case? Because Witcher 3 in a game design has built-in mechanism that makes you remember the choices. And what happens? For instance, you made a choice with Bloody Baron, you walk in again to the Krauss Perch, and then you have a flashback. When Geralt tells you what happened and why that choice happened. Very simple mechanism reminding you actually that this is a consequence of your choices. The whole construction of The Witcher 3 is that you go into No Man's Land, you go into Skellige, and then you go into Kermoren, and afterwards you go back and revisit those places. What happens? In those moments we can show you the consequences, right? The structure of the game is supporting those consequences. In Cyberpunk, it's so much harder. All the action is happening with you. You're all the time V, unless you're playing small sections as Johnny Silverhand or Kurt Hansen in Phantom Liberty. But that's it really. You are in most cases all the time in V's shoes. So we had to create new solutions to actually telegraph consequences. And in Phantom Liberty, you could already see a bit of this. We really tried to make sure that when you play the expansion, you will feel the weight of your choices, and then the consequences will come to you. The characters message you more often, they call you more often, they ask you to visit them back. There's many different small tricks that we have employed to make sure that you can see the consequences. That's what telegraphing consequences mean. When you talk to designers, gameplay designers, they're often thinking but I want to treat my player like my player is smart. I want to make sure that my player, gets all the nuance and so on. The thing is that when you get to that level of nuance and you are so subtle, then the only people who spend most of their life on Reddit will understand what you mean, because they read it, they discussed it, they analyzed it, they played it so many times that they know. But majority of your player base, they just want. Okay then, my dears, I need to speed up because sadly I'm behind the time. That's my life. So one of the interesting tricks that we are using is designing asymmetric consequences. So what I mean by that, some branches that you create in your quests, they can be different. In Phantom Liberty, you can see it so much, In some cases, you just have couple text messages and a picture from character. But in another branch, you have couple different scenes and a gameplay section. This really makes you feel that you're actually playing your version of the story. And when you're trying also to design it in a way that it's very symmetrical and it's really one-to-one, and you as a player, you can really feel that it's a bit fake, that the designers try to make it feel that both branches are kind of the same, it starts being the same, It starts feeling the same. So it's one of the reasons why to show the consequences using actually the asymmetrical consequences is really a powerful method. So don't shy away from this. I tell my designers, hey, if in one branch you can just have a text message or just a short meeting with your character, and in another one you have a full scene and romance and sex, as I did with Meredith Stout, for instance, in Cyberpunk, Venus in Fierce, because that's my quest, because she's my character, that's fine. Because that's okay, because you can play it like this as a player, and you will feel, and if you play multiple times, or maybe you watch YouTube or Twitch, or listen to the journalists, you will know that there was something more, and you will appreciate it, because that was your version of the quests and of the game. Okay then, so my dears, summing it all up, you want to, in general, when it comes to consequences, you want to engage with choices and pay off with consequences all the time. There is a very important word in storytelling terms, which we call payoff. You can hear about payoff in movies, in cinema, in comic books, and in video games. The payoff is the moment when you are, as a designer, showing that what you have built so far now actually comes to fruition on the screen in some way. So every single time when you build a choice, pay off with consequences. You made a choice about Bloody Baron that turns out not good to him, go in and show it. Don't shy away from this, pay it off. Pay it off to the player and think about this in that kind of terms. And here, of course, you have an example from, it's a bit of a background story for Phantom Liberty. What has happened to Solomon Reed 7 years before actual events in Phantom Liberty. I hope you have played the game and you know what is the meaning of those events. So, my dears, another thing that I wanted to talk to you about and explain is choosing the theme of your quest. incredibly important. When you look at the Phantom Liberty, the theme of Phantom Liberty is individuality versus authority. Somi and Reed are representing those two sides. And you can define the theme as an opposition, and I really like doing that. But you don't have to. Like sometimes the theme can be just as simple as, for instance, in Blood and Wine, it was the love that can kill. That's it. It was the love that can kill. That was really the theme of that whole expansion, and that's how we build it. Why the theme is important? Because it guards your choices as a designer. When you're building your quest, you know what you should be using, what kind of elements you should be using to build your story. You know that if you want to show the individuality versus authority, you will use in your story a lot of elements showing that kind of conflict. And I like defining the theme as a versus, so one versus another, because it has conflict built in. You know already as a designer how to construct it. So the theme is incredibly important. And there can be so many different themes. It can be loyalty, it can be survival, as many of them. And I will tell you more about it in a second. But what comes with that is also the genre. The genre is incredibly important to define, and this is actually something that we started doing not that far off into the Projekt Red when we build our quests. When I consciously ask my designers, what is it? What are you doing? I knew that when I was building a wedding, I wanted to make a tragic comedy. That was it. It's a comedy till the moment when Mr. Mirror shows up and casts out Vladimir out of Geralt's body. And then there is the reminder of the devil himself, what kind of story we are telling there. But I knew that I'm building a tragic comedy from the very beginning. When it comes to Blood and Wine is actually a chanson de geste. Chanson de geste is an old type of a French story, a French tale about the heroic deeds, about errant knights, making a heroic deeds for their lady, lady of their heart. And when you look at the Blood and Wine, the whole expansion is really structured like this. So we are always looking for something unique, something fresh, and we felt that actually Chanson de Geste would feel really well to Beauclerc as a location, because it was inspired by France and by Spain. So, my dears, when you're working on your quest, on your content, define the genre that you're building. And I will give you another example, and I need to move on from there. Another example is Somewhat Damaged, the quest from Phantom Liberty. That quest is a horror. And from very beginning, we knew that we are building a horror, that we are doing something that will be a bit divisive. Some players are going to absolutely love it. Some players are going to hate our guts for it. But that's what it takes. Sometimes you need to take some creative risks to make something of a quality. And from the very beginning, I knew that we were building a horror, and I keep repeating that to my designers and keep telling them, please remember what you're building. It's really, really important that you use elements of horror here. That light, VFX, audio, all of those elements, music, all of those elements pay a lot of attention to this when you direct your quests. So that's why I'm talking so much about the genre and the theme, because they will guide you and they will define what you do. Now, there's another method that we are using actually, and this is the method that we started using from Phantom Liberty, and I really love it. It's basically to label your pieces of content in a specific way so you know what kind of content you're doing. Here's an example when you're going to Black Sapphire in Phantom Liberty, and very early we said it's a Bond-like experience. You should feel like a James Bond going there. You start off diving, then you get out, you're in a suit, you are going on a party, then you're actually by the table, playing the hazard game. All of those things are actually elements from that kind of story. And because we put a label on it, and we say to each other, this section is going to feel like a James Bond moment, you can actually, it's really, really good to guide your designers through the process with those labels. There is the moment when Cerberus shows up in Somewhat Damaged. That moment we called the entrance of Shelob from Lord of the Rings. Do you remember Shelob, the huge spider? Yes, so that was it. And when you look at that scene, do you see the reference now? You probably see it, right? Like, actually Cerberus comes in, and that was really our reference. That was the label, entering the lair of the monster. That was the idea. So labeling those short sequences is really powerful. And you don't have to label the whole quest. Actually, quest can be divided into numerous different labels and numerous different references. It all works. My dears, I have 6 minutes. Oh my God. Let's move on. So I need to talk to you about another thing, which is prioritizing characters over the plot. The characters are your most powerful weapon. They are. Everyone remembers the characters. No one, if I ask you in 10 years from now, you know, what do you remember from Cyberpunk? No one is gonna tell me, I remember this twist in the plot. No, you will tell me that Judy was your waifu, you know? That's what you will tell me, right? You will tell me the character that you remember. You will talk about Takemura or Panam or Judy or Jackie. That's what you will do. You won't tell me about the plot, because this is what it is. The character stays in your mind. The plot doesn't. The plot has to be amazing. The plot has to be well done. It has to be put together well. It has to be logical, absolutely. But never sacrifice the character for the plot. This is actually what you can see in a lot of Hollywood movies nowadays, and some Western games as well. When you actually look into the character and how character is made, and you think about it and you look at it, and it's so weird and it's so uncharacteristic for that character to act like this. Because this character had to be in a given point in the story, and storytellers, cinematographers, the director, they knew that they have to do it, so they went ahead and broke the character. Never. Don't do that. Don't break your character. They are the most important part of your story. Stick to them. If you have to, bend the story a bit, bend the character a bit, but don't break them. Prioritize them over your story. Yes. Let's go. Okay then. My dears, so now another thing that is incredibly important actually, and this helps you to build a great pacing for your game, it's the contrast. You know, the fact that in one sequence you are being like seduced and you love that moment, you know, you're lying there with Judy after sex and you look into her eyes and it's amazing, and then, you know, next scene you're terrified, you know, it's a horror and you're basically kept on the edge of your seat. Just create contrast consciously. Don't give the player all the time the same thing, you know? If you just eat the same food every single day, you'll be bored the hell out of it, you know? If you will be terrified all the time, you stop being terrified at some point. If you are just in a romantic mood all the time, you stop appreciating it and you start disliking it. The contrast and the variety is incredibly important, and it also helps with the pacing. Holy hell, I keep destroying that carpet. Yes, it's fixed now. Okay, I patched it. Okay then, so my dears, intentionally create contrast. There's another thing about contrast, which is the fact that contrast is very iconic and important for Cyberpunk as a genre itself. It's kind of like built into Cyberpunk. So maybe for your games and things that you're building, it will be a bit less important, the contrast itself. But I do feel it's an important component of actually just really great storytelling. So we keep moving. And this is a sum up slide for you. My dears, as I mentioned, please define your genre and define your theme early. You cannot imagine how often I talk to experienced game devs and I ask them, what's the genre and what's the theme of your game? And they don't know. And they work 4 years on a game. And a game is in early access or it's shipped even. And I'm like, what was the theme of your game? Really, really pay attention to this. Because if you don't know, as a designer, as a creator, your players won't know. There's just no way they will know. Because how they would know if you don't know? Really, really define it early, because this is going to guide you, this is going to help you. And then, my dears, really important thing when it comes to our quests, quality over quantity. I mean, seriously, no one gives a shit your game has 200 quests when all of them are bad, you know? They will really pay attention if you have 30 and all of them are amazing, you know? That's really, really important. Like in our team, in our studio, we pitch so many stories. We pitch so many quests. Like I spoke about in media a couple times that acceptance ratio of my best designers, best people I have, is 5%. 5%, imagine. You know, this is like so low. No one of us have only the best ideas. What we do, we pick a lot of ideas and then we pick only the best of them, you know? when people ask me, Pavel, how it is that your quests are so good, I'm saying, because I'm not letting the bad one into the game. That's it, you know, that's the solution. You can actually come up with such an amazing content for your game, but you need to also come up with a big volume, and from that volume, pick actually the quests, the stories you want to have. And all the budget that you have, optimize it so that you can do those quests as well as you only can. Really, your players won't remember that your game was like 70 hours long. They will remember that it was 25, but holy fuck, it just like put my pants down and... Anyway, I won't finish that sentence, but yeah. Let's keep moving. So, another thing is weight over length. So, what I mean by that is like, if you are wondering actually when you are building your content and your story, how to build it and how to construct the branches, actually invest more into a couple more options rather than the length. You know, if you're investing into making your game just long, you're making it bloated. You're making it lose its identity. You're making the player get bored with it. Really, like you want to capture the player. So it's better to actually invest into branches, into weight, rather than the length. And of course, I have to say here, of course you need to deliver the player an amazing experience, an experience that keeps the player engaged, that keeps them playing. It cannot be too short, it cannot be too little, of course, because you will disappoint them. You will disappoint your fan base, so you cannot do this. But, you know, there is a moment when each of us is satisfied, you know? And I don't think you need to have 200 hours of main storyline to be really satisfied if that was an incredible content. You know, you appreciate if it's 50 hours, as Witcher 3, for instance, or Cyberpunk, you know? They are not 200 hours, consciously exactly because of this. And when you create more weight, you as a designer, you give your players an opportunity to replay your game. If they love it, they'll come back to it and they will enjoy it and they will do different things. They'll romance different characters, they will build different builds, you know, they will try to mod your game and experience it. So, another thing, my dears, holy shit, I'm so cooked. Okay, another thing is design bold set pieces. The best example I have for you is the Sinnerman, you know, the quest from Cyberpunk, the one where you are meeting the guy, Joshua Stevenson, who wants to be crucified. This takes real balls to actually make a quest like this, living in Poland, you know, believe me. So the thing is like, really think about designing bold set pieces. I mean, seriously, we are all artists. I imagine that at least some of you are. You know, your players are coming to you because they want to be delighted, they want to be surprised, they want to be engaged with something fresh, something new, something different. That's why they come to you. They come for your identity, who you are exactly. So really design bold set pieces, think about things that are very unique. I can tell you more about this, but I need to move on. So, now I'm almost there. So another thing is, when you are actually building your game, players will have loads of different expectations about your game, about your quests, what the story is going to be, what the characters are going to be. That's the case. And you cannot surprise them, delight them every single time. You just cannot. You need to be strategic. That's why we are the designers and our players are our audience. That's the difference. You are the one that has to be strategic. You need to think about how I can capture the attention of my player, how I can make them love my game, where I should invest my budget, my time, what I should do to make it really feel amazing, and where I don't have to. You need to be really, really strategic about this and make those choices when you're building your content. And again, you know, hopefully you have directors and leads that in your teams can help you out, can point you out to what is that very unique, specific thing that is worth the investment. And in those places, surpass the expectations. Go above and beyond. You know, when we were doing the story in Phantom Liberty, when you were having this Bond-like moment, there is a concert at the back of Lizzy Weezy. The full fucking concert with like CGI at the back, VFX, holy shit, it took so much work. But we knew that we want to surpass your expectations. We want to delight you with what you're seeing, you know? So be strategic about it, because your player will remember this. I'm almost there. So another thing is, be sure that you remove all the filler from your game as much as you can. I get it that, you know, not every one of us has like a team of 400 people and you need to find the playtime in some places, but really look for it in the quality. Like the filler is really diluting your game. And it's, you know, the filler as our quests that are like a busy work, you know. You ask the player to run to places, to do things that are not needed, that the characters could call each other and they could talk about things so that you could move the action forward. There's so many tricks, narrative tricks, to get rid of that filler from your game. Now, I said here, eradicate filler, but keep the fluff. So what is the fluff? The fluff is the world building. It's all of those additional things. It's the websites in Cyberpunk, the emails, you know, the messages that you can find. It's the notes in Witcher. All additional things that you can add to your game that flesh it out. All the additional clues in Witcher that make the game feel more thought through. And they're optional. As a player, I can engage with it. I can check it if I want to, but I don't have to, you know. I feel that the game, the experience is concise, is precise, but I can keep moving and I have control over my own experience as a player. I am not hauled off looking at the boring content in your game. And we are almost there, I think. Okay, and I think this is a sum up slide if I'm not wrong. Amuse and thrill your players. Johnny Silverhand moment. I was there, 2019, the moment when Keanu Reeves walked on a stage. What is our job? Our job is to give players thoughts, give players feelings, thrill them, amuse them, excite them. That's our job. We are selling experiences, right? We are giving the players experiences, right? That's our job as the designers. Amuse them, make them fucking excited about your thing, you know? Really just, but really deeply see, because like this is the experience, this is a part of being in this community, this is a part of our industry, and this is so fucking beautiful about the video games. You know, that you can do those things like that. It takes a lot of planning, you know. Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves, he was in our documents as Mr. Fusion, you know, because we couldn't leak his name, you know. We were so careful that he won't get leaked in any way, you know, as a character playing in Cyberpunk. But we wanted to give you this amazing experience. And you know, this is just an example, of course, you know, the CGI here and if, you know, having Keanu Reeves, but you can do it in so many amazing ways. And you know, there's so many indie games that actually even did that, you know, looking for original ways how to make the players excited and thrilled about their content. So just wanted to make sure it's very clear. Please remember you're creating an experience and emotions for your players. My dears, holy shit, we are there. God damn it, okay, slide with takeaways. So this is just a sum up of everything I talked to you about. In case you want to have a picture, you can have a picture with that. This is, of course, you know, just a quick rundown. There's much more, of course, to it. And if everyone took a picture already, we are moving on to the next slide. And then I have some video recommendation for you, a bonus section. This is just 1 hour long section, so don't worry about it. It will be very quick. So I actually did a talk for GDC 2 years ago about the key quest design lessons from Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. Those are things I didn't really talk about here. I touched some of them, but not everything. It's free on YouTube. So you can go on the YouTube and you can watch it if you are interested. And you can leave a comment, you know, if you want to. And subscribe to GDC channel. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you so much, my dears. Obrigado. Okay then. So, my dears, we are also building a studio in Boston. So, there's some jobs posted on the website. We will be hiring more and more because, you know, maybe you want to work for me or with me. Actually, rather with me than for me. It's lovely. Oh, of course, I can sign your thing. No problem. So, and another thing, what I have here, oh yes, my contact details, if you want to find me anywhere. I'm in various places, so we can talk or chat. And you can find us here, me and Mariana, who's there. We have Cyberpunk gear on us, so we can talk to us at any point. And that being said, thank you so much, my dears. Obrigado.
Palmas, palmas, pessoal. Thank you. I know that at least 1 more hour it was necessary here. Sorry to interrupt. Pessoal, desculpa muito interromper.
Folks, we do apologize for interrupting Pavel, but time is up. We do thank everyone for being here if you're online with us.
we're going to move on to the wonderful Gutierrez. You're going to move online. So if you're here on Journey 1 with me, we're going to move on to the next panel. And
sorry for that, just some technical glitches. Once again, we're live. Stay tuned because we're going to have a fantastic panel. We're live again. Welcome. We are in the Journey 2 stage. I'm Gutierrez, and we will have one of the most expected panels in our Gamescom Latam 2024. We are bringing a lot of information, entertainment, and fun. We spoke about diversity, and you can vote for your favorite game using the QR code on the screen and also available throughout the exhibition area. But this is a special moment. Everyone was waiting for this panel. One of the most expected people at Gamescom Latam. Both of them from Skybound. One is executive producer, The Walking Dead and Invincible, and the other one of the biggest investors in the gaming world. I hope you know who I'm talking about, but if you don't, and remember that the panel will be in English, so switch your channels.
Goldman, both from Skybound, please welcome. Hi, how are you? Thank you. You can sit yourselves and take the microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. Thank you very much. The
Great,
stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear us? Yeah?
Yeah,
Good?
does this work?
Thank you.
All right. So, before we do actual introductions, how old were you when you started collecting comic books?
I started collecting comic books when I was 6 years old.
So, in my experience, people don't just collect one thing. They have the bug, and they collect a bunch of things. And so, I've known this guy for a long time, and I know he collects other things, including alcohol, and so he brought some really good stuff here. I would like to know, David Alpert, what are we going to be drinking tonight after dinner, and why?
I mean, this is really clearly very much on point for this panel, but I would say we're drinking a Glendronach 28-year-old aged in Pedro Jimenez casks.
And why is that? Why did you select that for our evening tonight?
You know, I'm trying to sort of maximize an experience, and sort of it's a little bit sweet. It gives a nice little finish and sort of sends you off to bed all happy.
Nice. I like that. So
I like a happy ending.
Okay. So who are you? Like, what did you do since you were 6 years old collecting comic books?
So my name is DA. I'm the CEO of Skybound and a co-founder. And besides comic books, I love video games, film, and television. And the goal behind starting Skybound for me was to combine all those loves into one place, into one company, where all those things work together.
And tell us about the beginnings. Like when did you get involved in Hollywood and come to Los Angeles, and how did this all unfold?
So, the thing for me is I've always loved telling stories, and being a storyteller was sort of something that's very firmly rooted in my DNA and something I really wanted to do. And so I wanted to try to find a way to do that. I started as a tech entrepreneur in the 90s, but I really didn't love the space. I liked the creativity, but I really wanted to be in a place where I was telling stories directly for a living. So I came out to LA in 2001 with the goal of going and finding a lot of my old comic book friends and video game friends. Since I not only collected comics when I was 6, I started selling comics when I was 12. By the time I graduated high school, I was selling 6,000 comic books a month. So I took my passion and my obsession and I turned it into a profession, which is kind of what you would say I've done with my entire life.
Very true.
So I came out to LA with the idea that comics, video games, film, and television were all doing a lot of the same things, but they weren't speaking to each other. And as a fan, it annoyed me that the mediums weren't connected. And I felt like with digital distribution coming, there was an opportunity to actually connect it. But before we go further, John.
Yes.
Who are you?
So that's an amazing question.
Thank you.
Something I like to talk about quite a bit.
Actually, we had a company-wide meeting where we had an all-hands meeting. This is true. And at the end of the meeting, we opened
I
it
do
up.
love this. This is hilarious.
We open it up to questions. And one of the questions is, who is John Goldman? By the way, he's the chairman of the company. The Formaggio Grande is his official title. And we got this question. And he'd been working at the company at that point for a decade. So I thought it was an appropriate question to ask here.
You know, I like to keep things in the background.
But we're going to reveal it today.
We are going to reveal it. So if we're going back to childhood, my family actually had a stand-up arcade when I was like 12 years old. And that was my first experience with video games, and I never thought that it would become a career. So fast forward, I was in Silicon Valley and ran into some buddies from college, one of whom had become an animator. And we started pitching CD-ROMs for kids. And we got one, we started a company, started merging and acquiring with other companies, and then over time, built the biggest independent game developer in the world. So if you guys are game developers out there, I know how hard you work and know what you do, because I did that for 14 years. And along the way, we met kind of in like 2001, that era. And we both shared this idea that the big companies were taking control of everything, and the real power should shift to creators and people who make stuff. And we thought if we could just get stuff directly to people, that would be amazing. But it was too early. It was like really, the internet had not changed gaming and film and everything. So we had this vision that we were too early for.
John, do you mind? I feel like there's an important point here, because I think it actually ties into the theme very well.
Please, tell me.
So the person who actually introduced us, I was working with a screenwriter at the time named Gary Whitta, who ended up going on to write Book of Eli, Star Wars Rogue One, a number of other big movies and TV shows.
These guys actually might know what he did in...
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And I met him because he had been brought over from the UK to launch PC Gamer in the United States. So he was a journalist for PC Gamer, and through that process, he had actually met a lot of people who had ended up working with John and his developer, and he wanted to be a storyteller too. And he was also disappointed at the state of storytelling in games at the time, and felt that he could both write video games and also write film and television, and he ended up doing that. And then just fast forwarding for 12 years, when we launched the Telltale's The Walking Dead, Gary Whitta, the guy who introduced us, was actually one of the main writers on the game.
I thought, one of the coolest things he did as well, and some of these people might know it, is he created a game show in Animal Crossing. Like, he was always thinking about really a talk show, and like this sort of crossover of media has always been on our minds. But so where did you, why don't you talk a little bit about, so we met at this time, there's someone else that you met at this time.
Yeah, so our third partner is a guy named Robert Kirkman, created The Walking Dead, created Invincible. And so what's interesting is if you look at the backgrounds of the three of us, you'll have someone who's dyed in the wool in the video game space, someone who came up as a video game player and a comic reader, but came from film and television, and someone from comics. So when we were building out the idea that we wanted to be in all those mediums, and all those mediums should speak to each other, we thought it was important that we did it organically, that it wasn't like someone from the gaming being like, I'll tell you how to do TV, or someone from TV telling you how you do it in gaming, that there was a natural, we call it being trilingual, that we were able to speak linear, interactive, and comic books all together. And we think that that's really the idea, that there's a company that was built around that. shows, though, where I think ultimately the purpose of this panel and sort of where the entertainment business is heading overall.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many video game companies I've met that they have some amount of success and they maybe sell an option for their IP to a TV company who either sits on it or pushes them out of it. And so we're all about trying to orchestrate that across different media and across time, because you can't necessarily do it all at once. Like, maybe you can talk a little bit about the journey of The Walking Dead, because it's not an overnight success. It was orchestrated literally over 2 decades.
So if we look at the comic book The Walking Dead, so one, I always talk about art is a nature of a conversation, and that you never make a story in a vacuum. That you're responding, whether knowingly or unknowingly, you're responding to what's out there in the world. So when Robert came up with the idea of The Walking Dead, he called me and says, I have a cool idea for a zombies story. And I was like, zombies, like they've kind of been done. There's a lot of zombies out there. What's new to be said? And he had a really interesting answer was, this story picks up after the zombie movie ends. I go, what do you mean? He said, at the end of a zombie movie, either they kill all the zombies or the people get killed. But if somebody's alive and they beat the zombies, they now live in a world where there's zombies. They've seen their friends eaten. They're going to be different the day after. And how do you continue? And also, if they got rid of zombies in their town, there's still zombies in the next town, and there's still zombies in the town after that. So what happens after the movie ends? And I was like, wow, that's fascinating. That's a really interesting angle, because that's normally where everything stops. So what I loved was it was a natural continuation of a conversation. All the zombie movies had followed the same structure, got to the point, but no one had ever gone the next step. And I thought that was a really great place to take it. So he started the comic in 2003, and the book took off slowly. In fact, actually, when he went to pitch it to the publisher, they said, we don't want to do zombie stories. Nobody's interested in zombies. And Robert said, it's actually not a zombie story at all. That the zombies are actually aliens, and the aliens are here, and they're going to soften up Earth's defenses. They're going to eat all the people and make us weak, and then the aliens are going to come in, and they're going to take over the planet. And he goes, oh, okay, that feels like a new angle. So as the book started coming out, it started selling better and better each issue. And the publisher calls and says, hey, I don't see any signs of the aliens. And Robert said, well, I lied. I just wanted to get the book published. And once that started happening, the publisher said, well, the book's selling pretty well, and that's probably a better story anyway. But it took from there, as the book started selling better, Hollywood started calling, and they wanted to make film or television based off of The Walking Dead. And we said, great, you can do it, but we don't want to give you all the rights, just the TV rights. We don't want to give you the video game rights. And they said, well, that's not how it works. We have to have all rights. And we said, well, we're not interested in selling all rights. They said, well, you can't do this. So we said no. And it took us 6 years of saying no until finally somebody agreed with what we were trying to do and allowed us to keep the game rights. And the important thing for us wasn't just, we weren't doing it just because we were greedy or just trying to make more money, but we were like, no one's going to tell this story if we're not involved being the ones to tell that story. That it has to be something authentic and does something that reacts to the world of The Walking Dead, not just retelling the same story. Is that something you've seen, John, traditionally in the game space?
Which part are you talking about? What part have I seen or not?
Well, how some people say, oh, you have this successful show or movie, we're just going to do the exact same thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a whole period, probably in the aughts, where they did these things like, they were called synergy games. And so if you remember in like Indiana Jones or whatever, the big boulder rolls down and is chasing Indiana Jones, then you would recreate that exact scene, because for the big publishers, it was just a way to make money. They didn't really care about the game. And then ultimately, because of the rise and success of games, you could start as a creator to look like a sellout, that you were just like doing cheap licenses and that devalues the whole like enterprise.
So we wanted not to do that. We wanted to value the enterprise because this was our pride and joy. So we held out for those rights, we kept them, and the first thing we did as we made the show is we started working on our video game, and we ended up doing Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Which is an unusual choice because the most obvious thing you do with a zombie is like a shooter or some sort of action adventure game.
And the goal for us was, as we're looking at this, was Resident Evil was huge. There were plenty of big zombie games that were out there. We said, what is the strength of The Walking Dead? The strength was narrative and emotion. So we said, we want to make a game that's going to make you cry. And people were like, that's not what games do. We're like, we'll find a game that can do that. So we found this narrative tool. And then the goal was everyone wanted to tell the same story of Rick going to Atlanta and the fall of Atlanta. And we said, no, we actually want none of the characters to be there. Maybe we can do a cameo of like one of the characters, but we want it to be original characters in the world of The Walking Dead. And it felt like that was one of the main reasons the thing became very successful.
And then it started to create a philosophy for us in how we approach the game space and other places, is that real fans are curious. They maybe want to see some touchstones from the original content, but what they really want is to find out more. What else is happening in the world of The Walking Dead? Or now we've got, of course, this hugely successful new show called Invincible, which has 120 characters, and it drives so much curiosity about what can you do new. And I think that has been a hallmark of how Skybound approaches all the different areas we do. We do not just retell the same thing to make money.
And that evolution of the way in which we were treating narrative and gaming, and the way that we were treating sort of a license into gaming, I think is emblematic of the shift that's occurring overall. Some people say we're at the beginning of a new golden age of video game adaptations into film and television. And I think for a long time we saw really crappy ones. The original Street Fighter, the original Mario movie, Doom. There's a lot of, maybe with the exception of Mortal Kombat, you really didn't see anything that sort of was true to the game, and also at the same time was an entertaining movie or TV show.
Because the people that were doing them didn't actually care about games. They were just like, here's an opportunity, let's go slap this on a screen and people will show up, and then we'll put it on, before streamers, we'll put it on like cable TV.
And so I think what we've seen though is, if we look at the evolution, if we go back, 70s, there was the first real comic book movies that were starting to be made, whether you call Star Wars, Superman movie, but they were rare. Those were the anomalies. And the truth is, there was not yet CGI. You didn't have visual effects that were at the level that could really handle, outside of a few specific craftsmen that were working on the
Star Wars
movie.
is made by people working in clay and
miniatures.
Yeah. It's a really hard way to make stuff.
So you saw that there was the beginning of this, and there was clearly an audience there, but there wasn't yet the know-how or capability. So comic book movies didn't really take off for decades, and a lot of the early ones were terrible. The original Batman movies, who can forget the famous nipple suit? There was a lot of really awful things. If you go back and watch the original Marvel movies in the 80s and early 90s, they were terrible. Direct-to-video titles, and there was a sense that there was no value to be had in comic book titles. So much so that in the late 90s, when Sony was picking up the rights to do Spider-Man, they ended up buying the rights for $10 million.
It was $10 million. I mean, well, first of all, at the time, people thought that Spider-Man's a kid's thing. Like, it was an animated cartoon on Saturdays in the United States. And so it's actually a friend of ours. A friend of ours was the vice chairman of Sony, and he had the opportunity to buy the entire Marvel license for $25 million.
Not the license. He would have bought Marvel.
Oh, that's right.
For $25 million.
And their board's like, that's too much money.
They said, why would we, if we can get Spider-Man for 10, why would we spend $15 million on the rest of that garbage? And that was the thought. That was the way that comic book adaptations were being looked at in the late 90s, early 2000s. Obviously, we all know the story that Marvel went on the greatest cinematic run in history, making untold billions of dollars. But that was the way things were looked at the time, but it's only after you have the Spider-Man movies, X-Men movies, The Dark Knight, that we entered into that golden age of comic book movies. And I think that if you then go back and you look at that same period of awful video game movies, part of the reason is that in the 70s and 80s, what would you say, John, was the state of narrative or character development inside of games?
I mean, nothing. I mean, in the 70s or 80s, it was... I mean, you had like Atari games that were, they were pixelated, so it was hard to tell stories, and it was mechanics based, and they were awesome, by the way. Like the Atari games were really fun, and the Nintendo games. But you fast forward to like the 90s and aughts, and the main way you could get story was with full motion video, interstitials, and it turned out that game players just found that a distraction. So publishers were spending a lot of money to tell story in between the levels of games, and game players just found it an irritant because it wasn't fully integrated. And I think you actually had a really there was a why. Like, why can't you do that?
You didn't have processing power. You didn't have the CPUs. You didn't have the memory. You were dealing with it was a technological limitation that was preventing that from happening. So I think you see this evolution, right, where superhero movies or comic book movies in the 80s and 90s generally weren't able to do what was needed to tell the story the way that audiences wanted to see it. So the movies were bad. And then it was only in the 2000s where you had plentiful and cheap CGI that you could actually tell the stories. And then similarly, it's as games, in my mind, went from being simplistic from a narrative and character point of view, that they got more complicated, and that the technology advanced, that you were then able to tell stories that people now were living in for how long? How long do people play games?
I mean, we now see in live operating games that people are in there for thousands of hours. So that's insane. And then there are these open world games. At dinner last night, we were talking about a game like Red Dead Redemption, where it's a different type of storytelling. Like, you can just explore in there for hours and hours on end. And that was impossible.
So now that you have this ability to connect with audiences for tens, hundreds, thousands of hours, tell them character stories and narrative, there's a reason why you're now able to make movies and TV shows that are good, that are based off of these things. So I look at saying, whether it was Sonic, the new Mario movie, The Witcher, Fallout, Last of Us, you're starting to see really good adaptations, compelling adaptations of video games going from pixel to screen. And I think you're the same way that, let's say, early 2000s was the beginning, just the beginning of the golden age of the comic book movie. I think we're right at the beginning of the golden age of the video game era of film and television. I think it's only going to get bigger as we go on.
All right, so what do you think are, we won't get in trouble. Who do you think's done a good job? Who do you think's done a bad job so far? We obviously do an awesome job with Invincible and the shows that we do, but of the movies and shows that you mentioned, what do you think is on the right track?
Well, I mean, first of all, we obviously do a great job. So I just want to high five, just a little high five. There we go.
Hats off.
I didn't even bring a hat. That's how off my hat is. But I'd say, honestly, I think Fallout, I was really impressed with what Fallout did. I think it really captured the essence of the game in a really cool way, but also giving me something unique to sort of latch onto at the same time. And I thought the casting, Walt Goggins, I think is absolutely amazing.
He's great.
I think Fallout was probably my favorite. But I think, though, that as we talk about this, John, it's not all upside. There's a danger that comes out of this.
Tell me, that sounds scary.
So the danger is that last year there was 13,000 new video games released on Steam.
That's like roughly 40 to 50 every day.
And a lot of them are really good. So getting discovered...
That didn't used to be the case. You could stand out because you were the only good game.
But now there's a lot of good games. And there's a lot of good games that are getting no play.
That's right. And that's a real challenge for, developers in this audience, that like you can actually make a good game and people won't find it.
And that the same challenge is in film and TV. There's more TV today available to you than ever before. And there's a lot of great TV being made, but it's hard to find it. It's hard to, even if you have the apps, to know which one to look for, or how do you know what's the things coming your way?
Even if you find it, you may have a backlog of TV shows that you're already watching.
So on the one hand, you could say, hey, it's the best of times for fans or people who want to see comics and video games turn into film and TV, and film and TV turn into games, but it's harder than ever to stand out and connect with an audience in a meaningful way. So what would you say the process is, John, to sort of connect with an audience?
Well, I think that's a good question for people who are thinking about making games here. We get questions all the time. It's like, I've got a game concept and I'd like to make it into a game, a comic book, a TV show like you guys do at Skybound. And it really is a multi-year process, even for us, that you have to find success someplace first. You have to start with a hit. And so if you're making a video game, you should focus on making that video game and make that a hit. Every resource you put on making a story Bible or taking meetings in Hollywood is taking away from making that game. So in our case, our experience has been we've had a lot of success starting in comic books. And recently we've actually had a lot of success creating fictional podcasts. We've got a podcast called Impact Winter that you should all listen to. It's a vampire story. It's fantastic. And that's just starting its journey as an IP. But with Walking Dead, after it was one of the biggest comic books of all time, then DA talked about the multi-year process of saying no to TV partners so that we could retain the rights. And then you still have to make a hit TV show because that expands and exposes it so that by the time a video game comes out, not just the Telltale game, but some of you may have played, we had a mobile game called Road to Survival that like literally hundreds of millions of people experienced, but that really depended on being a hit TV show. And then you have to have the discipline to know if you don't have a hit someplace with lots of people that it's going to make it harder to stand out in video games or TV or other places, whatever your entry point is.
And so ultimately what I would say is that it's all about the signal to noise ratio. And we knew for a long time that Invincible was the best damn superhero comic in the universe, but it was hard to get the show made the way we wanted to. We wanted to make the show as an hour-long dramatic story, and we knew that Invincible would also make a great video game, but no one was going to make a video game based just off the comic book. And we would sit down with massive, after the show came out and became the #1 show in 110 countries.
Oh, we had video game opportunities.
But you had video game executives that we had known for years being like, oh, Invincible is my favorite comic of all time. We're like, well, we pitched it to you 2 years ago and you wouldn't do a video game with us. Why is that? They're like, well, there was no show. So it was only when we not only proven that the story worked, but proven there was success and now shown there's a connective tissue with the show that people were willing to sort of invest and connect with us. So that allows us, because now when we put something out branded Invincible, it has the ability to cut through that signal to noise. People are like, oh, I know what that is. And so as opposed to competing with the 50 other games released that day on Steam, we can stand out by rising to the top.
Right. I mean, we did a partnership with Fortnite that literally shut down their servers over the weekend that it launched. So that's all made possible by this sort of long-term strategy of bringing things to life over many years, but starting in a single place where it resonates, and then we go other places.
So I think that, if you look at that is essentially this story of why comics, games, film, and TV are coming together has been the journey that we've been on collectively for 20 plus years, but it's really the reason for being for Skybound, is that we look at the landscape, we felt that people weren't making content for us in the way that we'd want to see it, and that we said if we can't find it somewhere else, then we might as well step up and make it.
And I think strategically, and one reason we're down here is that now video games are the biggest market in entertainment and probably the most important aspect of making money, which then allows us to invest that money in making other great IPs. So the good news is, if you're in the video game industry, you pick the right industry, but it's a tougher time than ever to stand out, the point you were making. So like that's the good and the bad, but this is the best part of entertainment today.
And I think the one thing I want to stress at the same time is the other philosophy that we've embraced, and I think it's played out for us and also across the industry writ large, is that you never know where you find your fan first. So if you love Game of Thrones because you watched the show or you read the books, that's great. But if you played their crappy video game first, you might not then watch the show or you might not then read the books. So you find your fan where they'll let you, and it has to be good. So just because you make a video game based off of a hit show, it's no longer enough just to put it out there.
That's right. I mean, historically, games based on shows and movies were these synergy games, and they weren't that good. It's very rare to have a game based on something from elsewhere that becomes as big of a hit as Walking Dead did. But that is a testament to, like, you still have to make a good game, and good game making skills are the essential component. And we're starting to meet a lot of teams down here and see that there's a lot of skill and talent down here, so we're very excited about that.
So actually, I think we're getting towards the end.
I know. Is somebody going to drag us off the stage?
But before we get dragged off, John,
okay.
Why are you here? Why did you come to Brazil? What is the reason? What is it you're looking for here in Brazil, John?
I mean, we are looking for great teams that can benefit from working with us. So, like, after this panel, I think we've got like several hours of just meeting Brazilian teams, and then like also we've been eating at some good restaurants, and we're going to drink your whiskey later, and that's kind of important too.
I mean, I think all those things are important, John.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think time is up, and want to thank everybody for hanging around and listening.
Obrigado.
Very. Yep.
It was amazing. Thank you very much. So you can leave your mics there. You can go there. David, you'll be right back soon, but you can go. Thank you so much. Thank you. This was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this was amazing. Thank you, guys. Right now, we're going to receive once again our hosts from IGN US. So I think that we can call them. Oh, can we call? Oh, no, not yet. Okay. Just reminding you guys that Gamescom Latam has a lot of different content, and we have as well our platforms and our games for you to enjoy and game all that you want and talk with our developers as well. Okay, so now that this stage is almost set, we can call our hosts from our next panel. Alrighty. Good. So, please welcome Damon, Brian, and David. Yeah, that's it. David. David as well, right? Yeah, that's it. Sorry, guys. So, please welcome Brian and Damon from IGN Brazil and David from Skybound as well. Hello. Welcome once again. You can sit. You can grab your mics. Oh, you have yours from IGN? Yeah. Yeah, this one.
Hi.
I'll give it. Thank you.
Oh, hello there.
I didn't realize I was back. But
Surprise! It's gotcha journalism. We gotcha.
Very good.
Well,
yeah.
Welcome back to the stage. I'm Damon Hatfield from IGN. This is Brian Altano. And you, of course, David Alper from Skybound, who you were just talking.
Yep.
A little bit about video games and comics and film and TV and bringing them all together. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that sort of like
that's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
So you're obviously very involved and knowledgeable about video games. What are some of your favorite video games?
I mean, I'm honestly, so I started out making kids games, as I told these guys, and so for me, like, I was a Nintendo fanboy from like day one, and that's what I played with my daughters. Like, we played Super Mario, we played Zelda. Branching out, like, we played Kingdom Hearts together, and then because I was a father of daughters, like, we played a lot of Dance Dance Revolution,
There you
Guitar
go.
Hero,
There you
that
go.
sort of thing. Yeah. And then I ultimately got involved in the greater video game industry as a business necessity. So I was making kids games, which back in the 90s was actually the richest part of gaming. Like CD-ROMs sold way more than, there weren't really console platforms yet. And then there was an Irish company that came in called River Deep. I don't know if you remember those guys. And they gutted the market. Like they started putting out 1995 games at Walmart.
Yeah.
And in doing so, they cut development budgets to nothing. And so people could only afford to make crappy games. And so I then went on this quest to acquire early console developers. And, we bought the team that did The Matrix.
Right.
Bought the team that did Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which, if you remember back in the day, was actually a very good video game.
Yep.
And then we had probably one of the largest practices in, Game Boy, DS, GBA, which a lot of big developers didn't think was like good enough for them, but as it turned out, it was the biggest platform of the time. Like we had the most players playing stuff. So that was kind of my journey into more traditional video games. But at a certain point, because my experience was in kids games, like I couldn't even play the action adventure games as I got older because I just get killed within like 7 minutes or 7 seconds. Sorry. And so like I'd have to be looking at the videos and whatnot because I don't have the reflexes anymore. I get smashed. Like I went to visit my daughter at college, and all the guys were playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
And they just creamed me.
Yep. Yeah. That happens to me too. They're like, do you know what I do for work?
Yeah, they like that part.
They like that part. So I wanted to talk a bit about Skybound because I really just love your entire philosophy of making cool stuff and making it across several mediums. You guys are doing comics, toys, you're working with like games and TV and all this stuff. One of the things we have noticed over the last few years is that like video game development has gotten significantly longer. It's become a lot of games just take, instead of getting 3 sequels in a console generation, it'll take like 5, 6, 7 years between like 2 Last of Us games or something like that. Whereas like I would say like this sort of the production on like a movie or a TV show or comic books roughly has stayed the same. How do you work around that? Like how do you work around keeping those things?
I'm not even sure, to be honest. I think it's a really scary trend because the the models in TV have changed drastically, and they'll change like every decade. The business models in video games can change every 2 or 3 years. Mm-hmm. And so, for a moment, everybody was pouring into crypto games. But I remember, like, there were a number of companies before free-to-play games. There was, like, the freemium model, and then people thought for a long time that nobody's in America is going to, or Latin America, Europe, nobody in the West is going to play free-to-play games. That's purely an Asian phenomenon. And then that rocketed the entire industry. Mm-hmm. And if you were a developer on, PlayStation or Xbox, you couldn't react or change. And I think what we're seeing right now is like during COVID, when everybody had a lot of time, like a lot of writers, maybe even you guys are saying like, the only game that's going to work is live operations game. And it's very expensive to keep a live operations game going unless you're the size of Fortnite. So we're now starting to see some, and Microsoft had announced, we won't even look at a single player game pitch.
Right.
And now as people are sort of experiencing the post-COVID expense of running a live operation game, you're starting to see, maybe single player games are a good idea. And to tie it back to your question, well, there are a bunch of teams that have been on like a 4 to 6 year journey to capture this trend of live operating games from like 2022, And by the time that game comes out, who knows what the model will be?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, like because if it's there's a tremendously popular TV show getting 3 or 4 seasons, it might take an extra 3 or 4 years for a game based on that to come out.
I mean, that's why
so,
again, coming back to us, which is one of my favorite topics. Like, we've been in production on Invincible, and we knew it was a hit comic book, and we know when the show's coming out, so we can actually get started ahead of the curve. And one of the examples we give is like, how big of a hit was Game of Thrones? But literally, oh, nice! I love that.
Looks nice,
but,
right?
How many hit games have been made about that? It's like an insane miss, and now it may have missed its moment because there are now other shows like, I'd say The Witcher took that steam away, whether you think it's as good a TV show or not, but that was a huge boon to CD Projekt Red.
Can we ask about Invincible? There is a game that's being developed, is that right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of, well, first of all, as you see over in the Ubisoft booth, we've got an Invincible free-to-play game out right now that's doing really well, and it's just sort of starting on its growth curve. It takes 9 months to work up how they spend money versus how consumers spend money. But yes, we do have a top secret game under development that I'm going to tell you nothing about, but go ahead.
No, fair. I will ask though, from your perspective, what's something from Invincible that that game you think needs to totally nail?
I think there are 2 things that it needs to nail. One is Invincible is a hyper-violent universe in a way that, so when you look at how Robert Kirkman wrote the comic, he never has unnecessary violence, or it always has consequences.
Right.
So the violence needs to have consequences, and you need to, feel good when you kill a villain, and bad when, something unintentional happens. And then also, I think compared to other sort of IPs, the humor and comedy and irony that Robert brings to stuff, that really needs to shine for it to be an Invincible game, as opposed to a game that happens to have invincible characters or costumes.
Right. I think what's interesting about all of this is that you have people coming in from all these entry points now, right? When it comes to a franchise, it's sort of like someone can get into The Walking Dead from the show, or they get into it from the comics or the video games, which have been really awesome.
Or as my partner said, the wine, the cruises, everything.
There's all these different parts, but a lot of those mediums are pretty easy to navigate as a consumer. You hit play on your remote and a show appears, or you open up a comic book. Video games tend to be a little bit more involved in terms of getting someone who doesn't play video game, handing them a controller with 2 sticks and a bunch of buttons on it. What's the biggest challenge of getting people who are outside of the realm of video games to sort of be oh, we got to pay attention to this. I love that show, but I don't own a console. How do you get those guys over to our side, basically?
Well, I think honestly, you can't build your strategy. I mean, the world is filled with, there are a lot of video game players already.
Yeah.
And so it's not about converting somebody who's never touched a controller. It's about people who love games, who love zombies, who love The Walking Dead, coming to it from games. And there are more accessible places, free-to-play games are more accessible because everybody has a mobile phone, or the game that David Alpert talked about, the Telltale game, is a basically kind of an old Lucas-style point-and-click adventure, right? Very, very accessible, and he gets all the credit for that. I think as somebody who comes from the video game industry, I might have gone, action shooter zombie, and the insight to go for, story and character was just spot on. But very accessible.
That's a perfect example because, obviously it was a huge hit, and my wife, she was my girlfriend at the time, not a gamer at all, but she loved watching me play through every episode, and she got to make all the decisions.
Oh man,
and she would just be riveted and couldn't wait for the next episode to arrive.
I mean, people who don't know The Walking Dead assume it's just a guy thing because it's zombies, but I think slightly more than 50% of the audience was women, because the story is also an amazing soap opera.
Yeah.
And then we wanted to have something for, your girlfriend / wife
She'd love
to
it.
enjoy that.
So video games have been crossing over into other mediums since the beginning. Pac-Man had a cartoon in the 80s. You mentioned the Super Mario Brothers movie, the excellent Super Mario Brothers movie. It seems only fairly recently that video games have been sort of, the crossovers have been taken seriously and have sort of like increased in quality. Fallout, The Last of Us, there's a third Sonic movie coming later this year. What do you
the
think?
Sonic movie was an amazing surprise, right?
Yeah, what happened in just the past recent years? What did they finally figure out?
So I think there's one thing we didn't talk about in the last panel, and that is the executives who've finally moved up in Hollywood. And like DA is an amazing example, like played all this stuff early on, and the people at the studios were gamers as kids. So there's that. And the other insight we were talking about in the previous panel is that processing power has enabled the CGI revolution that allows us to tell these stories in a way that's fun, compared to the example that we mentioned of like the Batman TV shows or the 2D animated Spider-Man shows or whatnot that came out.
Or like the
in
Goomba
60s.
costume in the Mario movie, the original one, where you're like, that doesn't look like a Goomba.
Yeah. So, one, executives who actually care, this is meaningful IP to them.
Yeah.
And two, they're actually capabilities that allow you to tell these sort of stories in a more immersive way.
So we've been talking about crossing over from video game to TV. Do you think it's possible to create a world, characters, and a story that from the beginning is designed to be multimedia, designed to be a game and a TV show, movies, comics, like from the initial spark? That's what it's supposed to be?
So I feel like you want me to say yes, but but what I really believe, and I said it before, is that you should be true to your medium and not be Machiavellian or like you can't cook up entertainment in the laboratory. Like if you're going to make a game, you should make the most awesome game you can, and if it makes sense to have story in it, you should do that. And in the same way, like you remember like kind of in the 90s and the aughts, you'd see an adventure movie and you could tell, oh, they put that in there specifically so it can be in a video game.
Sure. Yeah,
and that makes you hate them.
It was very transparent.
Yeah.
The Mortal Kombat collaboration was awesome. How did that come together?
With Omni-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, so we've got a guy who works for us, and many people in the games industry know him. Doesn't that look amazing?
Yeah, looks really good.
Yeah. Dan Murray, you may know him.
Yeah.
Like lots of people know him. And Dan has worked for me, worked in my old company, and became better than me at biz dev. He's probably one of the best biz dev guys in the industry. And he just, knows everybody and has been introducing people to Invincible forever. And it just came about naturally. Like it wasn't like, met people there who liked the IP. They knew about the IP. And then we put together a partnership around it. It was very natural and easy.
Did you get to like leave notes on the fatalities or anything where you're like more blood, less blood? Like how?
I mean, we have a very simple note: more blood.
More blood.
Like that's we can even write that in the contract.
General rule: more blood. If you're asking, more blood.
Yes, if you want to know our opinion.
Yeah. We're almost out of time here. I do have to ask on the last panel. Did I hear correctly? Were you besmirching the name of Batman '89? Was that?
No, that was my partner, DA.
okay.
Anybody who is...
That was David, yeah.
If you're displeased with that, you can find him, but he's actually, he's a pretty strong guy. I don't know if you can take him.
Oh, yeah, probably, no. I wouldn't assume I could. David, thank you so much for taking the time.
John. David bailed on us.
Oh, we took the other one. Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you so much, John. Good luck and enjoy that whiskey later on.
Thank you very much.
And I think we'll hand it back over to Barbara.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Okay, you can live there? Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. It was amazing. Right now, we're going to Journey 3 with the guys from Pepping. See you later.
Have a games
E agora,
latam
gente,
specialist. And, in Brazil, if you have, foreign exchange favoring you, like I said, if you're buying in Brazilian real and selling in dollars, this is a 5-time gap for the rest of the world. That's an interesting point because we've been seeing it, and in previous years we heard that we were losing a lot of our labor because of the opposite, right? They were saying that Brazilian studios couldn't pay as well as an international studio for their labor because they were paying in dollars, and that was attracting the talent. And now we've seen that people are looking at it from a different perspective. What used to be a disadvantage in retaining your talent might be an advantage in positioning yourself in developing and attracting, because then the international check is a bit lower. And looking at that, and this is an industry that we support in São Paulo Negócios, is internationalization and exporting. This is an industry that has that international bias.
Yes, any game that you produce, you're going to upload on the publisher platform, and it is going to be available all over the world. We did see companies developing games for India because they need mobile, and mobile has a greater quality here in Brazil today. So some people are doing games with less technology, more interaction, because they're going to play an Indian platform. It's focused on their platform, and it is crazy to think, isn't it? You know, people are truly building something that is designed for another country. It is a huge advantage. Yeah, we did have that trouble in terms of retaining the talents, right? But people can now work from home. Some people were, for example, working for Angry Birds and other games. Today, I think that dream is becoming more present for the Brazilians, because you know the good people, you can assemble your people, the guys from here. But of course, for you to retain that talent, it's going to be a bit more difficult because you'll be paying in BRL and not in dollars. But you can play the card that you are going to be working for yourself. Okay, you're an amazing guy. You've been working for the gringos for a while. Maybe you're going to earn a little bit less in terms of exchange currency, but you are the owner. You are the owner of this game. You know, that's what the Wildlife guys did. You know, their IPO was $4 billion, you know, so showing that the Brazilians have a lot of potential. We can think, if they got there, why will we be in this struggle to work for a foreign company instead of working for ourselves? I see people putting together squads, thinking about that. You know, people are coming back to Brazil. Okay, guys, we are moving towards the end of this panel. I'd like to deeply, deeply thank Cassio for his time representing Future Lab, here proving that we believe São Paulo is the gaming capital. Their headquarters are here as well, because the ecosystem depends on all of us, right? It's not only one link on this chain, so we want to bring people to be by our side. The more people we have by our side, the more players, the better. If you didn't have a chance to get to know the São Paulo City Hall's programs, please visit us on the B2B lounge, and we also have a booth on the B2C space. Okay? And we can tell you all about Sampa Games, our public bids, Avanza Cine, loads of financing opportunities. Very nice, okay? If you want to contact Cassio, what should they do, Cassio? We have our website, futurelabs.gg. And yeah, you can send us an email. You know, I've received many emails from studios that want to pitch. So yeah, this is our website, futurelab.gg, and you can find our email on Gamescom website. Guys, thank you so much. And we are here for you, okay? Please do see the municipality of São Paulo as a partner. Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much. So it is Michelle, right? Not Michael. I internationalized you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, now I want to talk to you at home and also to those present here following Journey 3 stage. Gamescom Latam 2024 is our handle on social media. This afternoon, we will have our big festival, big awards. And then on Sunday, we have the public's choice. So keep on voting. Here, the totems that we have around the trade fair, but you can also vote from home. You just have to scan the QR code.
São Paulo é o maior polo de criatividade e negócios em games do Brasil. A cidade sabe do potencial econômico e humano deste setor. E, por isso, apoia as empresas já consolidadas e fomenta o desenvolvimento de novos negócios, com programas de aceleração e financiamento. Seja um player também do principal hub de games e eSports da América Latina.
É isso aí, galera.
That's it, guys. That's it. So we have seen plenty of good stuff here on Journey 3. And let me give you some spoilers, what we still have ahead of us. We will welcome an Epic Games representative to tell us all about the Unreal Engine. While we wait for him, let me tell you more about our event. This morning, we were thinking about the pros and cons of digital and board games. We also have a board games session here at Gamescom. We have infinite possibilities in digital games, but the same is true for our dear beloved board games. We also have an arcade as well, so if you are feeling nostalgic today, don't miss it. And there is much more for you to do here at Gamescom Latam 2024. And if you are following us from home, then I'm sure that you are loving it. You've seen Journey 1, Journey 2 stage, and now you are with us at Journey 3 stage. And very soon we are going to interview Paulo Souza from Epic Games. Now, I've told you that we have some games here to play, some free of charge, such Clash of Clans, for example, is available. On my right, a little bit after Tectoy, you can try your hand on Atari games. We had a countdown announcement on games that are coming, and Sega as well. So you can test not only Tectoy's new portable game, Xenix, you can also test some games that will be launched for Xenix. They want to promote the Brazilian gaming market. So the games that they are showcasing at Gamescom are Brazilian games for Xenix, for their console. I and Slovakia, we tested some of them yesterday here on the stage. Cryptmaster, for example. Talking about Brazilian games, we also have Panorama Brazil. This area is a little bit closer to Banco do Brasil's area. Move on. In our next panel, Paulo Souza from Epic Games will tell us all about the grandeur of Unreal Engine and how to join this creators community. Welcome, Paulo. The floor is yours. Hello. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I hope that you can all hear me well. Thank you for coming. My name is Paulo Souza. I work for Epic Games. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. I hope that I may surprise you in the next half an hour. I'm going to tell you all about the new resources of our Unreal Engine. Since the beginning of the year, Epic has been announcing a plethora of new resources for our ecosystem. Those of you that are already using all of our tools in our ecosystem to create content, not only games, but also for distribution services, you know that we are always trying to improve not only the tools, but also improve our integration of the different elements in our ecosystem. So if you are working with VR, movies, TV broadcasting, games, we want to deliver to you the best possible tool. So all our Unreal community has been building increasingly more ambitious games. Epic is the greatest contributor. We develop Fortnite, we're always launching new experiences, and every single one of our products is built on the Unreal Engine. So we test it at home. And what we develop for our products, for our games, then we roll out to all of the Unreal Engine customers all over the world. And since you can access our source code, there is no limit, no boundaries to what you can create. You can create what your heart desires with Unreal Engine. So at the end of the day, we think that it is your engine, not our engine. Thank you so much, all of the community that always sends us their feedback and suggestions on GitHub. Let me show you some of the games that we are developing for LATAM. In December, we launched Fortnite's 5th chapter with Lego Fortnite, Rocket Racing, Fortnite Festival. And during the Big Bang event, that launch was very important for us because all of these new games that were launched for Fortnite, well, our Epic Games Brazil team was part of it, fully integrated with the world's team. So we were thrilled to see the Brazilian guys being part of the Fortnite development. And everything that we've launched to deliver the Big Bang event made the Unreal Engine even better. At the beginning of this year, we launched the 5.4 version, integrating some of these functionalities that were brought about by the Big Bang event. So the first thing, performance. We worked so hard on performance, improving the rendering, the speed for every hardware, not only the heavier ones, but also all across the range. Lumen is faster, ray tracing is faster. Now we have the variable rate shading for 3D models. The instant scully that is used for vegetation is improved, as well as parallelism and how you render graphs in the Unreal Engine. So we improved performance up to 50% in certain cases, especially when we are talking about the current generation of consoles. We have tested city samples that we launched when launched the version 5, and we had 25% improvement in performance in terms of GPU time. In some cases, even twice as faster on the consoles. That is an improvement for the less potent PCs as well, the less powerful ones. So the games are becoming bigger, better, and more complex. So now we compile less shaders when you open up your Unreal editor, so less CPU time that is consumed, more time for you to interact with your project. The Unreal Build Accelerator is absolutely fantastic. If you're able to deploy that in your company, it will reduce your compilation time in 2 to 3 times. We improved the Real Cloud DC. This is a tool to share shaders pre-compilations for those squads, those teams that are working remotely. People are far from each other. But building a game is also about building the storytelling, right? And to tell that story in a game, you need tools able to deliver upon your vision. In the previous Unreal Engine's versions, we wanted to deliver more capacity to the creators, the visionaries, so they could reach that perfect camera angle, light quality, textures, animation, all in engine. So we have a sequencer that is a cinematics addition, and also Control Rig that is an animation tool at Unreal Engine, and both together enable you to create cinematics and animating the characters inside the engine. So you don't need to work on a separate software and then import it to Unreal and then exporting it again. No, there's no longer such thing. You can animate them, test and lighten. You can test everything in the world that you are creating in real time. Talking about animation for games specifically, we now have motion matching. That is a technique, a model for you to choose animations for gameplay. Last year, our team doubled down working in the system to integrate it in the Unreal, and we can say that it is now production ready. Motion matching is not very complex. It is a very powerful but simple system. It saves the programmer to have to program an engine when they have to run one part of the animation or another. So you create an animation database, and the system itself chooses the right one for the right time, depending on the input from the player, the character's position, that specific moment in the gameplay. It does sound like rocket science, but it's actually very simple. 2 weeks ago, we launched a sample project with more than 500 AAA quality animations that you can download today to start studying motion matching and get to know better the system. Now, motion design. For a while now, we've been working on improving Unreal Engine for broadcasting. Last year, we had FNCS. That was our latest eSports event, and we could use Motion Design's tool to create the whole motion part of it, ranking, the scoreboard. I want to show you a little bit about it. The different resources that Unreal Engine is bringing for your motion design. For broadcasting, but also for advertising. Everything related to TV with 2D and 3D animations.
But switching gears for a bit and talking about uses for Unreal in gaming. Next slide, please. So moving on from that, we need to talk about pricing. As you know, Unreal Engine announced at Unreal Fest that companies using Unreal for non-game purposes would have a different business model. We would migrate into a subscription model. First, I want to make this clear for everyone in the Unreal community. Our motto is still the same. We still believe that we succeed when you succeed. So we really depend on the community's success, and the only way where we can advance the computer graphics development community is by working together. And of course, as we offer free tools to you, we expect this success to be shared with Epic so that we can continue developing the tools. So the statement we want to leave here is that although we're moving to the subscription model, Unreal Engine is still 100% free if you're a hobbyist, if you're a student, an educator. You will continue to be able to use Unreal free of charge, as long as your company is having a revenue of under 1 million gross a year, $1 million. So if you're a small company, if you're an animator, if you're a school, and if your revenue isn't higher than $1 million a year, then you can continue using Unreal. That's the message that we have for you today. This is a small example. As I said, it's free for studios making less than $1 million a year. 1,850 per seat per year. But another thing I need to say, which I think is also important to disclose, is that we have regional prices for Latin America and Brazil. If you'd like to find out more, you can come to our website, Unreal Engine. And if your company is making more than $1 million a year, you can see our regional prices for Brazil. But going back to games, if you're making a game, if you don't work in TV, animation, or movies, then nothing changes. Our model is still 100% free to be used in development, free to development. So as I said, free to develop. If your game is successful, you have to pay 5% royalties on your gross revenue. And the first $1 million in royalties are waived. So you only start paying after the first $1 million. So again, nothing changes in games, only for enterprises. Some more on that, just to tell you about Epic's ecosystem. All of the revenue from Epic Game Store, anything you make there, is not charged royalties. Obviously, only our fee, which is 12%, under the market average. And we also have a first run program. If your game is exclusive at Epic Store for the first 6 months, you don't pay the royalties or the Epic Store fee. So 100% of the revenue will belong to you, to your company. If you have any questions, if this was difficult to understand, if you want to find out more about licensing in companies that don't do games, you can come to our booth. I'll be there all day. And if you have a TV or cinema studio, come and talk to me. I'll be around. Now let's talk about good things. Let's talk about Latin America. Latin America is a huge territory. It's been growing significantly in the last years, and we feel very proud to be here and explore the community, see in your eyes how much you're liking our games as much as we are. And again, this is a growing territory. We don't need to talk a lot about the commitment of Epic Games to the Brazilian market. In 2013, we announced the acquisition of Acuris, which is now fully integrated to the international team. And we're very proud of having done that and having a AAA studio in Brazil, giving Brazilians and Latin Americans the opportunity to work in the biggest games in the world. It's a huge victory that we're proud of. But, we have a conglomerate. Our gaming community in Latin America works with all scales of Unreal games, from small indie companies doing more author games to major companies working on major franchises across Latin America. So this is the best moment for Unreal Engine right now. And now we have the best companies in Latin America using Unreal Engine. So from the point of view of employment, this is very important for you. If you're a student, you should study Unreal because the biggest are joining us. Now I just want to give you a few examples. Play Me Studio is a Chilean studio. They're very talented. They've won several awards. Their first game is called The Signifier, which is amazing. It won an award here at Big Festival in 2021. They produce horror games, but they are spectacular. They have a very different feature. And they've just announced a partnership with Blumhouse, which is a very well-known horror movie studio, which is now launching its games branch. And they're one of their first partners. Their first game is made in Unreal Engine. It's a fantastic police investigation game where you're investigating a murder that took place in a game. So it's a game within a game. It's fantastic. They just announced it at Summer Game Fest. They don't really have a launch date yet, but stay tuned. I'm sure it will be incredible. The other example I brought for you is Arvore, which is a very well-known Brazilian company from São Paulo that creates virtual and mixed reality games, and they are working on Pau Ball, which is a soccer game that you play using cats. It's a virtual reality game. It's super creative. It reminds us of a few other games, but the difference is that you're really playing with cats and in virtual reality. We're going to hear from Ana today. She's one of our designers, and she'll be at the booth. So if you'd like to meet her, we'll be there. And I'll tell you when very soon. And this is a special one for us. Light Farm Studios has also won many awards. They're a studio from Rio de Janeiro, and they have a long history in graphic computing, in movies, connecting photography, 2D and 3D, and creating amazing experiences. But Light Farm has brought their CG experience to Unreal Engine. So they've been running several experiments, but this year, celebrating Ayrton Senna, they created this project. It's a realism test project with Senna brands using his image to talk about that unforgettable lap in Monaco. Take a look at this behind the scenes video.
Must be out of your brains. King blood, feel it run through my veins. Conqueror, cause I'm breaking the chains. I land and I'm willing to reign. Try me, you'll be feeling the pain. Too wild, I can never be tamed. Conqueror, cause I'm breaking the chains. This is my land.
Projeto maravilhoso, eles falaram.
It's a wonderful project. So they told us a little bit about their making of the game at our booth, and you can see several technologies there. Not only Unreal Engine, but in-engine animation, MetaHumans. They did a fantastic thing, which was connecting a PlayStation and PC control to Unreal Engine and using it to animate a control rig in real time, to animate Senna driving his car. So it was a fantastic idea to make animation as real as possible. And of course, the quality of this render, this is what they do. They bring photography, they bring in driving, art, directing, and they're using real-time Unreal features, which gives you the possibility of testing more instead of changing something and having to send it to a render farm and waiting 10 hours before you can see the result. You can change the parameters and see it in real time. So to conclude, Epic Games obviously is much bigger this year. We have a huge booth in that direction. We're going to have some content there the whole week. So we're bringing in developers every day to give talks and talk about their games. We've heard from Changer 7 and training partners. Now at 2:30 we're going to have UEFN for Unreal Studios. We're also going to hear from Limiar and Arvore later on today. Anna from Clawball will tell us about how her game was developed. So you should join us at 6. And this is our schedule for tomorrow and Sunday. We're going to talk about rocket racing, battle royale. We're having a meet and greet with influencers. And on Sunday, we also have a great schedule. So we'll be here all week. Thank you for being here. Who heard me talk about Unreal will be at the booth the whole day. Drop by and thank you. Thank you for being here, Paulo. Well, if you're watching us on the Journey 3 stage, in person or from home, I have a message for you. Gamescom Latam is the selected place for Quidia Gaming to come out. It was launched in 2023, and it's the first eSports gaming district in the world. They have meets and greets with influencers, and you can explore the Temple of Lost Souls and find rewards and see our 24-karat gold-plated statue. So for your reference, if you're watching here with us, the eSports stage is to my right next to the food court. I've been told that we have a couple of videos for you, so let's see them.
Tenha o seu e aproveite.
É a Gamescom, o maior
Gamescom, the biggest gaming event in the world. And we know that the original Gamescom is in Cologne. So let me give you a spoiler of the next panel, which will be about Roblox. But as you can see, we're setting the stage for our guests and to make them as comfortable as they can be. I'd like to remind you again to follow us on social media and, if you can, vote. We're going to have an award later on, and Sunday's award will be decided by the public vote. And you can test the games here. You can choose your favorites at the testing area at Big Awards. And one of the games running for the best game category is Junção, a climbing game that was launched last year that intends to be calm and relaxing, but also challenging because you need to find the right path as you climb to the top of the game. It's set in an arid world, but we can see that there's a lore behind it because you're finding documents spread around this area that might seem lonely and deserted, but that has had a lot of life. Junção is a French name, so it also refers to this arid world that used to have water, and you find evidence of that as you play. Crabs, shells, and so on. It's a very relaxing game. There's a cute pet that follows you around. I haven't beaten it yet, but it really is very interesting. It's a very interesting theme. Another game that I recently played is Ultras, a Metroidvania with complex combating. The demo is about 1 hour long. It shows us how the boss battle mechanics work, but I really liked its visual identity. It's not exactly cartoonish, but it does look like it was artistic, and it has extremely vibrant colors. And it's available for testing if you're watching from home. We have a free 1 hour demo, and here at Gamescom, you can also play it in our booths. As I mentioned yesterday, I also tested some of the games running for the award with Slovakia. One of the games that drew our attention the most was Moving Out 2. If you haven't played Moving Out, it's similar to Overcooked. You have to do a certain task in a limited amount of time, and it needs to be done with cooperation with your friends. And it follows the same strategy as Overcooked. But in this case, it's a moving company. I'll tell you a bit more later. Now, we'd like to invite to the stage our next panelists, the creators of one of the biggest hits in Latin America in Roblox. Justin Souza, the global head of the Roblox developers community, is going to mediate a conversation between Leonardo Vasquez, Caio Cabral, and Surawadi and Bruno Carente from Video Star and Developer. So, welcome, guys.
Obrigada, thank you.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are we all doing out there? Well, this is a new experience. How fun. All right. Welcome, everyone, and welcome our panel to the stage. Give everyone a second to get situated. Hello, as you've heard, this is Roblox here. We're going to be chatting with a few of our creators who have made some incredible things over time. We're going to hear some of their story, how they got started, and just hear some great stuff about Roblox. So welcome to the stage. Maybe we'll go through and start with some intros for everyone. As they mentioned briefly, my name is Justin. I go by J-Party on the platform. I am our global head of developer community. Spend a lot of time meeting the incredible folks that make Roblox possible. Roblox is a creation engine for things big and small, powering creations around the world on many different platforms and in many different countries. But the real reason we're here is to talk to these folks who make the cool stuff that you all enjoy. So let's start with some intros. Let's start to my immediate left here. Ibigo, tell us a little about yourself.
Hi guys, so I'm Bruno. So my channel is Ibugo, and my username on Roblox is Ibugo as well. So I started on Roblox when I saw a post on Twitter about a game jam that was happening in 2020, and I have always dreamed of create my own experience games when I was a child. And then when I joined Roblox for the game jam, I stopped coding for 10 years. And I was so bad coding that time. But when I joined Roblox, I saw the opportunity to create games very easy. That 1 week later, I was launching my first game on Roblox. Then I decided to create my own company called Ibu Games. It's a game studio. And now we have about 20 games on Roblox.
Well, that's awesome. We're going to jump back into some of that story. But let's go through the whole panel and get intros from everyone here. Caio, go ahead and tell us about yourself, how you got started.
Hi guys, I'm Caio Cabral. I'm from Brazil. And I started developing for Roblox in 2019. I joined Roblox in 2010. I started playing games there. And in 2019, I learned of the UGC competition that DevRel was holding. And they had like a UGC where they granted one spot to work as a UGC creator. So I managed to get in and started creating items for the platform, selling avatar catalog items. And yeah, I started making a lot of stuff and people started buying, so I guess that's what I meant.
Awesome. We can keep that mic for you two over here and we'll let them, I think they have a mic. Great. Isis, let's hear about your story, how you got started on Roblox.
Let me test it. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hey, I'm Hey Cho. That's my nickname on Roblox, but I'm also known as Isis. I began on Roblox firstly like as a player, but then during the pandemic in 2019 and 2020, I started building, doing showcases. I knew a lot of 3D modeling. But I started learning during the pandemic, and that's it. I started not only like doing maps, but doing the assets that I'm gonna use on my map. So I tried to do like everything, the logo, the textures, and that's how I started. And people really liked my showcases, so that's what keeps driving me to do more.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And our last member of the panel, Leo. Love to hear about your story, how you got started.
Hey everyone, I hope everyone is having a great day. And it's really nice to be here. And yeah, I started with Roblox like 5 years ago. I'm just one of those cases where I wanted to learn to program to like make games. And Roblox was this opportunity for me. So basically I found this job at Voldex Games. And here I am, like I started in 2020. And yeah, worked creating my very first game from scratch, which was Pet Zoo. And yeah, now working to many other games like Dungeon Quest, Drive-In Empire. And yeah, it's been a nice journey so far.
Awesome. Well, there you go, folks. This is who we're talking to today. Let's just jump right into some questions. I know we've got some fun stories already starting. Maybe Ibugo, you had a good topic. You heard about a game jam on Roblox. So what happened with that? How did that come to your attention? I know you were already probably a big YouTube influencer. How did that attention come to you? What did you get started with?
So I saw the post and I just challenged myself to create a game. And it was a game jam, so you have to create a game like in 48 hours, I think. I don't remember exactly, but it was a challenge for me because, as I said, I stopped coding for 10 years. And so when I joined Roblox, I see that you can create really good stuff, games, very easy. There's so many features on Roblox Studio that can help you to create your games, like Toolbox is a feature that if you don't know how to build something like 3D model or an specific code, you can just search on the Toolbox and that helps you a lot. And so I think there's a lot of features that help you create games on Roblox Studio. I saw yesterday on the panel they are explaining the AI that helps you to create code, and in my time there's no this feature, so I guess this will help a lot of younger developers to start on Roblox.
Awesome. So did you know Roblox before you got started? Did you play Roblox games at all?
Yes. I have a friend of mine, and she was a kid, and she asked me to play Roblox with her like 10 years ago, I think. It's a long time. I don't know exactly the time, but she asked me to play with her. Actually, I created an account. It's Go. And I just forgot the password and I lost this account. That's why my nickname on Roblox is Ibugozinho.
Hilarious. All right, very good. Let's jump over maybe, Isis, let's talk a little bit about some of your history and what you've been working on. I think you can hear me, hopefully. We'll see. Excellent, good to hear.
Yeah.
You have a background in graphic design, and kind of that became your path into Roblox. Tell me a little bit more, and everyone out here, kind of how that start happened. What was your background? How did it help?
When I was younger, I always knew that I wanted to work with something involving art or video games. But the game design industry in Brazil, when I started trying to figure out what I wanted to do, was not really bright. So I decided to do graphic design that I also liked a lot. I studied graphic design for 2 years. I was working in a beauty company before the pandemic, but when the pandemic hit, I was fired. It was not sad for me or anything. I hated my job, so I really needed to figure out what I wanted to do next. And since I was bored inside my house, I just decided to try and do Roblox Studio again. I play Roblox since 2016, but I never tried to do anything with Roblox Studio. And during the pandemic, I started building and also trying to work with it. I did a lot of freelances. People were hitting me up on Twitter because they wanted commissions, and I was like, oh my God, maybe I can live off of that. So that's how I began until I was hired by GameFam. That's a studio company that makes some games for Roblox and Fortnite. And that's how I started working full time on Roblox.
That's awesome. So what of all your creations do you think are you most proud of in your history of everything you've built across Roblox?
Oh yeah. Personally, my favorite showcase is the bridge. But I also love some of the work that I did for GameFam. I worked on the Chemical Plants map for Sonic the Hedgehog, the official game, and that was I was so proud of it. I always loved Sonic when I was a kid, so that was super funny to work on the Chemical Plant. And both the Chemical Plant map and both the bridges are my babies. I love those two maps. Also, if you guys want to play on Roblox, it's called the bridge.
Awesome. Great stuff. All right, let's talk to maybe Leo a little bit. Let's get some intro. Leo, you've got a great kind of story. You joined Roblox very suddenly. How did you kind of hear about that? What kind of enticed you in to kind of join the program? What kind of pulled you in there?
Yeah, actually, so I was always into gaming at all. Always loved game engines like RPG Maker, Unity, Unreal. And then I was seeking for a job in the games industry, and then I found Voldex. Voldex had this job role open, was to be a Roblox developer. They are just starting. They had just 2 or 3 developers in that time. And then I just applied to the role. I just applied to the job, and then I took the test. And basically, I just rely on the developers' documentation that we have on the website. I just pretty much jump into the Roblox documentation website and just trying to learn whatever I could. I already had this background in development, so it was kind of easy to jump and just do some stuff around. For my luck, the test wasn't that hard in that time. They were just starting the company, so I just got into it. And then it took me some time to understand how Roblox were, because I understood Roblox is a very unique place. It's not like other game environments. They have their own community, their own way to have all the games experience. There are experiences in the Roblox that you cannot find anywhere else. So it was kind of challenge for myself, in the first months to get into it. But now I feel that I'm really into it. I understand the vibes now for Roblox. So it's really nice.
So maybe you could tell the audience a little bit about Voldex, the company you work for. I know they're kind of an awesome success story based around here in Brazil. Maybe you can give a little intro on just what is Voldex? How big is Voldex these days? What are you guys working on?
Sure, Voldex right now. When we started, we were around 5 developers in total. There was Alex Singer, which is this company CEO. And then he was just hiring some guys, making some games. We started with our own IPs, like Pet Zoo, Robbery Simulator. Not sure if you guys have heard about it. And yeah, back in time, we were just like making those games, but we wanted to get bigger. And then Alex, our CEO, got like some investments, some funds. And then with the investors, we changed our mindset because they saw the opportunity for Roblox to grow a lot. Like they saw this opportunity to, have millions of players. It's a platform that really allows you to scale fast. So yeah, we changed our mindset a bit with the investments, and then we go from making our own games to acquiring new games. So we started with acquisition of games that were doing well in the platform, and we started adding support to these games, making they grow bigger. And then along with the acquisitions, we also bring the developers to the team. So with that, we can kind of keep the game core, like the game heart. So now we are operating with around 50 full-time employees plus the contractors. So there are many artist contractors, like 3D modelers. We have like our whole team just for data analysis. So yeah, I would say 50 to 60 employees right now.
Awesome. That's great. All right, and let's jump back over to Caillou. How we doing? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
All right, so you've got a great history on the platform as well. Love to hear a little bit more your transition. I think you were as well a player at some point, and you discovered later that Roblox was a creation platform. How did this journey go? How did it happen?
So I started playing, as I said before, I started playing on Roblox in 2010. My cousin is from the United States, and he came to Brazil to spend the vacation. So he introduced me to Roblox. My PC back in the day wasn't that great, so I wasn't running anything on Steam or something like that. He told me like Roblox can run on anything because it actually could run on a calculator if you wanted. So we started playing a lot of games there, like Natural Disaster, and after that, I kind of like played Roblox for 3 years, and then I started playing. I got a better PC, so I started playing other games like FPS shooters and stuff like that. And in 2019, I joined like a design course, and I met a friend there called Guilherme, and he introduced me to the UGC competition that was running around. I've never heard of 3D modeling before. I started learning in 2016. I saw like a random YouTube video talking about like photorealism in 3D. I have no idea. I was like, what is that? And then I clicked the video. I instantly fell in love with it. And when I got my PC back, it was like broken or something. I installed Blender right away, started modeling like crazy every day for like a year. And yeah, I fell in love. So when I got to the designer course, I had like an experience to do something, and I started modeling, doing accessories for the competition, and I joined in. And yeah, so I started like thinking about the community, what was working at the time, what people wanted to wear, and that's one of the biggest secrets for UGC. You gotta keep up with the trends, the fashion and stuff like that.
Yeah. Great. I want to do a quick check in the audience as I'm getting a little bit of static in my ear. Are you guys able to hear Caillou all right? Sounds all right out there? Great, just check it in. I'm losing people, but I don't need to hear you as much. It's all right. Awesome. Thank you so much for the intro. Caillou, you spent a lot of work kind of building models in UGC Creations, incorporating a lot of, I think, like Brazilian culture, local culture. Has this been important to you? Do you think this has been part of your success? Is this something you're passionate about? What is the importance of kind of incorporating cultural elements into your creations?
Yeah, I think even though Brazil is like one of the biggest regions, on Roblox right now, I think we love to be Brazilian. We love being from our country, so we always like to represent where we're from. So we got my friend there, Moni. He's a great like UGC creator for those kind of things. He makes a lot of culture things, and I get inspiration from him. So I think it's really important to incorporate stuff from our culture, because if you don't do it, nobody's gonna do it for us.
Great, awesome. And then one last question, maybe for you, Caillou, we're talking, and then we'll go to some other panelists. Roblox has been pretty life transformative to you, right? It's been some great stuff. Is there any like important lessons you think you learned kind of on that track about Roblox, taking it seriously, what to not take seriously? What are some of the important lessons you learned? And I think I might ask everyone on the panel this question, kind of as you've begun your creation journey and while you're on it now.
Yeah, so kind of a background story. I started, as I told you, I started modeling in 2016. Back then, I had no perspective of what I could do in the future. I worked in a bank as a receptionist, like a third I don't know, a third-party company, you know, not hired by the bank.
Yeah.
And the salary wasn't that great. I worked it a lot, and then I learned about 3D modeling, and it kind of like saved my life, you know, because I had no idea what I was gonna do with my life. My mom was like struggling, trying to like work 10 hours a day, standing all day, and yeah, Roblox changed my life for the better. And I think like experience-wise, you know, sometimes you find something in your life, you just gotta, you know, go for it. And that's what I did. I just started modeling like crazy every day. And when I knew like something was gonna happen to me, and that thing was Roblox.
It's awesome. You know, I think that's a good question kind of for everyone here as you've been like continued on your Roblox journey. I'm curious, and we can start with Ibugo maybe. What's some of the most important lessons you've learned? What are the, you know, maybe for good or for bad, what are the important things you can share with folks as they kind of continue their journey in creation?
Sure. So, as I said before, today I love what I do. I love create games on Roblox. Since I was a child, I had that dream to create games and create my experiences. And as I said, I was like 10 years away from coding. And so when I joined Roblox, I can learn and see that this is I want for my life. I think it's safe to say that Roblox changed everyone's life here. And so with Roblox, I start building my experiences and grow as developer. And today I'm really I can help my family with Roblox. I have my own house, and that is so awesome. I think the most important tip that I can give you is just start. So we will never be 100% ready to create your own experience from Roblox. When I started on Roblox, I was not 100% ready to create my first game. But in the path, you do some mistakes, and you will learn with them. And I think the best developer one day has to be a good developer. A good developer one day has to be a bad developer. So just start and learn with the mistakes that you probably do in the path.
Awesome, great answer, appreciate that. Let's go over to the other side. Isis, what are some important lessons you'd like to share with some creators on their journey as they get going?
Sure. When I started Roblox also, some background of my life is that I am diagnosed with ADHD combined. So I struggle a lot to wake up for like high early jobs, like having to wake up at 6 a.m. to get the bus. I always struggled a lot with that. That always makes my depression like go through the roof. So actually being able to work like from home, the time that I want, just doing work in my time has been like life-changing. I seriously don't know, like even if I would be here without of my work in Roblox, it really changed my life and helped me a lot. Like Caio and Ibugo said, like I also can like pay for my own place to live, and that is like awesome. Me and my parents used to live on a really bad neighborhood in Rio, so that's like really perfect. If my parents they want any like financial help, I can help them. That really changed my life. And I also just wanted to add to what Ibugo said that when I also started Roblox Studio, I knew nothing of Roblox Studio. Like you have to start from somewhere, and like look at us now, right? So that's it. And also don't be afraid of free models. It's what taught me at first. I didn't know very well how to model, but yeah, we have to learn about the like grouping models, the scripts, where to put a light, and that you have to like download free models from the toolbox and learn from them, and that's it.
And can I add something?
Please do.
So, as she said, when we start, was harder than now.
Yeah,
now
definitely.
It's so much easier.
Yeah.
There's a lot of features that you can use on Roblox Studio, like the AI, as I said. The toolbox is better right now.
Definitely
so
better.
if you wanna join Roblox, this is the
now.
best time to
Yeah,
join Roblox.
Definitely the time is now.
Awesome, appreciate that input. But Leo, let's not leave you out of the conversation with a different perspective. Are there any other important tips you'd give folks as they continue their creation journey on Roblox? Maybe something you learned personally.
Yeah, I would say if you're planning to make games on Roblox, I would say embrace the weirdnesses, the uniqueness of the platform, and don't be afraid of experimenting different things. And also, I would say Roblox is a very, it's so easy to start running like your own game studio on Roblox because the way that you can scale games on the platform, the way that you can just start a game, like if you want to create your multiplayer game, like right now, you can just create a new place on the platform, just publish, and that's it. Roblox does all the infrastructure for you, does all the back-end stage things for you, so you're just free to focus on what you like all your content. So Roblox, it's the best platform, so you can just focus on making your content. You don't need to worry about like all the bureaucracy that game development usually needs. Like on regular, I would say platforms, you need to worry about like publishing your game. You need to worry about like building your game to specific, very, I would say in the technical parts, very specific hardware, very specific platforms. Roblox kind of handles all of that for you. So you just need to start your game. You can develop your game like just one time, and then you can export. I mean, you can run your game cross-platform to every platform, pretty much, like on mobile, tablet, or desktop, console. Now we have PlayStation 5 too that launched last year. So yeah, on Roblox, just embrace the community, just understand what players like. Don't be afraid of like experimenting, trying different things. And about learning, Roblox does have like a very simple first steps. Like the language that you use like for develop, you can easily start. Like myself, I was not a game developer before working on Roblox. I was working with regular software engineering works. But since I had the basis, it was quite simple to just jump into Roblox and start to code some stuff. So you can make like cool things real fast, real quick. Like they were saying, you can just use like some free models that exist in the assets tools. You can just grab from the community a lot of things and just try around, just experiment and play around with the platform. That's what I would say.
Great.
Can I add something?
Please, get in there.
So Roblox as a platform, as Leo was saying, people usually look at Roblox and say, "Oh, that's like a really simple engine," you know. But I like to say that Roblox has a low floor, so you can start like anytime you want with anything you want. But the ceiling's so high that you can like start keep growing your games and making it look better and better. So you can do something simple like an hobby with like using simple parts. But you can also do like full PBR, lighting and reflections and particle systems. So it's like if you're from another engine, jumping into Roblox is just like that, simple.
Awesome, appreciate that. All right, guys, so we've covered a lot of topics today, exciting parts about how the ease of creation on Roblox, accessible to the world around. And Roblox is a massive platform. We're nearing 80 million daily actives. And thus, it moves fast with a lot of creators like you. Do you have personal strategies to stay on top of trends on the platform? Do you measure success in certain ways? Is there individual strategies you each have to kind of, ensure you're staying in front of trends? Or if that's not important, I'm curious to know.
Sure. So I think the main part of the game is the marketing. So yeah, if you have a game and no marketing, your game will be harder to be discovered, but it may be. But so in my opinion, I use my social medias to share my games, so my community can play my game and I can get real feedback with them, and this helps me to always be improving my games. But I think is that the main part of the game is the marketing. So you have to share your game. Don't be afraid to share your game with your friends and get their opinion. And sometimes they give you an idea that you hadn't before. So just share and get the feedback.
Great.
Yeah, as for me, for example, I would say at Voldex, we're trying to build games at scale. We want to build games in a way that we can, grow bigger and bigger. So what we try to do pretty much we rely on data. There are two main ways on building games, making your games. You can go like intuitive way, where you can just build your features by heart, like what you're feeling, receiving the feedback from the community, all this kind of stuff. And there's the data way, I would say, of building games. And this is how Voldex approaches the platform. Roblox you can go as complex as you want in the platform. You can run like entire millionaire business in the platform. It does support you both to have like simple games, just you and a couple of friends playing around. Is my microphone okay? It's like too noisy. Is it fine? Yeah, and you can also have running your own business. Like Voldex at this point, we have like many games running. We have, like I said previously, Dungeon Quest, we have Driving Empire, we have other games like Base Battle, Zol, and yeah. So basically, for all these games, we try to have like our data department. We track every single behavior from our players, and then with all those events, all the things that happens in the game tracked, we have our data team to analyze what's going on, because there's a difference in what the players, the community says they want to do, and there's what they actually do. With data, we can see what they are actually doing in the game, so we can just check that out. Like if they enjoy some feature, if they do not enjoy some feature, it's more simple like that. It's more accurate like that. And yeah, catching up to speed with like the trends, everything that's launched. Roblox, I think they are really good on publishing whatever they're doing like new, like whatever feature they have, they just release for the entire community. I feel like they have a really good relation with the studios that are relying on them. The dev forum is the most important place, I would say, to catch up to speed with things. And I would say the place that you get like the most important news would be RDC, which is an epic event. So all the things that are going new in the platform, we see on RDC, and then we have the chance to talk to the engineers from Roblox, to the DevRel. So yeah, it's really cool. So yeah, that's pretty much how Voldex goes. We use data a lot. We do not do any step without relying on data. Sometimes this is a bit boring, but yeah, that's the way to go when you want to build at scale.
Awesome, appreciate that. Caillou, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, so for UGC creations, making accessories, I think to keep up with the trend. Usually, if you're a fashion creator, you don't have to like keep up with the trend a lot. You usually make your own stuff. But for like memes and stuff like that, you gotta keep up with social media like TikTok and stuff like that, because it's always nowadays the trends are so fast. Something comes and you're just like, oh damn, I gotta do that. So I think that's the main focus on creating UGC items.
Great.
I just wanted to add to what Leonardo said. I don't usually do like a lot of keeping up with the trend myself, because my showcases are just like a little bit of fun to me. But in my job, yeah, they use a lot of data, just like he said. And something pretty cool is that the data can be like so specific that you can like know how much time like someone spends in an area of the map. Just that is like super useful to us, because we can know like our players like playing in this area that we released like a year ago. No, if they aren't, we gotta figure out what to do, or like how many minutes the player is spending in our game before he logs out, or like how many people like are logging in a day and are coming back. Those are all data that you can make on Roblox, and that help a lot on development. Roblox is wonderful just because of that, in my opinion.
And can I add something?
Please.
And something that I think is really cool on Roblox, and so if you want to see the data and analysis, and you don't know how, there's a section on the website, the creation website, that you can see all the data of your game. So Roblox shared this data with us, and we just can see on the website. That's so cool.
Awesome. Appreciate those responses. And folks, we have a couple minutes left, but they gave us a couple extra minutes, so I'm feeling good. So we're going to have some fun rounds here. I'm going to ask you some other questions. For each one of you, how about what is your favorite game and or creation on Roblox that is not your own, and why is that?
Let me think.
I love epic mini games. I know that it's not as big as it was before, but I still have a blast of fun in that with my friends. Like that and natural disaster. I just love them so much.
Yeah, classics.
I am a sucker for simulators. I just love playing all of them. Yeah, I see like Roblox knows what I want. So every time I just log in Roblox, it's like, this is for you. I was like, oh, a new simulator, I gotta play that. And I just like spend like 10 hours playing the game, you know.
Yeah, as for me, my favorite game keeps floating. I have changing my mind all the time, but I think the last experience that I had like a really blast that I saw that was like off the box on Roblox, I think it was Doors, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, great experience.
It's awesome.
For me, I think the game that I love to play, I think no one guess this one, is Adopt Me.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Because they have cool pets, and the pets looks like Pokemon, so I treat them like Pokemons.
Okay, very good. All right, I'm going to make some other questions up here for y'all in our last couple of minutes. Ibigo, you have a lot of really cool tattoos.
Oh.
Roblox tattoo, when?
So this one is a Roblox tattoo. It's my game studio logo.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's kind of a Roblox stuff.
Very cool stuff. Issa, same question.
I don't have it yet, but maybe sometime, maybe.
Maybe. That's okay, no pressure. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know, any thoughts and general feelings? I want to make sure you guys get a chance to shout out your studios, your creations. Let folks know in our last couple of minutes here. I want to thank you all. But make sure to get some self-promotion. Tell about what you're working on next. What's the next big project we should be watching from each of you coming up here in the next months, years, days?
Okay, sure. So my studio is called Aibo Games. As I said, we have a lot of games, but the one that is hyping right now is the Toilet vs Tower Defense. It's a tower defense game. It's really cool. There are a lot of players playing right now. We are planning to launch some games before the RGC.
Okay.
So maybe you will see a really good game in the few weeks.
Is there any place people should follow you, check you out?
Oh, yeah. My channel, my all social medias is Ibogo. You can see on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. And my studio is Aibo Games. We don't have a website yet, but we are creating this.
You're a busy guy. One day.
Yeah, one day. So
very good.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter. It's Caio Alban BR as well. And I'm starting to make games too. I've been working on like 3 games at the same time. It's been crazy, and probably like next month or something, we're gonna release a couple of games. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to focus on right now.
So keep an eye out. Any hints on what the game is?
Yeah, there's like a horror one and a market one. So like a tycoon. Yeah.
Very cool.
So you just keep your eye out.
All right, Isis, what's next on the world? Or who's ever got a mic?
Me and some of my friends from Shiguro, that is a building group on Roblox. We are planning on doing like a solar punk project that we are still like working on. But if you guys really like cyberpunk's maps, I have some original maps of my own that you can check on like my account, that is Heicho with a 3 on the place of the E. Just like go to my account and look at my games. That's all I want to ask. Thank you.
And Leo, what's next on the horizon?
Let's see. For Voldex, I would say the next things that are coming, pretty much we're trying to set up more like partnerships with different companies. On Driving Empire, we have like lots of partnerships of like Lamborghini, Land Rover, many brands. I think for the future we are going to, I cannot share anything in particular, but we're having like many new partnerships coming from different companies, and they are going to be in our games, and new acquisitions coming as well. They're going to support, and Voldex is growing bigger and bigger. Whoever is interested, you guys can reach me and talk to me about like any opportunity in a company. So yeah, I'm happy to share anything in particular. And yeah, so working with new partnerships for the future, anything that is not like boring back-end stuff, that I would say.
Great. All right, well, thanks again, folks. We are ticking down to 0 on the timer here, so I think we are all out of time. I want to thank my panelists for all coming on and chatting about the things they love and do. Leo, Isis, Caillou, Ibigo, it's been a pleasure. And for everyone out there who hasn't, I encourage you to download Studio, check out Roblox, whether you print your first 2D shirt or make a massive online game. We'd love to have everyone and everything be a part of it. So thank you all. We are out of time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
É isso aí. A hora da foto oficial, né? Importante também aqui. Muito bom. Enquanto isso, a gente vai se preparando aqui para os próximos conteúdos. Perfeito. Muito bom, muito bom. A gente teve uma conversa maravilhosa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone watching us on Journey 3. My name is Jacidio, and I'm taking over the hosting job. Thank you to Ituriana, who's with us this morning. And we'd also like to send our greetings to everyone watching from home. Thank you very much for being with us. It's a pleasure. And we're going to continue with our conversation. We still have a lot to see ahead of us at Gamescom Latam. This is our second day of conversations, talks, and since I just joined you, as a warm-up, we're going to play a few videos for you, and I'll be right back.
É isso, né? Que coisa maravilhosa.
That was wonderful. Hype to date. Let's hype our date as well. This is Gamescom Latam, and things are happening right here and right now. To talk about hyping up dates, we're going to have an award ceremony. So if you're here with us, get ready for this afternoon or this evening, where we're going to be able to find out which are the games that are going to win awards here at Big Fest São Paulo. Since we still have some people in the audience, I want to know who's watching me, who's listening to me right now. Raise your hand. Wonderful. So, since I have a few listeners, let's talk to you a little bit. You right here, can you talk to me? All right, what's your name? Gabriela. Gabriela, I have a few questions about games. What games do you like? Let me start with the main question. What are you doing at Gamescom Latam? What has brought you here? I'm doing something very specific, which is listening to my wife, who's going to give the next talk. That's wonderful. That's cute. I loved that. Now let's talk about games. What games do you play? What games do you spend time playing? What do you keep track of? I'm not a big gamer. My wife is much more of a gamer, and she works in the gaming industry, but we've played It Takes Two. I really like it. I haven't finished it yet. I've tried to play Elden Ring, but it's a bit too difficult for me. Yeah, I think everyone has played a game that's too difficult. You might insist and then find out it's just not for you. Are there any kinds of games that you like adventure, sports, or world building, or do you just try a little bit of everything? I like adventure games. Cool, so just to wrap up, since your wife is more of a gamer than you, it's interesting that you're sharing some time as well. So how does that work in your life? Well, she works in the gaming industry, so she spends the whole day doing that, and she works on narrative. So she tells me a lot about that, and it gives me a glimpse of this world that I don't really belong in. Great, thank you for talking to us. See, that was crazy. We can go beyond gaming and learning more, which is spending time together. This is what we're doing here at Gamescom Latam. During the first day, I said people should really make themselves at home, because it really is our home. We're finding people who like the same things we like. And if it's not your husband or wife or boyfriend or girlfriend or your friend, you can make new friends and maybe see where things lead. So we have great experiences here. We have the game area, the indie gaming area, Brazilian games, Latin American games. We have wonderful booths. There's a Nintendo booth, there's the Epic booth, we have Sega. I mean, there's no shortage of games here, so enjoy it and try to speak to people too. This is a great opportunity to meet new people who like the same things you do. Who else is here listening to me? Raise your hand. Anyone else at Journey 3? Am I by myself? I think I'm by myself. That was the first time that has ever happened. But I'm getting called backstage. I see. That's why no one raised their hand. So I'm going to invite my friends from Ign Brazil, and they're going to show some fun stuff to us. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Enjoy. The stage is yours.
Hello, hello. How are you, family? Guys, feel at home, sit wherever you please. Today we are going to do some group dynamics. Yeah, and we have one that is very, very curious, very different. But before, let's introduce ourselves again. I am Enrico Menezzi, Ign Brazil. And do you want to start? Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah. My name is Mirella. Hey guys, my name is Milena. Are you sisters? Yes, we are twins. Yeah, I was gonna guess that. Hello, my name is Harumi. Harumi. And you are Eduardo. Do you have a twin here as well, Eduardo? No. Okay, amazing. So, do you all know each other? You were together? Yes, we were just walking around and then we were invited to come here to the stage with you guys. I and Harumi are from São Paulo and the twins are from the countryside. Is it the very first gaming event that you take part in? No. We came to BGS. Okay, so let's start it. Am I gonna play with you? Of course. So, we saw David Alpern, the Walking Dead producer, has been around, so we are going to have a zombie survival game. Apocalypse happened. It all went south. And you guys found this box and you'll have to put together a survival kit. Each one of you, and then we are going to assess your survival kit. I and Hiko will be the judges and you will have to justify your choices. Maybe a baseball bat is an obvious choice, but my challenge is for you to make less obvious choices. Okay, you will find some quite curious items. You'll have about 30 seconds. Who wants to start? Harumi, I have volunteered you. Please. I can hold your mic. 40 seconds, is that enough? Okay, so 40 minutes for you to put together your survival kit. You can grab as many items as you want, but you'll have to justify them later, okay? Go. Please do not throw anything at the audience. careful choices. Your survival depends on it. 15 more seconds. 10, 9. She's getting the most essential items possible. Harumi, please close the box. Can we please help her? It is unbelievable. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Okay, I'm gonna stand next to you. Did you choose this? No, I haven't. Well, you should have. No, I'm just joking. You shouldn't. Okay, Harumi, please justify your choices. Tell us, why would you include an Angry Bird in your zombie apocalypse survivor kit? Well, I think it is very important. When you find a zombie, you need to kill the zombie. And will the Angry Birdie help you with that? Yes. Oh, but this is a teddy bear. Yeah, but maybe it can comfort me. Okay, is it to be your emotional support? Yes, together with the bear. Yeah, because it is important to keep your psychological integrity, right? Yes, maybe deep down the zombie has a good, tender heart and they can be moved by my teddy bears. Okay, and then if they are not so tender, then that's it, you're done. Yeah. What do you think about these less orthodox choices? Well, she's spot on, you know? The emotional health is what matters, you know? You need to keep yourself calm. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so let's continue. What else have you chosen? Explain yourself. She picked a minion. Well, this is to lift the mood. Maybe we can make the zombie laugh. So I'm not a super strong person, then I'm not a fighter. Yes, so you decided on your strategy and focused on it, right? Yes, so I'm gonna use the minion as a diversion. Okay, you've had cuteness, we have some laughs, and the zombie is alive and kicking, right? Yeah, but it is her strategy, right? She's being coherent. And the goggles, well, besides protecting me from anything that may come in my direction, also I can make a fire. I can start a fire with the goggles lenses. Holy shit, now she went to another level. Explain that. Well, when the sunshine comes through these lenses, depending on the angle, I can start a fire with some fabric, with a bit of wood, right? You know, yeah. And also, you're going to be very stylish, right? So you're going to be a stylish corpse. And then you have a book on Jesus. Yes, we can pray before we die. Okay, fully protected. Amazing. Now, Eduardo, your time has come. This is your time to shine. It is right here, okay? If you want to use it. And 30 seconds, go. Try and choose different things from those that Harumi has chosen. Okay, perfect. You could just throw it on the floor. Okay, cool, amazing. But you're running out of time, just so you know. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. Oh, when it's too complex at the end, you know, in a rush, you just like grab everything, right? That's the mindset, yeah. Okay, explain yourself. Well, a baseball bat is a must. In any zombie apocalypse, you know, you need to be spiked with some nails. Have you watched The Walking Dead? No, I haven't. Because Negan is the biggest villain in the previous... Yes, oh, no, I know that scene. So it is a classic, it is a must. No way around it. Okay, so this one is going for the survival instincts. Very well. What about this cape / tent? You can try it on. Oh, we have Drips glasses, we have Drips vest. It is to protect me from scratches, as any game teaches us, as well as Walking Dead. What about your arms? Oh, you know, one step at a time. This is what I had right now. What are the twins thinking about it? I think it's too obvious. Okay. Okay, you are the obvious one, yeah, but survival is survival, you know. How about the deceased's hand? This is the diversion, you know, a red herring. So I'm just gonna throw it up, and that's it. You just, you know, wave with the hand, and that's it. You also have Hook's hand. What is that about? Well, that is for strength, you know. If I don't have the baseball bat any longer, if it doesn't work anymore, then Hulk's fist. I've never seen Hulk missing a fight for a zombie, unless it is infected by a zombie. No, he will still be Hulk. Yeah, continuing with the arms, then I have Dungeon and Dragon's shield and a very nice hammer. Do you have some nails? No, but I'm gonna make it happen. Okay, fine. A decent kit made by Eduardo. It's coherent, right? Yeah. Which one of the trains would like to come first? Okay, since everything that I got is on top, then I'm gonna give you 40 seconds. Oh, there is an essential item right on your face. Fantastic, this yellow stuff. Just amazing. I mean, you're gonna be smelling nice, you know? Ooh, started very well. 20 more. Oh, Pop Sponge is throwing itself at you. Okay, no, it doesn't want to go. Okay, excellent choice. I want to understand it better, but I like the way you're thinking. 2, 1. Okay. Please stand next to Enrico and explain your items. This is the zombie survival kit. Well, I've chosen her. I forgot her name. Because she's gonna inspire me. You know? Do you know when you have like a mood board or an inspiration board? So it's something that you look at when you wake up in the morning. So she's gonna motivate you? Yeah, absolutely. This is, yeah, it rocks. Okay, I like your hesitation. The hammer. You know, hammer is useful for many things. You just pow on everything. It needs no introduction. You can also build something, right? Yes, that is essential. Okay, now I want to see you justify this one. Well, this chicken is made of gold, so it's heavy. Okay, so you can weaponize it, yes. Were it just a chicken, would you have selected it just the same? Well, if it were a real chicken, then it would be a nice meal. Yeah, but I have to think that it will be just the one meal, right? Yeah, but then we can better organize it. You can just eat bits and pieces of the chicken. What about this one? Man, it is Darth Vader, you know? So you just put the mask on and you become Darth Vader? Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a zombie, so. Yes, and plus you can have that awesome, deep, derby smoker voice, right? So maybe you can better communicate with the zombies. Yeah, an excellent kit. Coherent, I would say. Yeah, you are all being very coherent, right? Okay. And I think it's nice that you are shying away from the obvious, right? Well, I do went for the baseball. No, it's just that I didn't have anything emotional in my kit. But do you think you should appeal for the mind or bravery, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the crazy nuts are the ones who survive the longest. You cannot survive if you're not crazy, right? In a zombie apocalypse, I mean. Okay, I'm gonna give you 40 seconds as well. I like your shoes, by the way. Go. Okay, I want you to be very creative. Maybe, yeah, now you're talking. That's what I wanted. Oh, perfect, perfect. She won. I hadn't seen this one. She is going for an environment, for a whole environment. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, loved it. Let's understand your strategy. Well, when we have an apocalypse, then nobody showers, so it's important to shower because you don't need to be that smelly. So you will be able to be clean, right, for any occasion. Yes, let's say there is a puddle on the floor, then you just soak up the water, and if there is any virus, zombie virus that spills on you, then you can. What about the SpongeBob factor? Because I've noticed that you have both SpongeBob and Patrick. Yes, Patrick is for killing the zombie. As a shuriken, yes. I'm not great at aiming, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna go for it. But it is quite rough, right? Yeah, it's like a rock, right? Yes, so you see the zombie, you get Patrick, and you throw Patrick at it. And then you have some goggles, something to aim at, to help you aim. What about the Yellow Submarine? Are you a Beatles fan? Yeah, kind of. Please sing 5 songs. I'm joking. Okay, well, first I thought it could be used as a weapon. But maybe the zombie is a Beatles fan. Okay, so you are thinking like Harumi, right? Yeah, maybe they are wearing, I don't know, a Yellow Submarine's Sgt. Pepper's shirt, so you can friend the zombie. You just say, imagine all the people, and then the zombie is gonna say, okay, you're my friend, I'm not gonna kill you. Okay, like it. What about your last item? Yeah, I know that she has chosen Jesus Christ, but my choice is the Force. I choose the Dark Force. Okay, so less Jesus and more Force. Okay, this is a nice motto, right? We can print a t-shirt with that on. Okay, very well. We have all of your kits, and now we are going to choose the best one. Who do you think would survive the longest? You can vote first. Oh my god, I loved the reasoning behind the first kit. It was not only about, okay, I have the tools, so I think I'm gonna go for Harumi's kit. Okay, I'm gonna choose Harumi's as well. Okay, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you cannot vote for her. Okay, so that you can have the Minerva's vote. So I'm gonna go for Eduardo because Eduardo was more rational, like brute force, but I loved that the twins went for Darth Vader's mask. But I'm gonna support Eduardo so he's not forgotten. Okay, well, their reasoning was really good. So maybe we can have a tie, 4-way tie. Yeah. But I don't know, maybe imagining a zombie singing Beatles, that was you know, with that Beatles haircut. I have a better justification for the Yellow Submarine choice, as well as SpongeBob and Patrick. You run away to the deep sea and you have 2 guides. It was so rational. Fact is, guys, you are all going to die, right? I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. Yeah, but you put together Beetle, Darth Vader, SpongeBob and Patrick. It's like the Avengers of the pop culture. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Nothing else to be said about it. Once we did this absurd mashup, so it makes no sense, but I'm sure it would help you survive maybe 3 days. Who has watched The Walking Dead? Well, you know that creativity is worthiest. It's worth more than anything, right? Yeah, so a big hand for you guys, and I'm eager to check the chat to see what people are saying there. Yeah, they are going to decide the true winner, right? Okay, thank you all, guys. Thank you. Thanks for your participation.
And we will be back later. Ign Brazil will come back to the stage later on. Stay tuned. Thanks, everyone. See you next time. Enjoy the show. All right, I'm back. We've had some time to joke around, to laugh, and we're going to watch a couple of videos and then we'll come back.
Eu trabalho sozinho, mas vou abrir uma exceção para você.
É isso, vimos, estamos preparados, estamos com tudo pronto e...
Okay, now we're ready, and since this is Gamescom Latam, we're talking about Brazil and Latin America, and our next conversation will be about game development in Chile, a great market. And we're going to hear this from Mr. Sven von Brand. So let's give him a hand.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. So, thank you. So, we are going to talk about what is BG Chile. So, we're going to talk about what are the challenges of working together and how to collaborate to be able to get an industry to work. BG Chile is the Association of the Video Game Developers of Chile, a very small country, but we are associated and we are making games. We do a lot of promotion, connection, and collaboration. So that's the main idea of having an association, is to help the country make games effectively. And we have been doing that for 13 years already. It's an association that has been very good for developers, and we work with government mainly. We started in 2010, and we have been traveling the world with the partners of BG Chile, trying to get people in the world, one moment. It moved a bit, but I'm fine now. So the idea is to travel and get money to the developers. That's the main idea. We get everywhere, we get to work with the government, and we get to make games better. And right now we have been working, and we have been here in Big Festival with finalists. We actually have a finalist this year, and we have won a Big Festival 2 times already. So Chile is doing great games in Latin America, and it has a great level. And this is a small country, and we share opportunities. That's the secret of Chile. That's what makes Chile unique in Latin America and sometimes in the world. We need each other because we believe that if the rest are doing great, we are going to do great. Usually, when someone does great, it means more jobs, it means better opportunities, and usually publishers that have a good experience with one Chilean like to work with new Chileans in the future. So we work with many private entities. This is a work that is very important and that we do a lot. So we work with government offices, with private sector. We come to events like this, and we are working with them through our government offices, but also through the association. We are part of the Latin American Federation also. So there's a lot of work of connections, doing connections and connecting our partners, and not only our partners, all developers in Chile, to opportunities around the world and inside the country. The country is small. We take 16 million from out of the country, mainly international sales, but we have over 800 professionals working in video games, and we have more than 100 development studios. So for a small country, we have a lot of development, and this can be attributed to the opportunities we have been growing steadily, financing, and also the events we do and the promotion of game development. These are the current partners of VG Chile. We are not that many companies that are officially partners, but VG Chile works with everyone that makes games in Chile. That's one of our promises to the industry. We usually identify opportunities, we share them, and get everyone into the opportunities, and then we actually do evaluations. We talk a lot among ourselves which opportunities were good and which opportunities really weren't that good. We have developed some really awesome games during the last few years. We had a Donor Cylinder that actually won the big festival. My company with Dual Effect, we developed Tormented Souls that has sold over 400,000 copies around the world. We had Multiverse that also won big festival. We had the Signifier that was a really good game made by Playme Studio. We had Ace Team doing Clash Artifacts of Chaos, a really nice, strange Souls-like game, and many more games. And now we have the amazing Crapots here on the Brazil Big Festival as a finalist. So we have a lot of great games coming out of Chile. And we have more games coming out. So we have Tormented Souls, Curry Lemus, The Simulation, Stay With Me, Sky Oceans, Cozy Dungeons, Astra Roads from my studio, The Midnight Camps, and Bubblegum Galaxy. This is a selection that wasn't done by me arbitrarily. These are the games that were shown during the Summer Game Fest this year. So we have games that are being shown in international events really well. So The Simulation was part of the main event, and the other games were in the different conferences that were part of Summer Game Fest. And this has been done through a lot of promotion, a lot of collaboration, and a lot of knowing people and getting to know the people that is doing this kind of events and getting to share the opportunities within our partners. What makes us special, for me at least, is that we have great programmers. We do, all Latin Americans, we are very creative how to play, how to do games, and we are very connected to the world. In the case of Chile, it's because we are disconnected from the world. So we are so far to the south, we are on the southest country in the world, so we spend all day on the internet, you know? It's a very long country, every city is very far away from the next city, so we have a lot of connections, digital connections in Chile. And we have a lot of different cultures because we are not a physical culture country. So we consume a lot of culture from Japan, from the United States, from Europe, and we love to have culture that's our own, but it is part of the world. So we have people from all over the world that came to Chile because all Latin Americans and everyone that's here has ancestry from all over the world, from Germany, from Europe, from the United States, from Japan, and we are a mix of cultures, from our indigenous people to the immigrants. We are a melting pot of cultures. So I want to thank you and to talk a little bit more about what is the collaboration we do. Let me go back to the games and tell you a little bit of stories about how these games came to be, how Chile became a country that did very few games that were console-focused or PC-focused, and started making 9 games that are expected to be on the major platforms. So, to start, Tormented Souls 2 and Sky Oceans are published by the same publisher, PQ Games. This was because Tormented Souls 1 was a really huge success, and that gave us the ability to actually say, hey, in Chile we know how to make games. We already had the stories of Ace Team that had really great games, but having a new studio do a great game is a really good signal to everyone internationally. And what we did is that we actually helped the guys from Sky Oceans to get in touch with our publisher, and we helped them. We told them what we knew about the publisher. We talked about our good experiences, about our bad experiences. There weren't that many bad experiences, but we share our contacts. We share a lot of our contacts. Then we have Kurilemu. That's actually a game that they came to us and said, hey, we're doing a horror game, and we saw that you did a co-production for Tormented Souls. We want to do a co-production with you guys. And this guy has been doing this game for many years, and we helped them get some funding from the government. And that's how they have been able to advance, and now they're talking with many publishers, and they had like 5,000 wish lists from Summer Game Fest. The Simulation is a great game that's being done by Play Me Studio. Play Me Studio is a studio that has been collaborating with Ace Team and has been doing a lot of great games during the years. And we usually work a lot, and you know, all Latin Americans know, we work on a lot of games that we cannot tell people that were done in Latin America. We have then Stay With Me, that's part of the new creators doing really interesting games. And we do have something that I love is that we have Bubblegum Galaxy. Sorry. We have Bubblegum Galaxy. That is this cozy game that is coming from new developers that are actually getting to new genres, new spaces that were just unimaginable before, doing games that are no longer violent. And they have been in the Wholesome Direct, and they have been doing a lot of great work to put Chile in the map. We actually had a meeting with the publisher of this game, and they know that every Chilean knows every Chilean. So they told us, hey, you know Alonso Canales, the developer from Bubblegum Galaxy? And I'm like, yes, of course. And so they say, say hi for him for me. So we do get a lot of goodwill with knowing each other, with knowing the publishers, and the publishers know that we know each other, and that's a good way of getting goodwill. The Midnight Crimes, I love that game because that's a game that's being developed by a team that did a horror game called Escape the Yuwoki, and they got enough funds to do it themselves. And finally, there's Astral Rot. That's our own game that we are actually doing after making Tormented Souls with the same engine, and we are looking for funding for that game. As I was saying, we are connected to the world. That is what makes Chile a special place to make games. We are connected to the world, we are making creative gameplay, and we are doing different stuff. We do have games that appeal to the mass market. Tormented Souls, the game we did, was a Resident Evil-inspired game, very heavily, but it was really popular in Germany. And just to end, I want to tell that it is hard for many of us to actually get to our country, to know what we are doing, to know how to help us. And that's one of the things that we are getting back. So ProChile actually brought us here, the government office, and we're working them to be able to tell everyone to play Chilean games, to check out this game. So yeah, if you didn't, this all on Steam. So go and wishlist them. That's very important for us. And also, check out what we're doing in Chile. Go check out what we're doing in general. We, as a company, also have a Twitch channel. So we're doing a lot of connection with people in general. And we're playing a lot of indie games from all over Latin America. So if you have an indie game also, get in touch with us and just write to us. We'd love to have more discussions. We'd love to connect more. And if you have any question, I do have, I think, a little bit of time for a couple of questions. But I just want to tell you that it would be great for you to contact us with any question you have about Chile, with any question I have about what we do and how we could collaborate in the future. Any question? Okay, so I think I will keep my talk short, and I want to thank you everyone for coming to see my talk. I don't know which of you are seeing this talk or that talk, but thank you very much for the ones that are listening to me, and have a great event. Thank you. Thank you.
Estamos de volta então aqui no Journey 3.
We're back. This is Journey 3, and now we're going to pass it over to Journey 2, where we're hearing a game pitch, and the jury is going to select a winner. So if you're watching us online, we're going to show you Journey 2, and we'll stay here.
Alright, so to complete your mission, you'll need to gather enough forces to perform strategic strikes against enemy facilities, opening new areas and advancing your reach. Your base will gradually grow and expand, kind of like in Kingdom or Cult of the Lamb, and you need to gather resources to care for your recruits' needs, train them, give them jobs, give them weapons. Now, the twist to this whole mechanic is that not every person you recruit is an actual person, and they could be a disguised android infiltrator who can sabotage your operations and even kill your allies when you're not looking. This creates a the thing situation, and that's where the Blade Runner dialogue mechanic becomes important, to kind of pick out and eliminate the imposters. But you have to be careful because there's always a chance you could wrongfully accuse a real human who is just innocent. So, here we compile a list of premium titles from similar genres. As you can see, there is a market for these types of games. What we believe can make us stand out amongst the competition is first our cool art style, which is a blend of retro 2D graphics with modern 3D materials and lighting, but also a unique combination of features, which can can pull players from a wide range of genres and potentially fill a market gap for the next sci-fi This War of Mine. Now talking about timelines, we're currently in the game's pre-production phase, developing its vertical slice, and we're estimating a release window of around Q1 or Q2 2026. And finally, that takes me to what are we looking for. We've already self-funded and secured $300,000 for this project, and we're looking for partnerships to fund the remaining $400,000 necessary for production. We're also looking for publishing with distribution and marketing support, but above all, we're looking for a collaborative partnership. You can ask our previous publisher about this. As a studio, we love to hear feedback and suggestions. After all, in a partnership like this, we share the same goal, which is to make the game as successful as it can be. Thank you.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you so much, Fabio. Wonderful. All right, we turn to our jury and judges again. Mike, we'll start with you this time.
Hey, thank you, Fabio. That was great, and I appreciate breaking down the different types of gameplay. I would be curious to know what percentage of gameplay is base building and what percentage of gameplay is action-oriented, going out and shooting AI bots and things like that. I would also be curious to know, I think when you're pitching, you should also know who you're pitching to. I mean, I know this was kind of a generalized for everybody, but specifically for PlayStation, we would like to know how you might be using the hardware to really enhance or further immerse the player into the game, whether that's using the DualSense certain ways or taking advantage of some of the other features of the hardware.
Right, so to answer the first part, it's probably going to be something like 50-50. It's hard to tell right now because we're in pre-production, but what I can tell you is that the whole part about dealing on Android and base building, that's like you're at your base, handling stuff, and then when you're out and bad stuff is happening in your base, you're also grabbing resources, killing enemies, finding new people. So it's probably going to be 50-50. As to the second part of the question, how we're going to use PlayStation, I don't know. I'm hoping to figure that out together, maybe. So yeah, don't know yet.
Okay, Judy.
I think thanks so much for the presentation. You did a lot of good stuff in your deck. The animated GIFs are amazing. They're really helpful. Bringing the sort of life into the presentation by popping them up for wherever they're relevant is great. What I do want to touch on briefly is that you're very wordy in your presentation. So this is, to me, more a reading deck. This is what you would send after you've pitched the first time. So I would condense it down for your pitch, highlight only the most critical information, and from there, send out a deck that has the rest of the information with the further context to answer the questions that the publisher will inevitably ask later.
Thank you for the feedback.
All right, Chloe.
I really enjoyed how you linked each unique gameplay mechanics to some of the comps that you were using in there. That was very clear what you were going for and what it connected to. I do agree that there was a lot of text, so again, maybe just lighter text on presentation in person and then a follow-up afterwards is a good idea. But otherwise, yeah, I just thought you covered everything I would have wanted as a first pitch for me.
Thank you.
Mike, did you have something else you wanted to dig in on? Okay, no. All right, very good. Well, Fabio, thank you so much for the great pitch. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our next pitch. Now we have Carlos Rocha from Dreams Incorporated, who will present Prisma. Carlos, come on up. All right, your clicker is there. Your clicker and your microphone. Clicker.
Hello,
Carlos,
hello.
your clicker.
Okay.
All right. Carlos, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go.
Hello everyone, welcome, and I'm very happy to be presenting Prisma. It is the next RPG from the creators of Chris Sales, Carlos Rocha, creative director and founder, and I'm very proud to be showing the next iteration of our view and our unique take on RPGs. Because in Prisma, everything it's about the perspective. Because the the perspective, it's everything in Prisma. I'm sorry, something is happening to my presentation. Okay, I will definitely try to.
The alignment's messed up a little bit, so just power through it, Carlos.
Got it. So, in Prisma, the perspective is everything. So, you see Alma, who is the main protagonist. She is a photojournalist, and she looks at everything through the power of her camera. Using a prism shard, which is part of a big prism, she can change the world by changing the way she sees the world. And she can meet other Almas from other universes. Yes, this is a multiverse game, when you can see other versions of yourself who made different wishes, and with those prism shards, they took different powers. Now I'm going to show you a little teaser that we showed at the video game Latin American video game showcase. I'm really sorry because I can promise you.
It's super weird. Hold on, where's the AV crew? Pedro?
Can you turn the microphone up a little bit?
Sorry, hello. Hold the mic closer.
Hello.
I don't know how we signal something's wrong. Hold on a second.
I can promise you this looks even
guys,
better.
Where's the Barbara? Yo.
Just like real pitching,
guys,
the real
the
publishers, everything goes wrong.
Actually, please. You know.
We're not going to hold it against you, Carlos.
I know you are.
Okay.
I know you are.
Sorry. We'll get them to reset it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that, Carlos. See, pitching is not easy. Pitching one-to-one is harder, but then pitching in front of a whole audience where you don't. Oh, yeah, just once. Yeah. So, can you juggle, Carlos?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll have them reset things, and we'll just get started. One tip, and we try to do it here, is always test your equipment and your slides and everything before you pitch. But we tested before, and it was all good. Another tip, while we're giving tips, when you're doing the one-on-one pitches, when you have your laptop, always make sure the files are on your machine. We've seen some pitches today where they're going to Google and running slides and going to YouTube, and because the internet was down, they couldn't even deliver their pitch. So you should be saving all your assets to your machine. All right,
and to
I think we're good.
That.
It seems like we're aligned. Now. Okay.
Okay, tell me this doesn't look better.
Carlos, do you want to go in the back and I'll call you back? Okay.
Don't worry, Jason, don't worry.
We'll wait till they restart the timer.
Yes.
All right. I'll restart the timer.
I mean, come on! Okay. I had to show you this beautiful image.
Carlos, you ready?
Ready.
All right, go.
Okay, so hello and welcome everyone. Again, I'm Carlos Rocha. I'm the CEO and creative director at Dreams Incorporated. I'm very happy to show you this next RPG, which, as you can see now, it is a beautiful, inspired by anime and manga RPG. It was all done in Colombia. Don't mistake it for something made in Japan. And everything is in the eye of the beholder, because perspective for Alma is everything. She is a photojournalist who is, of course, looking for the truth at all times, but she finds herself with a prism shard on her camera. And with that, she can change the world by changing the way she sees through everything. Don't worry, I know that sounds a little complicated, but it will get easier as we go through the presentation. She will also meet other Almas, but from other universes. They all made different wishes to their prism shard, and they all have different powers. I'm going to show you a little bit about them in this beautiful video that you can see right now. This was presented at the video game Latin American Showcase during the Steam Next Fest. And you can see all of the beautiful art cell that my team made, and I was so worried you couldn't see it. But you can take your camera, because everything is about the theme. We take ludonarrative consonants very seriously for us. Those are Winter, Shaman, and Robot. Those are other characters, other versions of yourself, and you will face off against other versions of Alma who made different decisions. You can see this is a turn-based game. You fight off, you make your attacks, the enemy makes your attacks as well. You can see it's a little bit of 3D mixed with 2D animation. We're really proud to show you Prisma. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? So, it is a turn-based RPG, and as you can see in the GIF, you can see how the trajectory of the projectiles is looked at, right? So, imagine that you change the way you see it with a fisheye lens, right? Now, the straight line becomes a curved line that you can attack several enemies at the same time, or shoot at the enemy behind enemy barriers. Or you can shatter your lens and attack, and your projectile becomes many projectiles that hit at everyone at the same time. You can do that, or you can use filters that basically turn black and white into reversing the weaknesses of your enemies. So you can, the perspective, again, it's everything in this game. And you can see how this trailer was very well received. It's just a teaser, but it was very, very well received. It was covered by Gematsu, it was covered by RPG Fan. So actually, we have our own fan base that is actually expected the game. We already have a Discord, we already have Steam wishlist. So we're very happy with this. And not only this, but our previous game, Crystals, actually sold more than 250,000 copies. So we know we can sell RPGs, and we know how to do it. Our benchmarks are of course, last year's indie game of the year, Sea of Stars, which was played by more than 4 million people, and of course the highest benchmark, which is the Persona series, the Shin Megami Tensei, which Re Fantasio coming next in the next few years. So it's going to be talked about during a lot of months and months and years to come. Omori, a very emotional RPG, which is also a heavy inspiration for us. So we're very happy to be inspired by these beautiful games that people are already enjoying and expecting as well. Our production timeline, it's basically 18 months. We know we can do it. We have done it before. And we're focusing at 5 different cities, which all with their own dungeons. And it's going to be a 20-hour around experience that we hope everyone can enjoy, because it's not the same 20 hours for everyone. 8 of those 20 hours will be mixed between different side quests depending on who you bond with within your party. We are Dreams Incorporated. We have been making this for more than 15 years, and I can assure you this is not the first time that a presentation has gone wrong. So, but people still love it because our art style, it's absolutely beautiful. We're very happy with everything that we have created so far, and we know the audience in general will love it as well. Our main strengths, as you can see, are a very beautiful art style, but very unique mechanics as well, so we can differentiate ourselves from everyone else out there that is trying to make RPGs. What we're asking for is $850,000 for those 18 months of development. We're 30 people, so it's a lot of mouths to feed. So we're trying to find the right partner that understands this audience, this market, and that can help us get through the dangerous waters of RPG marketing. Thank you very much. This is Prisma, and I'm happy to be presenting this to you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And in defense of Carlos, the slides were working before, and he didn't submit broken slides. I'm not sure what happened in the movement. They might have moved to a different machine or something. So the slides were working fine before. So judges don't pick on him for that particular thing. All right, Junie, we'll start with you.
Well, of course, first off, I applaud you for powering through, even though the slides are busted. Let's see. Again, presentation, it looks good. I'm curious about your lower-end benchmarks. You've only shown very successful titles. What does it mean for your team if you don't hit these numbers?
Well, we've been working, for 15 years with games that have done very well, games that have done not that well. So, for instance, our first game that was a mobile game, we didn't understand the market that well. So while we were making that game, a very small cell team was creating the next one, so we could actually pitch the next game and start working on that even after we finish with the current one. So of course we will continue to do that as we finish this game.
Two small points of feedback, maybe a personal preference. I prefer to watch a trailer as a trailer. I let this trailer speak for itself rather than using that as an opportunity to deliver even more information at the same time. I could only focus on one of the two at once. That piece, and I think your track record, your history will show itself. And you've put a lot of emphasis on trying to convince us how amazing you are. I think your work will show itself on its own.
Got it. Thank you.
Good. Chloe?
Thank you, and well done for keeping your sense of humor as well throughout. First, I'll give you extra points because you put a really cute cat, and I love cats. So,
agreed. Plus for me too.
Which is part of the game, of course.
I apologize to dog owners, but I really like the lens implementation, the lens mechanics in your turn-based combat. I think that's really cool, and I think you explained it really clearly. I would definitely agree on, whilst it's good to have your pedigree, which is definitely impressive, don't spend a huge amount of time on that and really dig into that particular game. Maybe a little round of clarity on your core gameplay loop, core gameplay mechanics would have been great. But otherwise, solid pitch.
Thank you, Rich.
And Mike?
Yeah, so I have a little bit of previous knowledge of the game, and I've seen it before. But watching this presentation, I feel like if I hadn't known what the game was before, I would have been very confused. The trailer felt a little chaotic, with very quick cuts and scenes happening, and I couldn't see the flow of the gameplay through the trailer. And I agreed. Junie made the same point. Speaking over the trailer, it gets very distracting. And like Junie, I could focus on one or the other, and I found myself kind of tuning out your voice to try to focus on what I was seeing. I think you have a very unique mechanic with the camera, and there was too much information on that one screen with the different camera lenses, and I feel like since that's such a unique selling point of this, you should focus on one and then the other, and spend more time kind of diving down into that, and less time, as we said, on previous successes or previous accolades, or even accolades that this trailer has or demo has created. Focus on making sure that your audience understands what this game is. And I felt that I know a short time presentation and very quick to get through, but I feel like if I hadn't known about it, I would have left a little bit confused about what the game actually is.
Got it. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Carlos, thank you so much, and appreciate you, powering through things. So big round of applause. Hopefully the next slides for the next presenters are in good shape. All right, with that, we have Gabriel from Solo Game Studio who will present to us Projekt Terror. Gabriel, come on up. All right, hopefully your slides work good. So can we load Gabriel's slides? All right. Gabriel, you ready? Yeah, off you go, and hold the mic close. Yeah.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm the developer of Projekt Terror and the owner of Solo Game Studio. Well, Projekt Terror is a multiplayer cooperative game where 4 players must work together in order to escape from a lab while they try to avoid a roaming monster. They can play either as mercenaries or scientists, and they must work together, and by the end they must decide if they want to kill the monster or just extract. And to show a little bit of our game, we decided to make a little cinematic trailer, and we hope you like it. It's exclusive for pitch at gamescom latam.
Estamos enfrentando problemas de contenção. Realizem sua extração.
Ok, agora é sério, Jéssica. Vamos dar o fora daqui.
Espera, vai valer a pena.
Ah, certo, é claro. Não é como se tivesse um bicho caçando a gente.
Aí, Ana. Me explica por que eles sempre colocam essas instalações nos piores lugares.
Vamos acabar logo com isso, Renan.
Vamos nessa. Calma, garoto. Fica calmo. Você tá seguro agora.
Espero que você ia saber o que fazer com isso.
Atirem na cabeça!
Well, in Projekt Terror, players will experience unique runs, so the map will be procedurally generated and also experience a high dynamic gameplay. At the start, they will be playing a more stealth game, while in the end, they will be playing a more hunting action genre. And that is also reflected in our game mode. At the start, they will be playing with only one partner, and by the end, they will be playing with a full cooperative group of people. And finally, we are community allies. And what's that? Well, for the past months, we've been sharing our game on social media, and we've hit 6.5 million views and 91,000 followers on Instagram and TikTok together. All of that with only 12 posts, so it's average 250,000 views per post. And we have a really high engagement and a really high relevance in content. And our content is so relevant that we were able to build a 1,200 members Discord community without spending anything on marketing. And well, that community is where we get a lot of feedback, a lot of ideas, and we held a voice audition for the trailer we just showed you, and we had 1,060 audio submitted. So people not only believe in us, but they are willing to help us as volunteers. Well, for pricing, we believe that the price of $11.99 will be the the perfect balance between affordability and the game we want to deliver. And evaluating similar games, we think that we can sell the amount of 200,000 copies. Well, as development, we've been developing this game by the end of last year, and we are now seeking development for another year and a half when the game will be ready for launch. And also post-launch, we are planning to do updates like new maps, new monsters, new equipment, and that thing. Well, for the team, I gotta be honest, we are really young. We are recent graduates. Our studio is our first studio, so we have that flaws, but we have no experience in the market, no funding. But we really believe that we can deliver the content we are offering because, well, we work really well together. We have a strong community that they believe in us, and we have some skillful people. So, yeah. Well, in order for this to work, we need 240,000 for funding, porting experience and localization. Porting experience because we want to make it available in consoles, localization in multiple languages, and finally marketing because although our community is big, it's primarily on Brazil, so we want to make it available to the whole world. Well, that's it. That's Projekt Terror. That is our social media. And I would like to thank Jason, the organizer of the event, the whole audience, our community, and finally the judges for the opportunity and your time. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Well done. I think you have some of your fans in the audience.
Yeah, sure.
Chloe, let's start with you.
Thank you. Well done. I've got a question on your production timeline because I found it a little bit condensed. So I would definitely question getting from Q3 2025 with a vertical slice to Q4 2025 launch. It's very short. So I think maybe think about that, or maybe you want to address it now.
Yeah. We have something built from a hobby of mine that I've been developing for some years. That was my final project for the university, and it's the generation of the map. It's already done. So we brought some things that we had already, but I couldn't say it was the development of the game because we just all the people that are working the game, I just knew them by the start of the year and the end of last year. So we are now focusing on making the modules because our map is procedurally generated based on modules. So we're focusing on making the modules and making the gameplay.
Okay. Think about the console space and certification timeframe, if you want to include console in that timeframe. And my other comment is on your cinematic trailer. It's really nice to have visual. I don't know that spending money on a cinematic trailer for a pitch adds the money that you spend, is worth the money that you spend in making it. I'll leave that for you to decide. It's good contextualization for the story and the meta story, but I'm not sure that's necessarily money well spent there.
All right, Mike.
Yes, thank you very much. I think there was some very good information. I appreciated. I know many publishers pay attention to what kind of following you have already, so what kind of initial fan base you have baked in, and I appreciate the quick reference to those. I feel like there was a little inconsistency across the presentation. Like the very first screen you hit us with had some fairly simplistic boxes that didn't grab the person's eye right away. The following screens looked better, but that initial impression, you did follow up with a cinematic trailer, and that's interesting. But for a very young team with a very short timeline, I think we would really want to see at this point some gameplay, because I understand what the game is going to be. I really want to see where your art level is at this point, where your technology level is at this point, and I don't even believe we saw any mock-up screenshots. It was just that cinematic trailer. So I think I would like to see that. But I think this is a good start. I agree with Chloe. I believe your timeline is a little ambitious and maybe needs to be reconsidered. But thank you.
Okay. All right, Junie.
Right. I was wondering, it was a little unclear to me based on the first slide and then what you later explained. Is there any single player content or is it really just multiplayer only?
It is possible to play single player, but the game is built thinking of 4 players working together against a monster.
Okay, that helps. How are you going, whenever I see something that is primarily multiplayer focused, how are you going to reach and then maintain your audience long term?
Well, post-launch we want to make new updates like monsters and maps, and we are trying to make some community hype. So we decided to make the cinematic trailer because, well, for starting we need a base of players, and that's why we opted to make a cinematic video. But we already have some gameplay in our social media. but as we are really young, we're still trying to find out ways of keeping the player baseline and not losing players along the gameplay.
How are you going to keep new players coming in?
Well, as I said, we want to keep developing after launch with updates, and we think that marketing will be, because we're asking for money, also funding and marketing, we believe that the publisher could help us in ways that we can keep bringing player base.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Very good, Gabriel. All right, big round of applause for Projekt Terror. All right, and then the final pitch of this year, we have Thiago from Triunfo Game Studios who will present Sina. Thiago, come on up. All right, you got your microphone, your clicker,
Hi,
and now your slides. All right, are you ready, Thiago?
Yeah.
All right, and hold the microphone close to your mouth.
Okay.
All right, off you go.
So, hi everyone, my name is Thiago. I'm the co-founder of Triunfo Game Studios, and I'm here to present you about our game, Sena. So, in this story-driven action, adventure, and single-player game, the player takes control of a young man named Neve. While caring for his sick mother, he must deal with the burden of responsibility. As he embarks on a dangerous quest for her cure, he discovered not only his powers, but also profound lessons of resilience and sacrifice. Sena's world is plagued with a curse, providing player with not only various conflicts, but with a mystery to uncover. Join Neve as he discovers the secrets of a corrupted world abandoned by the gods. This is a little brief of how our gameplay prototype looks like, and is not playing. Okay, so Sena appeals to an audience that enjoys action adventure, fluid combats, unique skills, and emotional stories. We made this prototype on 1.5 months. So basically, there's just a quick release for you. So at Triunfo, our philosophy is to put quality as our first priority. Sena is a tried and true game that brings a challenging, precision-based combat and adaptive camera that allow us to change the perspective of the player during gameplay. We also, letting us to build the world with impact and emotion. We also want to develop a non-expositive storytelling to let the player discover what's going on and make their own conclusion about the game story. All these features will be brought together with a hand-painted art style to deliver a truly cinematic and highly polished experience. So we've begun community building through YouTube, Discord, and Twitter. Our main focus right now is sharing devlog videos from behind the scene in order to build a fan base that is excited, trusting, and reliable on our project. So as for our business model, we plan to price the game at around $25 and launch it for PC and all video game platforms. We expect to develop 10 hours of gameplay, and using similar title as reference, we estimated a range between 100 to 180,000 units sold. Our tags include action, adventure, story-rich, exploration, RPG, and cinematic, which puts Sena in a realm of games similar to Death's Door, Tunic, and No Rest for the Wicked. This is our production roadmap, so we will release the early access on 2026 and launch date on half in the same year. You can see we are currently on the pre-production and prototype phase. So our team currently consists of 14 passionate individuals from diverse backgrounds. We have ex-students from the 4th best game dev university from Latin America, as well as experienced professionals who have worked at Archvillain Games, Garena, Pulga, Jovem Nerd, Jambu, Pathfinder, Tormenta, and Loot Studios. what we came to ask of you is not only a financial investment, but your expertise to help us build a successful game, such as a trusting partnership. Our funding requirement is of $950,000, and considering 2 years of development process. And we also ask your support in functional roles such as marketing, porting, PR, and localization for Sena. So thanks everyone for your time. If you want to play the demo, it's already on the Steam, so you can type Sena on Steam and we'll be right there and play and give us feedbacks. So thanks a lot everyone, and let's start with the Q&A.
Awesome, very good, Chago. Thank you so much. Wonderful. All right, Mike, we'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Thiago. And thank you for the presentation. I really like your art style. I think I love these type of games a lot. I would like to know more about the actual gameplay experience, like
Okay.
five minutes of gameplay. What happens during that time? What are the gameplay mechanics? Are there environmental interactions? Are there puzzles to solve in the world? I saw some combat, which looked good, but what's beyond the combat, right? So I think I'd like to see that. Also, I would love to see an actual link here for the Steam page, so I know exactly where to find it. Because it is I'd want to rush out. Okay, let me get it.
Or Mike, if I can interrupt as a tip, a QR code, so even people in the audience can just.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
You were right. But I thought the presentation was really nice. I liked the art in the backgrounds of your pages that made it, interesting to look at while we were being.
Thanks.
But again, as with a previous, though, your trailer was more just a snippet of gameplay.
Yeah.
As we suggested one of the previous pictures, it's best to just remain silent kind of during that part and let the trailer speak for itself.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Junie?
There was a heavy imbalance in the amount of information that you were presenting across different slides. The slides that I found the most critical were jam-packed with information, while the slides that were more about the game were a sentence and you mostly talking over it. So I rebalanced the amount of information that you put on each individual slide. And then, we very briefly touched on this before.
Yeah.
I tried to go in as neutral as possible, but of course it's great that you already have a demo live, but I would also like to see, 2027 is a hefty development pipeline, especially for a team that doesn't have a track record. Sorry?
I said 2027. It's 2026. I'm sorry.
Oh, the slide said 2027.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Or that's how I registered it. In any case.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Regardless, it's a hefty development pipeline.
Yeah.
We touched on having a demo live, but also continuing to interact with your audience. So, especially for a title that is in a red ocean, essentially, I would encourage having more touch points with your audience than just the demo.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Right, Chloe?
I don't have a lot to add to those comments. I love what you've shown about the game. I would like equally to have more clarity on the core gameplay mechanics and how they relate to each other, and whether it's leaning more towards combat or more towards exploration or more towards puzzle solving. I think on your timeline, having a demo is great, but we have this chicken and egg story era where some people don't want to have anything announced and want to have those reveal moments. Maybe us in particular, and then some publishers will want to have this community growth guarantee by seeing your engagement. So that's something that you need to think about and decide what might be best for you. But indeed, if you've got a demo outside that, then you need to maintain that community engagement. So just something to think about. But otherwise, agree with the rest of the comments.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everyone.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Thiago.
Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Well done. All right. Now that we've seen all 5 pitches, the judges will huddle up without their microphones, so leave the microphones, and they will confer amongst themselves and decide on which pitch was the winner for today. As you can see, pitching is challenging. Obviously, it helps if you practice, get some coaching, and even with that, there's still always things to nitpick. what's important is the pitch is always a balance between the game, what is the game, what was the motivation, inspiration, gameplay, and so on, but also the business case, right? You're pitching to potential publishers, potential investors, right? They're not just investing because they think the game is cool or beautiful. They're also investing because they think there's a commercial potential, that there's a business case. So as you saw from the presentations, there was timelines, budgets, marketing strategies, all these other elements that speak to the business case of the game. I think that we saw from a couple of them, even at these early phases, they're already working to engage with a fan base, with an audience, to get feedback from potential players, which I think is more and more important as game developers to think about. So when you're working on your own pitch, it's not just about how do I convince the publisher that my game is super cool and is going to be super awesome, but also how do I convince them that this is a good opportunity to invest in. One of the things to remember, and I think it was Mike who said it, understand who you're pitching to. Not all publishers, not all investors, not all platforms see opportunities the same. So I think Mike said, oh, well, hey, I'm Sony, we're PlayStation, so I'd like to know how are you going to leverage our hardware and our technology and sort of speak to our audience. Whereas a different publisher, maybe more focused on a particular geography or a certain game style. One of the biggest mistakes that developers make is that they just pitch to everyone, and they're kind of wasting their time and the time of the publisher. So for example, if I'm working on a strategy game, I should do the homework to see which publishers are the ones that specialize in strategy games. So if I did that research, maybe I would discover that Hooded Horse or Paradox are the top tier strategy game publishers. So they become my initial target of the ones I want to pitch to. But if I'm making a strategy game, I don't pitch my game to Codemasters, which only does racing games. Why would a racing game publisher want to publish my strategy game? So I cross them off the list. So there's a certain amount of work that needs to be done to make sure that you're targeted. All right, we have a decision. And Junior, I think are you the spokesperson?
Am I?
Yeah, okay, well now you have been designated. So if you can maybe say a few quick words on why you made the selection of the winner, and then let us know who the winner is.
So Jason, just for clarity, just like you hinted at, we kind of have two winners, not for the same category though. We kind of split it in two.
Well, there's only supposed to be one.
No, there's one game,
winner. Okay.
But one for the best presentation. There's a best presentation,
Okay,
and the one that
you would sign.
We can also go back and reconfer.
Okay, we've never had this situation before, so you have to pick a winner. But if you want, you can do like a judge's honorable mention.
All right.
So you have to give us a winner
Okay.
and an honorable mention, and you can
Then-
decide which one is which.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna juggle some more.
Makes it so
well,
difficult.
I'm gonna put the microphones down.
Yeah.
So the judges are making stuff up as we go. There can only be one winner. Anyways, obviously this is a bit of a artificial context that when you are pitching, it's normally a one-on-one pitch. The other thing I would note is that, as you saw, the pitches were relatively short, 5 minutes. When you're in a pitch meeting, like if you're over in the B2B, you have 20 minutes. But that doesn't mean you should use all 20 minutes to make the pitch. You should always target 5, 6, 7 minutes to go through your slides, because you want a lot of time to have the discussion. Right? If you go into that meeting and you use up all of the time to just pitch, then the publisher will be like, oh, well, the 20 minutes is up. I have to go to my next meeting. All right, bye, thank you. And you'll have had no time to discuss, for them to ask questions, for you to debate the timeline, all that kind of stuff. Are you ready now? Anyway, so
We're ready.
the point is, always leave time for discussions with the publisher. Okay, Junie. Oh, Mike, you're gonna. Okay, so
Yes.
you want to do the runner-up? Or you have
Sure.
a single winner?
No. We can do the runner-up.
Okay.
And
so a runner-up for presentation, or okay, whatever.
For presentation, and I apologize. All of us, we saw so many titles and we can't remember the exact name of it. But I will say, we came to the conclusion that in terms of just presentation, the first game,
Dark Crown.
the chess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so Dark Crown is the runner-up for
Dark
best
Crown.
presentation.
Yes, we
Okay,
thought
all right, so-
we could really see the experience.
Yeah, so
they had
congratulations.
in presenting.
Runner-up. Okay. And then the actual winner,
Ghostless.
Ghostless as the actual winner. Awesome. So if we can have Fabio come from the behind. Where's Fabio? All right, Fabio, congratulations. Wonderful for winning. And we have Tera from Aber Games who will come. And do you have some words to say, Tera? I know it was a bit chaotic there as we kind of made stuff up.
But it was fun. I was listening to it and watching everything.
All right, so Tera, some quick words.
Yeah. I mean, for us, Jason, and the pitch here, doing the first pitch at Gamescom latam for I think for the community here is really important, amazing, and I think we need to already start organizing the second year now in a row. So, congratulations, you guys are now.
That's it.
Famous.
Yeah.
First.
Wonderful.
Pitch at Gamescom latam winner.
Okay. Well, thank you, Fabio. Thank you to all our developers for a great job. And now we're going to do a picture. So if you come forward. The session is finished. We're just going to do some photos for the press. Tera, come. Which one's the official camera? Very good. We're good?
I imagine. So that's why I just show up.
Obrigada, gente. Que
Thank you, guys.
Olá, estamos de volta.
Hello, and we are back. And now, in addition to all the amazing people here on Journey 3 with us, I have just received from Journey 2, if you're watching us online, you're here on Journey 3 now, so it's a pleasure to have you with us. I'm Jacidio, and we are going to have an amazing discussion about Pokémon Go, about what has happened and what is yet to happen in 2024. I have been hearing things backstage. I've been talking about things too, and I'm positive you're going to be very happy. So, let's welcome, let me check their names. We have Alan Mandujano, Eric Araki, and Leo Weil to talk about what the second half of the year is going to bring us in terms of Pokemon Go. Welcome. Please have a seat. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please make yourselves at home. All right, let's try not to lose it. All right, the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Hello, is this thing on? Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here at Gamescom. It's really an incredible moment for us to be part of the first Gamescom in Brazil. We definitely have a very large Pokemon Go fan community here in Brazil. And I'm here with my team, Eric Araki, country manager for Brazil, and Leonardo Ville, community manager for emerging markets. And I am Alan Mandujano. I'm head of Latin America for Niantic. We do have some slides. I don't know why they're not showing up, but maybe we can. I don't see the slides going on. Oh, that's there. Yeah. So Pokemon Go is a really huge phenomenon in Brazil, and we have a lot of surprises today that we want to share. But we also want to talk more about what Niantic is and what is important about our game. So again, I'm Alan Mandujano, Eric Araki here, country manager, and Leonardo Ville. We will be talking about what the past, the present, and the future of Pokemon Go in Brazil. So Niantic is the largest company of augmented reality in the world. We are a company that's always looking at how we can change the reality in a way. We're not trying to change reality for another one. We are instead trying to create a new way to experience the real life. And with that, we do that with 3 pillars that we call them. Number 1 is movement. We want players to go outside and meet people. You know, our game is not one game that is played in the couch. We sometimes say we don't compete for other games for the couch. We actually ask our players to go outside. A funny question that we get asked a lot in our games is, where's the joystick? Because our games don't have a joystick. You are the joystick. You have to go around and meet people and find places. And while you do that, you're doing our second pillar or principle, which is exploration. We want you to explore. We want you to discover new worlds, or rediscover the world that you have around you. One funny thing that happened to me when I started playing Pokemon Go in my neighborhood is I learned that there were a lot of monuments, you know, that they were always there, but I never really paid attention to them until I realized they were a Pokestop. And we know this happens a lot, and we're excited to have trainers that even travel across the world. We have trainers even now coming up for events like our city safaris or Go Fest, and we are very excited to see people exploring the world through our technology. And finally, our third pillar is community. We want to use this superpower that we have of mobilizing people to make the world a better place. You know, by very small actions like asking you to maybe walk an extra mile to spin another Pokestop, or maybe helping your community, like we have here in the picture. Our communities often do rallies to collect foods for different causes. So with these small actions, when you multiply it by the millions of trainers that we have, we really feel proud about making the world a better place through our technology. So Niantic comes from a history of map makers. We are a spin-off from Google. Keyhole was the first company that created what eventually became Google Earth. And from that history, eventually Niantic is spin off into its own company. And we have a number of games, including Ingress, which was our very first mobile game. We have Pikmin Bloom and Monster Hunter Now, which who were released in a few years ago. But we're here to talk about specifically one of our most famous games. And to talk about Pokemon Go, I'm going to show you a video that perhaps you have seen before, but I'm going to play for you again because at least personally, it always gives me a real emotion. And I want you to, if you haven't seen this video, to experience that again. So let's go on to the video. was Pokemon Go's launch video back in 2016, and it's really exciting to see. I remember where I was exactly the moment I saw this video, and even now I'm feeling goosebumps of seeing it. It's like I've seen this like 100 times, and it's still very exciting to me because it really reflects what Pokemon Go is all about. It's about community and this fantasy of the Pokemon world exists in real life. And Pokemon Go is the biggest game of augmented reality of all time. And it really shows how our technology makes you go to meet new places, meet new people, and it's really the best showcase of Niantic's technology. And of course, in Brazil, it has a huge player base. And to tell you more about that, I'd like to ask my colleague Leonardo Ville to tell us more about the Pokemon Go experience in Brazil.
Obrigado, Alan. Boa tarde a todos.
Thank you, Alan. Hi, good afternoon. We're going to talk about the Pokemon Go experience in Brazil. So let's go back a few years when Niantic started working in Brazil. We're very proud of how we started being active here, and we did lots of work focused on the training community in Brazil. You're going to see the focus of our operations. We've been doing strong work in our country in an attempt to keep the fire going with this game and to have engaged trainers with exclusive experiences and with everything that Pokemon Go has to offer, which is the community experience in the real world. Lots of amazing things come with it. We've regained growth for Pokemon Go, especially in the past 12 months, and we focused on 3 big pillars. Niantic was trying to empower local communities all over Brazil. We developed real events in our communities with content, with different influencers and with players in Brazil, and we established partnerships to offer exclusive benefits to players in Brazil. Through these 3 pillars, we were able to improve growth in Brazil. We have very accelerated growth in Brazil for Pokemon Go compared to the rest of the world, and we are making an effort to bring even better experiences to our trainers in Brazil.
Esse vídeo que a gente acabou de ver.
This video we just saw is from one of these events. This was organized by Niantic and the local community in Fortaleza, one of the biggest and most organized Pokemon Go communities in Brazil. It's a symbol of how we're able to develop communities not only in Brazil, but in other countries that we call emerging markets. These markets from all over the world are key for us, and they have something in common. They have players who are in love with Pokemon Go. They're really passionate with Pokemon Go and about the experience that only Pokemon Go and this kind of game can offer. So based on the experiences we've had in Brazil and other countries like these, we developed the Club Campfire. This program was created to empower communities from all over Brazil. Right now we have 80 communities in 65 cities. These communities come to Niantic and say that they want to be a part of this program. They go to the real world to play. They are a part of the Pokemon Go events, and we support them. We empower their growth, and we help them develop these activities in a very exciting way with lots of exclusive content. This event held in Fortaleza is a sign of how these communities can get together in the real world, playing with their families, playing with their friends, and bringing together people from every type of background. They enjoy Pokemon Go, they make friends, and they enjoy the real world. We have hundreds of people doing that in Brazil. This is available not only in Brazil, but also in Latin America, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Thailand. We're now expanding this program to more countries and hundreds of communities all over the world. We have hundreds of thousands of players who are a part of it. This kind of local empowerment is key for our growth, and what we have in Brazil for Pokemon Go is due to our communities, so this is a way to empower them and push them to even bigger growth.
Como eu estava discutindo, outro desses.
As we were saying, another pillar is developing real-world events. We recorded this video in Rio de Janeiro at the beginning of this year during the Pokemon Go tour in my homeland. Communities get together to play different events from Pokemon Go, but as Niantic, we can offer even better experiences during other events like the Pokemon Go tour and other global events. In collaboration with communities and in collaboration with people who create Pokemon Go, we're able to bring these exclusive experiences to cities all over the country. We've held events in Fortaleza, Brasilia, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte, Recife, and we've also offered other events like Go Tour or the LIIC, or the Latin American Pokemon Tournament, to São Paulo and Rio. We're also preparing other amazing experiences. Bringing this to the real world is making a reality of what we want to do with Niantic. We want people to enjoy Pokemon Go together. So community and events are key, and we have partnerships, which our country manager will talk about. Please take it away, Eric. Hi, good afternoon, Gamescom trainers. I hope you're as excited as we are to talk about the amazing things that are to come. But let's be patient. We're gonna get there. Let me piggyback on what my friend Leo was saying. I'll be discussing partnerships, and here's what's interesting. We know that everyone wants a bit of Pokemon, right? Everyone wants a piece of it. It's one of the biggest IPs out there. Everyone knows about it, and everyone wants a piece of it. However, to us, it doesn't really make sense to hold collaborations with brands that do not make sense to our players. You know, if we have a brand that manufactures tires, that doesn't really make sense to us, because what are our trainers going to do with tires, car tires? This is why we look for collaborations that are beneficial to our players. We held 2 collaborations last year and at the beginning of this year, which clearly show how we tackle partnerships. First, we had a collaboration with Google. We adjusted Pokecoin prices in Brazil. We know that in Brazil, pricing usually follows the dollar appreciation, but in a country where you have to pay 5 real for $1, this is not really realistic. People will have to choose between buying food and paying for entertainment. And of course, they're going to buy food. This is why we drastically reduced our pricing here. We had a 65% discount or markdown for some of our packages. And we clearly saw the difference, and we clearly saw how trainers embraced that. We're also offering more free-to-play options for them. This is an example that could be followed by other players in this industry. Let me give you another example of a collaboration. We've been looking for collaborations with shopping malls. In Brazil, we have this issue of a lack of safety on the streets. In São Paulo, we know that 2 smartphones are stolen every minute, which is shocking. So this is our reality. So we're looking into creating safe spaces for our players. And shopping malls are a great example of that. We know that Pokémon Go is powerful and takes people to places. They know that we're going to bring people into their malls. On the other hand, or the other side of the coin, is that we know that they are going to offer safety and water fountains and a food court and a bathroom. So it's good for our players too. This is why we've been establishing collaborations with this kind of partner in Brazil. There's this group in Brazil that manages bunches of shopping malls in Brazil, and we've been reaping the fruit of this kind of collaboration. But let's discuss more exciting things, more recent things. We've been talking about last year and the beginning of this year, but we can also discuss things that are happening right now. When you're young, you think things are gonna last forever, but these are my Pokémon Go folks. You can use the rock type, they are very effective. I know, this is how we started our collaboration. Lourdes wanted company, and I wanted somebody to teach me how to be a Pokémon Go master. And then other people joined us. I know, we rock.
Crie muitas memórias com as novidades do Pokémon Go.
Make memories with your communities in Pokémon Go. And this is a big Pokémon Go champion, Dona Lourdes. I know, right? Do you know any Dona Lourdes out there? You do know them, right? We know that. We have a very diverse audience. But can you even imagine that at a point in your life, you'd hear a Pokémon Go song with a funk rhythm or a funk beat? This is a movie that we came up with, and I want to share our creative process with you. I'm going to invite on stage 2 dear friends that were responsible for that, Jota and Lucas. Please join us on stage. Come on, join us.
Manda bala que o show é de vocês.
Take it away. Hi everyone, I'm Jota. I'm a games director at 3C. I'm basically playing for a living. I'm just joking. Lucas is here, he's our creative director. At the beginning of this year, I was talking to Eric about other things, and he said, do you want to make a Pokemon Go film? And I said, of course, who would say no to that? And this is actually trickier than it seems. You know, doing ads or working in advertisement is one thing, but our work here is to actually pay respect to a whole community that has been around for decades. I'm almost 40. When I was 12, Pokemon was already here, and now we see new generations discussing Pokemon. So how can we pay tribute to the old fans and to the new fans? How can we have the same Easter eggs? How can we tackle such a timeless franchise with a Brazilian flair? So I had to really figure Niantic out at this very specific moment in time with Pokemon Go. And I think it's a beautiful metaphor that I'm sitting in the middle and I'm connecting both sides, because this is what I did. I had to talk to Lucas, and we had to produce and direct it with love. You know, Lucas has produced so many films, but doing it with love and showcasing such a big franchise is a challenge. We know that everyone who's here or everyone who saw this video is going to look at these frames and say, wow, I can really relate to this. And this was our goal. We spent 4 months doing this. So Lucas, please tell us about this process. We want to tell you how creating the first Pokemon film in Brazil was like, what it was like. Wow, this was a beautiful challenge for us. I was a fan of this franchise with the cartoon and everything else. And we were coming up with a Pokemon Go film in Brazil for Brazilian fans and with a Brazilian flair. And this was about the friendships that we make through the game. I think this is our biggest asset with Pokemon Go. It helps you make friends. And this is so Brazilian. You know, we're friendly. We make friends easily. This is what we wanted to communicate with this campaign. We wanted to convey our human side, the human side to Brazilians. This is what Pokemon Go is about. We have different generations. We have lots of different people who get together on a certain place to play this game and to celebrate it. So we made this film with a Brazilian flair. This also has an impact on our aesthetic. We're so very proud of making this film. We really made it with love. We know that it's a love brand. It goes beyond a brand. This is an IP that is embedded in our culture. So we wanted to show that we did it with care and love. We have this beautiful frame where we see an unlikely friendship being created. And the Pokemon of these characters evolve over time. So we see 2 different times where their friends have Squirtles, Charmanders, and a Bulbasaur, but then they have Venusaur and Blastoise. So in addition to telling the story of an unlikely friendship, and this is a beautiful metaphor showing that friendship is possible through Pokemon Go, we also took very good care of this brand. We brought these Pokemons to the Brazilian scene with a tropical climate, with stronger colors, and with the warmth of the Brazilian people. I do believe we met our goal. I think we got closer together to our community in Brazil. This is our storyboard. You can see the story that we were telling. These are Dona Lourdes' friends. She's our Pokemon master. We got inspired by stories with unlikely friendships like the Untouchable movie or Up. These are people who wouldn't normally get together in open spaces, but they do because of this game. Let me talk a bit about our creative process. We were very detail-oriented. We had our script, we had our storyboard, and with Mercurio, our AV company, and with another director on this franchise, we were able to get into details for this script. So first we created this nostalgic story of people who got together in 2016 and 2017 to play together. We see their friendship develop, and they are still friends today, and they are now rediscovering Pokemon Go. They have their own history. They have evolved themselves, but they are playing together at a raid. We see that friendships persist just as this game does. You can see some information about our production and how we choose the sets. We have the Pokemon Go team, and we started picking sets with these colors, sets that had something to do with Pokemon, aesthetically speaking. And whenever we talk about being Brazilian and our colors, colors are present in Pokemon Go because Pokemon are really colorful, so that was easy. We shot in São Paulo. Near downtown. We used a set where we had a few small houses bunched up together, and we had influencers working with us. So let's watch the making of this movie.
Comecei a jogar quando era Game Boy.
I started playing back in the Game Boy. I was 18 years old. And it's one of the things I never would have imagined, to travel and record an official ad for Pokemon. It's so unique. I'm thrilled and grateful to be here, and I hope that I can contribute as much as possible. I had so much fun constantly. It was amazing. I loved meeting up with so many other people who were playing. It really was the peak of my week for sure. It's such an achievement to be part of this film. I don't even know how long we've been here. It's like 7 years playing and really living and breathing Pokemon Go. So being here is just like a dream come true for sure. Pokemon Go is part of my life, and it always will be. I'm so grateful. Thank you. And I think before we wrap, I just want to say that I've been working with games for almost 17 years. And a few times in our career, we sometimes are lucky enough to have the opportunity to work with people who are so respectful of their titles and so passionate about what they do as the Niantic team. And I remember that the bid for this job, when we submitted our files and emails to them, I wrote to them and I said, oof, here's our proposal. Here's our take on this campaign, on this film, and we hope you like it as much as we did, because we really liked being part of this process, having these ideas, and we would love to have the chance to bring them to life. And then a couple of months later, here we are. So it was an honor to be part of this process, not just as a company, but also knowing that we're representing decades and a generation that is totally in love with this franchise. And, you know, at Friends of Niantic, we are part of this story. It's an honor for us. So on behalf of the whole 3C team, Lucas and myself, and thank you to the team of communities. It was a huge pleasure. Thank you. Wow. And it was great because the Brazilian audience really loved our film. They truly embraced it. Brazilian trainers embraced it passionately. This Brazilian creative work. This film was aired on dozens of subway stations, hundreds of out-of-home street furnitures, and Brazil became one of the greatest countries to bring more Pokemon Go players. And especially when we compare with major players on the market like the US, it is so significant. And I hope we increasingly bring more and more news because we know Brazilian players are more and more interested and really dying to know more. So we also had a partnership with Google to bring Pix transfers right into the game. It's now easier than ever to make purchases within the game using a Pix transfer. It is the most widely used payment method in the country. So it only made sense for us to work with it. So I know everything we said so far, you already know this. And I know you're here to know what's yet to come, the new cool developments. And we are so excited to talk about them. I'm going to talk about a couple of them. So let's get started. The first, well, this is kind of obvious. I'm sure you know, today the game is celebrating its 8th anniversary. We've got an anniversary event. You'll start with the starters from many different regions. They're all dressed up. You'll see Grimmer and Merc with their party hats. So many other things. And if you're here at Gamescom, you are also going to, if you open the game right now, you're going to get access to some specific Pokemon if you open up the modules. So do that now. Open up the game. And something else too. We've got GoFest, the Global GoFest, and we are celebrating Global GoFest all around the country. GoFest is one of Niantic's most important events, most highly anticipated events of the year for all trainers. And here in Brazil, it's going to be celebrated in two ways. The first is going to be here in São Paulo at the Cidade de São Paulo Mall. We're going to have many different, very cool activations. We're going to bring Pokestops there, the team leaders in real size, 1-to-1 scale, and gyms in real life too, and it's all going to be interactive. So where the gyms are located, there's actually going to be an in-game gym, and everyone who takes over that gym, that's going to be reflected in the IRL gym. It's the first time ever that a structure like this has been brought to Brazil, and we're very excited to make this a reality. We're also going to be celebrating in 70 other countries around the Brazil through our official communities. We've sent out official gifts, and everyone's going to celebrate in unison with the local communities. And we know that there are local communities close to you, so there's going to be an official celebration close to you. Oh, I forgot to click the clicker. Now, here is just a teaser about what our gym is going to look like. We're also going to broadcast the Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be broadcast in Portuguese. We know that Brazilian players really like PvP. They are the biggest defenders of PvP. We saw recently in the NRC Championship in New Orleans, a Brazilian came in 2nd place, another Brazilian in 6th place, and we also have our Jeff as the 2nd highest scoring player in the world. So we want to bring all of these thrills. We're going to bring the main specialists, PvP specialists in the country, to share the thrills with Brazilian players in Portuguese, live, simultaneously. And this is very cool. We really are looking forward to announcing this. We are organizing many different partnerships with many different city halls all around the country. We know that one of the main ways people can have fun with Pokemon Go is through Pokestops. we are moving ever closer and having more and more dialogue with city halls in order to get all the right data and so on and so forth, so that we can have monuments, historic locations, tourist spots, so that we can expand the number of Pokestops in Brazil to make the gameplay even better in Brazil and bring it to the same level of other countries like Japan, so that gameplay in the major capitals is the same as what you have in Tokyo, for example. So we're going to start with the major state capitals, and it'll soon spread throughout the country. And our plan is that by the end of the year, we will have millions of new Pokestops installed all around Brazil. But, now is the biggest surprise, and we are so excited to talk about this. Unfortunately, we can't say very much. I think the best way of telling you about this is by showing you a video. So, with you now, what we want to share with you most of all
gente!
That's right, folks. We cannot disclose much more than this, but I can tell you that we are bringing to Brazil an event that is going to take over the whole city of São Paulo. And everyone is invited to join. We cannot yet reveal too much more what the event is and all that, but we are looking forward to it so much. And soon enough, we will feed you some more information. And I just want to tell you, you are going to have so much fun. You're all super invited. And everyone who's watching us is super invited to come and take part in this event. And it's going to be huge and so much fun. And that's it. All right. Are you excited? Are you as excited as we are? I hope so. That's it. We are now saying goodbye, and we'll see you in our next event. I hope you all will celebrate with us at GoFest, the Global GoFest celebration. And that's it. Thank you, thank you.
A hora da foto oficial.
Now the official picture. We must have an official picture for this one for sure. What a great day. I told you we had some major surprises in store. Thank you. Oh, one more picture. One more picture. I told you we had big surprises in store, and it certainly was a great moment. We love looking at these videos and reviewing everything we've done. Please leave the mics here. Thanks, folks.
Você pode levar lá atrás.
All right, thank you. Wow, so much greatness. And I'm back. We are moving on to the eSports arena. Actually, I am. And if you're watching us online, you can follow us. And if you're here live, we're still at Journey 3.
Vai para lá e aqui a gente continua.
All right, just a quick break for everyone to come in. And now
Em tese, a gente pode ver o confronto mais esperado do All Stars já numa final da Upper.
Meu Deus.
Pode ser, porque aqueço tem que tomar cuidado, porque os caras não mostraram o jogo ontem. Falei hoje com eles, eles falaram, tô tranquilo, estamos tranquilos. Trabalho feito, é só realizar, então fiquem de olho, é um time bom, é o terceiro time da Latam hoje.
E assim, jogadores bem experientes, jogadores que jogam também a competitiva há muito tempo e que agora estão jogando aqui na mesma conexão, com a mesma internet, no mesmo ambiente, então, como
é o famoso
você disse,
sem desculpa?
Exatamente.
Em outras palavras, eu falei.
Eu tava meio assim, o Brunão já mandou, não tem mimimi agora.
Nenhum dos lados, né?
Exatamente, é fazer o que sabe fazer de melhor. E se eles estão tranquilos, então com certeza vai ser um show à parte disso daqui.
É isso, essa é a ideia, trazer aí a boa pra vocês. E a gente vai daqui a pouco descobrir o segundo finalista da Upper, porque aqui a gente já teve um. Space Station está na final da Upper, e aí vai concorrer à vaga da grande final. Agora sobrou mais dois, né? Um dos dois vai acompanhar ele na grande final em busca da vitória da Upper, pra ter aquela vantagem, aquela tranquilizada, né?
E ao mesmo tempo, a Tigrinhos agora perdeu o primeiro jogo, vai jogar então contra a SK, não é isso?
Eu acho que é com a SK, a gente daqui a pouco vai dar uma olhada pra acompanhar.
Mas a gente confirma.
Não é com a SK não, é com
a Olimpo.
Então
teremos Olimpo contra Tigrinhos.
Doideira. Doideira. Vamos fazer o seguinte, já fiquei sabendo aí, o produtor falou aqui pra gente, cantou que tem novidade no palco.
Eita.
Vamos saber o que tá acontecendo por lá?
Partiu!
Chama ele aí, ó.
Gabi, é com você, meu querido.
Valeu, Joe! Cara, a novidade por quê? Porque esse time ainda não teve a oportunidade de pisar. Pisar aqui no palco, no caso, né? Apesar deles já estarem na semifinal da Upper Bracket, né, na chave superior, eles ainda não conseguiram jogar aqui em cima desse palco da Gamescom Latam. Isso porque ontem eles tiveram vitórias de WO, né, por causa de questões aí burocráticas envolvendo viagem, enfim. Então eu vou chamar essa rapaziada pro palco. Pode vir aqui, pode pisar pela primeira vez, Team Queso! Dale! Dale. Como eu falei pra vocês, eu preparei uma pergunta em espanhol, porque, pô, a primeira vez dos caras aqui já chegar lastrando ia ser zoadinho. Então, hermanos, ayer venciste a WO, ¿sí? ¿Crees que no haber jugado te duele?
Bom?
Melhor ler, não tem jeito. Eu não jogou ontem, tá, é pior ou é melhor?
No jugar ayer fue mal porque precisamos experiência para agora.
Exato, é isso que eu imaginei. Falou que precisava de mais experiência, jogar quente, né? Então, rapaziada, one juego para ustedes. Espero buena suerte, buena habilidade. ¿Sí? Dale. Pude ir a tu posição. Tá certo? Falei certo? Não, né? Tudo bem. Faz parte. Pô, eu tive o trabalho de escrever o negócio no tradutor e nem assim, cara. Ai, meu Deus do céu, que vida difícil de ser... não saber falar espanhol. Enfim, vamos dar continuidade pra esse show porque a gente vai começar o segundo jogo e pra isso a gente precisa de mais um adversário, mais um time aqui nesse palco. Então pode vir aquele time que gosta de provocar Mini Package! Salve, rapaziada! Vem um pouquinho mais pra frente aqui. Isso! Então eu já vou trazer o P.E.K.K.A aqui pra poder falar comigo, porque ontem tu tava de provocação, correto? Se vocês ganharem hoje, pela matemática básica que eu aprendi na escola, amanhã vocês estão enfrentando o Space Station, correto? Né? Você teria coragem, numa situação, numa hipótese dessa, de fazer a brincadeirinha do spray na frente deles?
Teria, com certeza.
Desenvolve.
Oi?
Por quê?
Só por zoeira.
Tu não acha que pode dar um problema não, eles virem ali te cobrar, não?
Não. Só por zoeira, a gente é amigo.
Tudo bem. Enfim, eu quero saber das expectativas, porque o time Queso, como a gente falou, ontem de WO, então estão vindo um pouco mais frios, mas ao mesmo tempo eles estão vindo menos cansados, tiveram mais tempo para estudar. Você acha que isso vai ajudar eles?
Não vai ajudar não.
É isso, um cara de poucas palavras. Vamos, pode ir lá pra sua posição. Uma boa sorte, um bom jogo pra vocês, porque eu sei que esse cara, se eu desenvolver um pouco mais, ele ia falar que tá seguindo as orientações do professor e tá tentando sempre correr atrás dos 3 pontos. Enfim, rapaziada, bora com os nossos casters mais bonitos do Brawl Stars que estão ali, ó, naquela área VIP. É com você, Brunão, é com você, King Joe.
Aê, chegamos aqui. Que loucura, será que foi isso aqui, Joey? Não sei como funciona isso aqui. Aê! Que loucura, rapaziada. A gente tá aqui na pegada. Tá ansioso por esse jogo. Primeiro jogo da quinta de Queso e vai ser contra o time da Mini Pecas. Jogaço, né, Joey?
Nossa senhora. É um dos jogos mais aguardados. A gente queria muito essa oportunidade em Queso jogando ao vivo. Claro, os monstros aí da Mini Peca, quando a gente fala monstro, é porque eles jogam demais mesmo. São jogadores muito, assim como esses que acabaram de descer do palco. E tem promessa aí, né? O Peca falou que se ganhar, vai meter spray contra a Space Station.
Eu sou um pouco receoso com essas coisas. Ah, se eu ganhar, eu vou fazer tal coisa. Passo por cada vez, sabe? Eu sou meio assim, calma. Porque vai que, né?
Não, eu sou assim também, só que eu sou aquele cara que depois que ganha também, aí me segura.
Aí eu deito,
aí eu me emociono.
Tá maluco, já ia tirar a camisa, rodar.
É isso, exatamente.
Mas tá bom, vamos lá, hein? Vamos ver o que vai acontecer aqui. Eu tô de olho aqui no time da Team Queso, que vai aparecendo pra vocês na tela aí agora. Na telinha pra vocês, o JX, o RHZ, o Brian e o coach, o Joaquim. O Joaquim é o argentino e o time é chileno, Joey.
É isso, essa é a equipe da Team Queso, diretamente aqui nos palcos da gamescom Latam 2024, disputando o All Stars de Brawl Stars, Brunão.
É isso, tudo pronto, daqui a pouquinho já começamos, a gente vê o jubileu aí passando, temos a arbitragem ali atrás preparada, já tem o Peca aí, ó, Peca ligeiro ali, esse aí é resenha, viu? E o Motep, pra quem conhece, que já sabe, considerado ali, tem o Rol também, que é o espanhol, amigo, né? Esse é brabo também.
Esse aí entende também, hein?
Exatamente. Eu tava falando do Motep. O Motep, o melhor jogador mobile do ano passado, né, Joey?
Simplesmente
no Brasil.
Isso. Simplesmente.
Melhor? Exatamente. Falou em jogos de celular no Brasil em 2023, esse cara aí, Motep, é o melhor jogador escolhido aí pelo Brasil e pelos jurados também no ano passado pelo Prêmio Esportes Brasil.
Exatamente.
O brabo levou o troféu pra casa, doido.
Pra ter um troféu desse na casa, realmente é muita dedicação, muito trabalho. E a gente tem aí no palco esse jogador incrível que é o Motep, que é muito esforçado, que treina demais por horas e horas, que joga muito, tem uma qualidade absurda, o time inteiro, né, Brunão? Mas realmente, você ganhar o prêmio de melhor atleta do ano...
É algo surreal, né?
E
é
assim,
algo surreal, porque tem vários jogos também, né? Não é só jogos da Supercell, né?
Exatamente, eu ia falar, não é um melhor atleta do Brawl Stars, ele é o melhor atleta mobile do nosso país.
Do ano, exatamente. No ano dominou. Então, depois eu vou falar com... Vamos ver o que acontece aí, a gente vai conversar com o Gabi, né? Pra ver que se tira alguma coisa dele ali.
Isso, seria bem legal. Pra pegar uma entrevista ali com ele nesse sentido,
quero ver, vamos ver. Depende do resultado. Se for bem, a gente manda nessa.
Aí a gente consegue,
Se não, a gente vai falar com os manitos. Mandar um olá, que tal, como estás? Bem-vindo a Brasil. É isso, meteu louco.
É isso. Muito bom, então. Daqui a pouquinho a gente vem com os drafts, ver aí o que as equipes vão preparar para esse jogo. Mas as expectativas são bem grandes, né, Brunão?
Esse é um jogo muito bom, né? É um jogo muito forte. Eu acho que talvez um segundo melhor jogo da região, tirando a Space Station contra a Mini Pecas, que é o grande clássico das multidões, eu diria, dos melhores momentos aí do Brawl Stars na Latam. Aqueço com qualquer um desses dois, é um grandíssimo jogo e sempre foi falado. E aí, quem é melhor? No palco, não tem desculpa, Joey. E vamos começar a entender agora como se monta esse game a partir de agora, Joey.
Exatamente, Brunão, agora tá valendo! E nós começamos com Futebral, centro do palco na telinha.
Começou, Joeyzão!
É isso! Banimentos por ali de Frank, Draco, Sandy por parte da equipe Mini Pecas, que não era o first pick. E a gente vê aí agora a primeira escolha dele, que é justamente a Rosa.
A Rosa aí no Futebral aparece bastante, centro do palco. Esse que é um modo que os brasileiros gostam muito, né? E dizem aí, os brasileiros dizem que esse é o nosso modo, né? Então, Vamos ver aí como vai sair, né? Como o time vai sair. Mas tá aí, na mão do Motep, por enquanto, o Rico aparece lá, Joey.
Rico tá por ali. A equipe da Team Queso vem com a Lili. E vem com a escolha de Amber. Boa escolha ali também agora por parte da Team Queso. Eles que fizeram o banimento de Gale, Collet e também de Shelly.
Tá ali, o time da Mini Pecas, o time do Mini Pecas baniu ali o Frankzada. Olha, Frankzada banido também. Chester escolhido, Joey.
Interessante. Depois dessa reformulação que ele teve, né? Já vai começando então a aparecer. O JX vem com ele. É uma possibilidade, né? Eu acho que seria interessante pensar nisso daí, uma ultimate para de repente dar sorte, porque o Chester tem dessa, né? De você dar a sorte de pegar a ult que quebra aquela parede, aí o Rico ficaria um pouquinho mais complicado e a Rosa também perderia um pouquinho dos matos. Então pode ser essa ali uma opção, além de, claro, ele também tá dando muito dano agora, então é um brawler aí que entra forte, porém a Mini Pecas escolhe ali Jack de Last Pick, dois tanques
Jack
então.
Zona. Jack Zona de Last Pick, interessante ali. Vamos ver, essa é a ideia do time do Mini Pecas que vai enfrentar aí a Team Queso. Vamos ver quem é que vai mandar a braba agora, mostrando o resultado lá onde interessa, dentro do Brawl Stars, né, Joey?
Justamente, então a gente já fica ansioso aqui, daqui a pouquinho tem jogo na tela. E, Brunão, quem será que vai começar ganhando esse jogo, hein?
Agora é a hora, meus amigos. Vamos pra partida daqui a pouquinho pra ver quem é que começa essa briga na frente. Dois monstros na semifinal se enfrentando. E tá valendo, Joyzão, aqui, Futebol! Já tem a primeira eliminação, o Jubileu caiu com a Rosa, Joey.
Já foi de base, a Jack acaba caindo na sequência, a Team Queso empurrando a bola. Vai agressivando nesse momento, Brunão.
Vai subindo ali o time da Team Queso, primeira eliminação ali, o Motep cai agora. Já tem ali a pressão, vamos ficar de olho no Jubileu, caiu.
Brunão.
Só sobrou o Peco, o time da Team Queso tá brabo ali, hein, Joey?
Tá brabo, não tá conseguindo jogar a Jack nem a Rosa. Agora o Motep vai tentando aproximação, tentando lutar ali pros dois lados para afastar, acabou caindo. Olha o avanço da Rosa para tentar a eliminação do RHZ, consegue fazer a eliminação. Segue por ali o JX, segue a Lili também. A Jack vai tendo que recuar, o Brian também acaba passando e vai pra cima de ultimate.
Já vem ali agora o Motep, tentando eliminação, consegue derrubar. O Brian já caiu, foi de base. Jubileu vai descendo com a Rosa, passou a ult ali, tentando carregar, ainda tá com a hipercarga já preparada, Joey.
Hipercarga preparada por ali, vamos ver como que vai acontecer. Acabou utilizando, foi pra cima, mas acabou caindo.
Caiu agora, já vem mais uma eliminação. RHZ e P.E.K.K.A caíram. O Motepão vai tentando ali ficar de boa. Vivão com o Brian por ali. Vai descendo com a bola, tá naquela rapidez. Vamos ver o que acontece. Jogou no lateral ali, escondeu no matinho, Joey.
Escondeu por ali, o Motep já vem descendo de novo. O JX tá ali, tentando fazer a braba, tentando defender. A Team Queso estreando aqui no All Stars de Brawl Stars, Brunão.
E o P.E.K.K.A já caiu, acabou ficando pelo caminho. Foi eliminado pelo JX. JX que é um dos jogadores muito importantes aí pro time também, né? Time da Queso muito experiente, muito forte também. Já vai descendo a Jack, já jogou a bola nele. Já tem problemas ali, vai tentar a eliminação. Caiu os dois, Joyzão. O Jubileu vai junto, vai subir o JX pra fazer o gol. Errou! Vai tendo problemas, conseguiu. 600 de vida, ficou vivo, Joey.
Caramba, Brunão. Conseguiu ali reverter a situação. Abre os placares a Team Queso.
Já fez 1 a 0, vai ter que tirar o atraso. 17 segundos, vem o Jubileu, bateu! Gol do Jubileu! Gol do Mini P.E.K.K.A!
Faltando 10 segundos, ali literalmente foi o tudo ou nada, a jogada deu certo, funcionou, agora vai quebrar todas as paredes.
Vai cair tudo e agora abriu, né? Agora temos aí possibilidades, olha o P.E.K.K.A, vai jogar pro lado, vai entrar, tentou com bola e tudo, não entendi, acabou caindo. Vai no contra-ataque, a Team Queso pra fechar o jogo, meteu pro lado do outro, tica-lacatica,
Brian é o nome dele, Brunão, fez uma excelente partida, consegue trazer a primeira do dia de hoje. A Team Queso inicia os trabalhos, 1 a 0 é a parcial do futebol.
1 a 0 ali pra Team Queso, a gente vê aí novamente a escalação dos dois times. E agora vamos pro segundo round, RHZ e JX, com o Brian por ali também, o Jubileu tá ali.
Quase caiu o Jubileu. Olha o P.E.K.K.A tentou eliminação, conseguiu a eliminação, mas caiu junto, Joey.
Tá complicado, o Brian tá jogando demais, vai pra cima agora do Jubileu, consegue a eliminação, Brunão, olha o gol!
O Brian passou, vai entrar com bola e tudo!
Tá aparecendo o Ronaldinho Gaúcho, ele olha pra um lado e chuta pro outro, Brunão.
É, tá descendo o ticalacatica, como eu falei, vai pra um lado, vai pro outro, mete o passinho do Romano e faz o gol. Tá aí, tentando eliminações, o Jubileu tá com a bola, vai... Quase caiu ali, vamos ver se consegue. Ficou vivo na ult ali agora no finalzinho. O RHZ foi eliminado, o Jubileu vai descendo ali. Tem a hipercarga, olha o Motep, tentou, antecipou, Joyzão.
É, ele tava por ali, tentou fazer a boa, acabou não dando certo, agora tá encurralado a Tinqueso.
É, a Tinqueso agora ali presa, se cair um complica demais. A bola rodou pra fazer o gol, olha a Jack, caiu a Jack, sobrou a bola, Motepão!
Motep assume a bronca, faz o gol, tá tudo igual, Brunão!
1-1 no placar, vai descendo agora o Jubileu.
Nossa!
Pra fazer a pressão, é pra entrar com bola e tudo. Jogou na frente, tem o gol, bateu, P.E.K.K.A!
Golaço! Golaço do P.E.K.K.A, tá tudo igual, 1-1 no placar geral. E um detalhe que eu achei muito legal foi os três ativando a hipercarga de forma sincronizada no mesmo momento, Bruno.
Exatamente, incrível essa descida coordenada. Vieram pro tudo ou nada destruindo, desceram organizados e mostraram a força. Agora vai subindo ali o Brian, já tem ali a possibilidade de fazer a pressão, consegue a primeira eliminação, o P.E.K.K.A devolve, Joey.
Devolve, o JX tá por ali, ele tem o ultimate, já vai posicionando. P.E.K.K.A pra cima, derruba o RHZ.
Se tocar o Motep ali, vamos ver se ele consegue, já antecipou. Vai dar no P.E.K.K.A. Lá na frente, tem a possibilidade, bateu! Não entrou, Joey, o RHZ voltou, pegou a bola.
Consegue fazer a defesa, RHZ na hora certa, aparece por ali, não deixa a bola entrar, tá 0-0, Brunão. E aqui, Brunão, quem ganhar essa partida, fecha o primeiro mapa, Brunão.
Exato, é muito importante, o Jubileu acabou caindo. Momento complicado ali pro time do Mini P.E.K.K.A, 0-0 no placar, 1 minuto e 48 para acabar. Vai rodando ali, o RHZ, a gente vê o Motep com a bola, agora um pouco mais calmo, né, Joey?
Exatamente, o RHZ acabou abrindo ali pela direita, o P.E.K.K.A inverte, vai de hipercarga pra cima da Tinqueso, Brunão.
Já jogou pra frente, pode rolar a eliminação, caiu, Brian, mas a bola foi lá pra trás, tentou eliminação, derrubou também, vai descer o Jubileu, hipercarga pra fazer o gol, com bola e tudo, com bola e Joey!
É, Brunão, nesse momento vira o Frau, a equipe do Mini P.E.K.K.A abre 1-0, a Cação Franca, tá um jogo lindo isso daqui, Brunão.
Isso tá bonito, já caiu o primeiro, agora o time da Tinqueso vem forte pra tentar eliminações, conseguiram derrubar o Jubileu e o P.E.K.K.A subindo pra empatar, o Tep salva o time, Joey!
O time utiliza hipercarga, usa tudo que tinha ali a seu favor, consegue fazer a defesa, 1 minuto de jogo e o prejuízo é da Tinqueso.
É, vai ter que correr atrás, está 1-0 para o Mini P.E.K.K.A, 50 segundos, o P.E.K.K.A vem descendo, deu do lado pro Jubileu, pra acabar o jogo! Pra acabar o jogo, Joey!
Aqui fechou, Brunão, Futebral já tem dono, Mini P.E.K.K.A 1, Tinqueso 0 no placar.
Incrível! Virada incrível do time do Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Disso que eu tô falando, Brunão. Jogo lindo de se ver. Toma lá da cá. Tinqueso também fazendo um ótimo espetáculo aqui pra gente.
Que isso?
E aqui literalmente aulas dos dois lados. Olha quem foi o destaque da partida, Brunão.
Pra você ver como foi equilibrado. Foi uma virada realmente. Ele teve quase o mesmo desempenho do P.E.K.K.A, praticamente o mesmo desempenho do P.E.K.K.A, 5-4 ali nas kills e quedas, tem mais dano, né, o P.E.K.K.A tem mais dano que ele inclusive, mas ele foi muito importante pro time dele e acabou sendo escolhido aí pelo jogo como o Star Player. Mas olha o que jogou o Mini P.E.K.K.A pra poder virar essa partida. Nossa. Vendeu caro a Queso, né, Joey?
Vendeu caro, justamente. Deu muito dano, RHZ também, 40 mil de dano por segundo ali, absurdo. Agora também, Brunão, o que o Motep fez ali, defendendo os lados, usando tudo que ele tinha a seu favor, hipercarga, acessório, fez a boa. Bem jogado, absurdo, hein? Bem jogado, bem jogado demais. E é só o primeiro
Só o primeiro, meu amigo. E a gente tem dois modos muito interessantes na sequência, né? Que é o Caça Estrelas, que aí é loucura total nos 10 segundos finais ali. E temos o modo roubo, que já é uma bagunça. E a gente vai ver o cofre no chão. É maravilhoso esse futuro que a gente tem nesse jogo, hein, Johnny?
Com certeza. Campo de tiro agora, o first pick é de Mendy. Vem ali o Jubileu fazendo a boa, eles que baniram Tiki, baniram ali também a Nani, o Eugênio. São ali o draft ali, por enquanto, por parte da equipe do Mini P.E.K.K.A.
É, a gente já vê ali agora, temos o Ângelo RT e o Tiki por parte da Queso banidos. O Tiki do Joey, mano.
Meu Deus, os dois times baniram meu Tiki.
Não dá, não dá.
Aí é duro, hein?
E a Meg escolhida pelo Brian, Joey.
Meg Zona com Max. A família ali dos Brawlers estão juntos, Bruno.
Tá colado ali,
Só
né?
faltou o Surge ali agora.
Pra fazer a boa. Será que vem?
Será?
Que
É difícil, né?
Olha aí, o Piper Zone... Oh, meu Deus do céu.
Caramba,
que
Brunão.
loucura, Joyzão.
Brunão. E é o homem, né? É o P.E.K.K.A, né?
É o P.E.K.K.A.
Tá maluco.
Será que vai mandar braba assim?
Bora ver,
Vamos
Brunão.
ver. E vai agora pro Last Pick, o Motepão.
Exatamente. Tem bastante range ali, a equipe Mini P.E.K.K.A s. Vamos ver agora o Last Pick ali. Lembrando que a equipe da Team Queso tem essa vantagem, entre aspas, ali do Last Pick para tentar, em tese, pegar um Brawler que cautere todos da equipe Mini P.E.K.K.A s.
E agora vem Carlinhos, o famoso Call, aparece aí pra rodar, fazer aquela rodada que eles já gostam de rodar, vai rodar mais ainda, gente.
Ele é interessante, né? Ele tem algumas possibilidades, tem a ult, tem muita movimentação. E a Team Queso vai entendendo ali que o Gray seria a melhor pressão, né? Vai ser literalmente uma comp pra pressionar. E a princípio isso pode rolar depois que o Gray conseguir posicionar essa ult, né?
Ele pode posicionar ali e surpreender pra pressionar no final, né? Chegar com o time todo de uma vez. Tentar o tudo ou nada ali, a zona, né?
Exatamente.
Pra causar, ainda mais com a ult da Meg, de repente, aquela paulada que vem pra quebrar tudo, né?
Tem a Meg com velocidade, a Max com velocidade, a Meg que vai dar muito dano em área, tem muita vida também, tem o robozão. Então realmente uma comp bem forte da Team Queso. Mas a Mini P.E.K.K.A s tá com Brawlers ali que eles dominam muito bem também.
É isso, vamos... Vamos lá então, tá valendo, agora é a hora. Tá na tela pra vocês agora. O jubileu, Joey!
Aqui já consegue uma vantagem muito boa, é um 5-2. Mandy e também a Piper de ult tá numa situação bem favorável nesse momento a equipe Mini P.E.K.K.A s.
Mandou um palhaçada ali o RHZ, viu?
Exatamente, Brunão. Já tem Carlito por ali, tentando identificar o JX. A Max tentando aproximação também. Enquanto isso, o Jubileu só mandando bala. Boa eliminação do Brian.
O Brian foi de base, foi de arrasta, caiu ali. E agora fica 3x2, vai voltando ali agora o Brian, já tem uma desvantagem muito grande pra esse modo, né, Joey?
Na verdade quem tá fazendo a Mandy é o Motep, tá mandando muito bem, é o Jubileu que tá com o Carlinhos.
E adivinha o que o P.E.K.K.A tá? The Piper,
jeito,
mano,
né,
The Piper.
Piper carnavalesca, essa skin absurda que o Brawl Stars lançou aí.
Meu Deus, caiu mais um, região. O JX já foi, o Brian caiu também. Derruba 2, 12-2 agora, Joey.
Absurdo, Brunão. Vamos ver a pressão agora da Team Queso. Já tem o teammate por ali do Gray, foi pra cima, o P.E.K.K.A caiu. É 12-6 nesse momento pra Team Queso, Brunão.
Já tem ali agora 23 segundos, a pressão vem, o Brian chegou, colou, eliminação na paulada, 12-8. Vai ter que segurar, tem pouca vida ali, o JX vazou. Tá com vantagem o time brasileiro do Mini P.E.K.K.A s, 12 segundos. Ainda vai ter uma subida ali, hein, Joey?
Agora é pressão, vamos ver, eles estão bem recuados, muito dano rolando por ali, perde o robozão a Meg.
4 segundos pra fechar agora, vai tentando no Vazari, cai no final, 12-11!
Tentaram, Brunão, tentaram, mas aqui não deu não, então Mini P.E.K.K.A s 1-0 nessa parcial aqui do campo de tiro, caça estrelas. Tem possibilidade de fechar agora e tentar um 2-0.
Exatamente, jogo bom até o final com a queda e mesmo com a queda aí por sorte o time do Mini P.E.K.K.A s acabou ficando na vantagem, um pontinho ali e conseguiu a primeira partida. Tá na vantagem e pode fechar o set a partir de agora, hein?
Exatamente, vamos ver como que vai rolar. Por enquanto, estrela de desempate novamente nas mãos da equipe Mini P.E.K.K.A s. Vai se repetir na história, foram pra cima do Motep. Pode tentar essa eliminação, conseguiram. Agora a Team Queso acaba caindo no retorno, a RHZ foi de base.
Caiu também, 3-2, a vantagem no Mini P.E.K.K.A s ainda existe. Tá muito parecido com o primeiro jogo, né, Joey? Na mesma pegada.
Dessa vez a Team Queso tá buscando, já abre agora um 5-3. Vamos ver o que vai rolar por ali. O Jubileu tá meio sozinho ali na parada. Coloca o Brian
quase
pra
caiu.
Velocidade da Max caiu. Que
cai
isso?
2, já consegue eliminações. O Motep tá por ali. Acabou buscando agora o JX. Caiu também. Ace do time da Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Tem ult ult ali nas mãos do Motep também, pode ser uma boa. Vamos ver como que vai rolar. Enquanto isso, o Brian trocando por ali com aquele Carlinhos. Olha a ult, passou no vazio, Brunão.
12-8, uma vantagem muito boa, 55 segundos, tem muita coisa pra acontecer. O Jubileu caiu também, já tem ali uma vantagem. 12-11, 1 ponto. Terminou sim o último jogo, Joey.
E a gente vê agora a Tinqueso provocando com o spray ali da STMN ali. A Mini Pecas não vai deixar se sentir abalado, mas por enquanto 13-2 pra Tinqueso.
Já 3-2 ali, 13-12 na vantagem. Agora tem hipercarga, vai ali o P.E.K.K.A buscando. Nossa. A primeira já foi, a balaça se pega no olho, machuca. Derruba o segundo, o Brian cai também. 18-13, pode ser na pontuação. Se chegarmos a 20, acaba, Joey.
Aqui tá por um fio, Brunão. 12-3, qualquer momento pode rolar a eliminação. O Jubileu foi pra cima, acabou escapando o JX, vai caindo. Nossa. Caiu, foi o Jubileu, Brunão.
10 segundos agora, vamos ficar de olho. 18-15, vantagem de 3. Tem que derrubar uma ainda. Vai pra pressão, consegue a eliminação.
Fecha o segundo set, Brunão. Tá muito bem no jogo, equipe Mini Pecas. Agora sim se estabiliza um pouco no confronto, que começou bem emocionante no futebol, mas agora com esse 2-0 eles já ficam um pouquinho mais confortáveis, porque só precisam ganhar mais um set para fechar o jogo.
Tá muito bom pro time deles. Apesar de serem jogos muito equilibrados, o time da Mini Pecas está resolvendo a parada, né, Joey?
Exatamente, Brunão. Estão conseguindo resolver a parada ali. Já foi 2 modos de jogo na conta deles. E agora a gente tem ali zona segura no modo roubo. O objetivo principal é derrubar o cofre, tirar aquele 100% de vida dele. E aí pode sim rolar um 3-0 também por parte da Mini Pecas, hein?
Pode rolar um 3-0. Inclusive eu ia falar isso pra você. 2 jogos que a gente não imaginava, Joey.
Exatamente.
A real é essa. 2 3-0 a gente não imaginava. O primeiro jogo poderia ser, é claro, poderia acontecer, mas pelo retrospectivo da Tigrinhos a gente imaginava um pouquinho mais de dificuldade. Esse jogo, os resultados foram mais próximos ali o jogo, mas Mini Pecas tá jogando demais, Joey.
Demais
muito,
mesmo.
muito.
E assim, vir por um jogo difícil como esse acaba, em determinada situação, sendo até melhor para Mini Pecas, para se preparar para o que vem pela frente.
Exatamente, essa é a ideia. E aí agora a gente tem um Safe Zone, que é o mapa do modo roubo, né, Joey? E Colette escolhida aí pelo Jubileu, é isso?
Exatamente.
Vamos confirmar ali para ver se aparece mesmo.
Vamos confirmar. Na
Não,
verdade,
foi da RHZ. Foi da RHZ.
First Pick então foi da Tinqueso, né? Eles baniram ali a Melody, o Chuck e o Crow. Chuck dos 2 lados, inclusive, né?
Significa que o last pick é do time do Mini Pecas, Joey.
Pois é uma possibilidade também. A gente também tem um banimento de Ângelo, tem banimento ali de Melody também por parte da equipe Mini Pecas. E aí tem algumas opções, né? Tem o Huffs.
O Chuck tá banido também, né, Joey?
Tem a Piper.
A Piper aparece já.
Já aparece ali por parte do Jubileu.
Esse mapa é um mapa que aparece muito atirador de longe, né? Aquele dano do sniper, né, Joey?
Exato. A gente vê agora a escolha ali da Eve por parte do Motep, ela que ganha muita mobilidade ali por conta do rio. E agora vai fechar a composição ali a equipe da Tinqueso.
2 escolhas agora, o Brian e o JX vão finalizar esse momento, as escolhas do time, e a gente vai entender como vem montado o time da Tinqueso. Mini Pecas bota a Eve, que passa ali por cima daqueles rios, né? Consegue atravessar os rios. Charlie escolhida ali pelo time. Interessante esse pique, hein, Joey? Charlie do Brian.
Dá pra travar ali, né? Dependendo da possibilidade. Vem agora fechando com a Nani, principal counter ali da Piper. Bem interessante, eu diria, Brunão.
Tá aí, então formado o time... Ah não, foi Nani. Não foi a Charlie, acabou sendo a Nani o do Brian.
A Nani é ainda mais interessante, né? Porque ela consegue fazer uma trocação boa contra a Piper em específico, né?
Será que o nosso estagiário ali predictou uma Charlie ali agora?
Vamos ver, né, Brunão?
Não, veio Megizada, Joey.
Meg, então a equipe da Tinqueso fecha a composição nesse momento, né?
Fechou, tá definido então Meg, Nani e Colette no Safe Zone, o time da Tinqueso. Agora vamos definir o time do Mini Pecas. Tem ali o Motep com a Eve, 8-bit é o último pique do time da Mini Pecas, que vem com o P.E.K.K.A. Jubileu pegou Piper, Joey.
Eita. Eles podem fazer essas inversões.
Eu gosto dessa
ver como
comp,
que
Joey.
vai acontecer. Eu também prefiro essa comp aí da equipe do Mini Pecas.
Eu gosto.
Pra jogar, eu prefiro ela.
Também. Pra jogar é muito legal. Agora, se eles vão botar pra funcionar, aí é outra pegada. A gente vê aí a torcida. Quem tá torcendo pro time do Mini Pecas aí, rapaziada?
Agora eu quero saber, Brunão, quem tá torcendo pra equipe da Team Queso?
A torcida tá menor, mas tem torcida também, mano.
Exatamente. A gamescom é latam, então tem gente de toda a nossa região por aqui.
Exatamente, já coloca ali o spray da Zeta, hein?
Pra começar o jogo.
É isso, é provocação, ó.
Tá maluco, Brunão.
Vamos lá então, já consegue a eliminação do PEC, o time da Team Queso. O JX foi pra cima dele e conseguiu. O Brian agora em problemas, vai ter ali o Motep agora um problemão pra resolver. Conseguiu a eliminação ali, o P.E.K.K.A caiu, o Brian também. Foi uma briga boa ali, hein, Joy?
É, o Motep fez a boa utilização ali da ult, colocou a torreta ali pra proteger, consegue a eliminação, agora vai subir na Nani. Caiu o Motep, Brunão.
É, já tem ali agora o Jubileu, vai dar aquele vazar ali por cima do Rio. Já vai ali 100% nos dois cofres. Palhaçada já mandou ali o P.E.K.K.A. Já tem as pulguinhas indo atrás, Joy.
É, o Brian tá por ali, agora acaba perdendo um robô, o Motep vai pra cima, vai tentando a aproximação, consegue. Cai o Brian na sequência, já tem torreta por ali, pode tentar a eliminação da Collet. 4.200 de vida e acaba caindo também o RHZ.
É momento agora de tentar pontuar, né? Tentar diminuir a vida daquele cofre. Vem a eliminação do Motep do lado direito ali, conseguiu a braba. A Nani, o Brian pega o P.E.K.K.A, mas cai ali na sequência. Os dois se auto-eliminam, né, Joey?
Exatamente, a trocação tá boa, mas o dano que é bom no cofre tá pouco.
Exatamente, ainda tem pouco dano. Isso abre possibilidade pros dois lados. O P.E.K.K.A aparece por ali, tá ali com a sua P.E.K.K.A Rio, a P.E.K.K.A carnavalesca, né? Já tem ali a posição do Brian na meiuca, tentando chegar ali perto do P.E.K.K.A, conseguiu meter a braba, já foi pra cima, pra tentar fazer pressão, acabou caindo, Joy.
Exatamente, fez a hipercarga ali pra cima, empurrou todo mundo, mas na sequência caiu. Muito dano entrando no cofre da equipe Mini Pecas.
Vai ter que correr atrás, o RHZ agora foi eliminado, o P.E.K.K.A baludo, consegue acertar o dano, vai procurando mais dano, chegou lá em cima, agora o time da Team Queso vai bater lá em cima também. Tem o Motep descendo agora, passou de colete para tentar a eliminação do RHZ, conseguiu derrubar, mas perde dois jogadores do time da...
It's interesting to have people who love the same things they are working with. That's what we're doing. All right, guys, now we are going to have streaming with the eSports Arena friends, those guys. I'm going to introduce myself once again. And here they are. We have our IGN friends from the United States. They are going to start up this panel in English. So please feel free to follow on the simultaneous translation. When you guys are ready, just let me know. And we're going to have... Those guys are going to deliver the speech in English. That's not a problem. And then we're going to get the sound. Let me see if those guys are ready. Are you guys ready? Yeah?
Ok. Ao vivo, gente. Como eu falei, ao vivo as coisas vão...
Guys, this is live once again, so those guys are jumping in right now. We're going to have this great conversation, and we're going to talk about what they have seen here. The first edition is the second day for the audience, and the third day of the event. Are you guys ready? All right, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I'm Damon Hatfield from IGN. This is Brian Altano, and we're joined up here with Roblox. We have Matt Curtis, who's VP of Dev Relations, and Tian Lim, who's VP of Products. Thank you so much for joining us up here.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, so Roblox, where to begin? What brings Roblox down to Brazil for Gamescom Latam?
You know, we're here. We have an amazing community here already. You know, for Roblox, Brazil is actually a top 5 country for daily active users. It's the 4th biggest country for active creators. We already have some amazing creators here, so we're celebrating them, we're supporting them, and we're just having a great time.
Should we ask, we just saw Chucky in there. Should we ask about Chucky now, or do I hold that for later?
I kind of have to. I mean, it was my biggest question today. Like, obviously, you know, a lot of kids, a lot of children play Roblox, but we have Chucky here now. Like, how did this come together?
Well, first, I'll take a step back and say that everything that you're seeing up here, Roblox didn't actually make, right? Everything was user-generated content. It was built by the community, for the community. It's the experiences, the characters, everything they're wearing, the avatars, and so on and so forth. As to how Chucky came about, I'll toss that over to Mr. Curtis.
All right. Yeah, so that's actually a Creator Fund game. We worked with the Creator Fund, or the creators of that fund, super closely. We are also talking to the Chucky brand owner, and they were aware that this horror game was being made. We facilitated the conversation, but they did the rest, and you can see the results. Like the models look amazing, and Chucky's not just available in the experience; it's also available on the platform as an avatar item too. So next time you guys are on Roblox, check it out. You can have Chucky. There's a great backpack. I mean, when we see each other, I'm really looking for it. It's funny you mentioned that. So my son is 4. We haven't started our Roblox adventure yet, but so like, how much time do I have? How much time do I have until my son is on Roblox every day? Man. I guess a better question is, what's like sort of like the average, the age of the average user on Roblox?
Well, first off, I'll say that I started programming when I was 4. So if you want, if you want to get him, all
right. As soon as I get home,
it's a good time. 58% of our daily active users are over the age of 13, and in fact, over 13s are our fastest growing cohort. So I think there's some myths to be busted about our demographics.
The goal of Roblox, basically, from your perspective, is to empower content creators to make stuff, right? So what's that pipeline look like in terms of them asking for features or asking for tools, and your team's turning around and delivering them?
It's a very astute point. I'll take one quick step back.
Yeah.
Our overall vision is to find ways to connect 1 billion people across the planet with optimism, civility, and safety. And the way that we believe you can do that is by empowering everyone to be able to create anything. Because we're not going to be the ones doing that connecting their communities. It's going to be the creator community, right? So they're the ones that will build the right content that will bring their social graphs and communities together. So that's the thesis behind everything that we do, and that's why we try to make creation as simple as possible. So to your point, we've been building Studio for 15, 16 years at this point. So Studio is our free development platform. It's extremely powerful. It's grown a lot over the years. We have a very, very close relationship with our community. We're constantly listening to them. We met with so many of them here today and yesterday, and it's a constant conversation with our community.
So, Matt, with your role as dev relations, are you talking to like other developers out there? Like I know we saw Sonic the Hedgehog in there. Are you talking to other developers like Sega to get them involved with Roblox?
Yeah, totally. I think as developer relations, we obviously have our existing community, and that's really important to us. But there's a lot of interesting prospects, and there's many who come searching for opportunities on Roblox. So you can see some of these in the Creator Frontier. Many of these developers are actually originally off Roblox. They learned their expertise elsewhere, and now they're bringing that expertise to platform. That's becoming much more popular. To Tien's point earlier, our creation engine, it allows anyone, whether they're your 4-year-old son who can start coding to a professional who's been in the industry for 20 or 30 years to make something awesome on the platform. So you're totally right. We support every creator, anyone who wants to start on Roblox, we're here for them.
So aside from having Chucky in there, what are some of the most exciting sort of recent partnerships that have been happening in Roblox?
Clip It, you want to talk about that?
I think, well, first off, Clip It is a really good example. You kind of saw it in there. It's a social network that is essentially on Roblox, right? So think of like meme content, and through that, you kind of get this really interesting creation that's starting to happen. We're starting to see that in other experiences too, where brands are actually integrating or they're making their own experiences. Some really cool ones to note. We have Lamborghini, which is great. We had Twice, which is an amazing, popular K-pop band, make their own experience. Recently, the Rolling Stones actually just announced that they're going to bring their music into an experience as well and actually offer it to the whole Roblox community. So there's some really cool things happening. And what's great to see is that they're actually interacting with existing creators too, right? We can help facilitate, but like I said earlier, we get out of the way and we let them actually create the deals and structures and integrations that they feel is most appropriate for them.
Very cool. How is this engine juggling so many disparate visual identities here? It's really fascinating to me because I think for a long time people thought Roblox is something I can recognize easily when I look at it. And now I think the average person who doesn't know much about this would look at some of these game modes and some of these, entire games that you're running in this engine. How is it doing that? Because it seems incredible to me.
In a weird way, I'm gonna redefine Roblox for a hot second. The way I think about it, as someone who has worked AAA on consoles before, right? I helped build the GameCube, Xbox 360, and the PlayStation 4.
Cool.
Roblox is a lot more like a console, a virtual console, than it is just a game engine for a game, right? It's a virtual console that runs across lots of different kinds of devices. So that's why your 4-year-old could tonight download Studio, run through a tutorial, press publish, immediately start playing with you on your phone and him on a PlayStation or Xbox. Like, it could happen tonight if you really wanted it to. So it's a platform, and we tried our best, just like all the other great platforms, to expose as much as possible and give as much creative canvas to our creators. So yes, there's a certain style that is just easier to accomplish, but you can see that with a little bit of extra effort, a little bit of creativity, our creators are able to bring to life all kinds of, even photorealistic experiences.
How often do the two of you come to work and see something that a creator made and your minds are just blown?
Every day, actually multiple times a day. I mean, even while we're here at Gamescom, like, stuff is popping up all the time. It's just so incredible to see. And one thing that's really cool is, as Tian was pointing out, we're platform agnostic, we're global. Our platform, we have 77 million daily active users. And as a developer, we also provide tools that allow you to have automatic localization, real-time translation. So if you're a developer here in Brazil, you don't just need to develop for the local market. You can press publish once, you're global, and then we can help you localize and actually reach a much broader audience. So you start to see a lot more content getting popular because it's coming from everywhere, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's really amazing to see, and it's the reason my job is so much fun. Like,
yeah.
It's awesome.
And there's a financial incentive for players to make stuff, correct?
That's right. Yesterday I talked about, actually at our last earnings call, we announced that we paid out $761 million in the last 12 months ending March 31st. So this is a real big business for our creators. Lots of people are building real sustainable businesses around the world. We also had some amazing stories come out. Like, we're constantly learning about some of these stories, life-changing stories for some of our creators. Yesterday I talked about Caillou, one of our UGC creators. He's focusing on building items. But based on his earnings on Roblox, he was able to help retire his parents, buy them a house, move them out of an unsafe neighborhood in Rio, buy himself and his fiancée a house, pay for the education of his nephew. Like, it's just so heartwarming and crazy.
Where were you guys in the 80s and 90s when I was playing video games?
What I've been saying.
You're telling me, right? Like, I wish.
My dad would have been like, no, keep playing, keep going. He wouldn't have been like, go play soccer.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it sounds like there's lots of exciting stuff happening with Roblox. Matt, Tian, thank you so much for joining us here on the stage, and have a great rest of your Gamescom latam.
Thanks for having us.
Okay. IGN's Daily Fix was here on the show floor reporting on all the biggest gaming news of the day. Let's take a look right now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Marinette from IGN Brazil. And in today's gaming news, we've got new PlayStation Plus games for July. Elden Ring Shadows of Earthtree is off to a strong start, and a huge new video game convention is happening right now, and we have all the details. It's Daily Fix. Sony has announced the PlayStation Plus Essential Tier games for July 2024, and they are Borderlands 3, S&atilde, and Among Us. All three games will be made available at no extra cost to PlayStation Plus subscribers on July 2nd. Borderlands 3 is perhaps the biggest games in July's lineup, as the latest game in Gearbox's beloved looter shooter franchise. Players explore the world of Pandora either solo or with friends, taking on all manners of over-the-top baddies and teaming up with just as many walkie allies. Perfectly timed with the NFL season warming up, fans can keep the excitement going with N8L24, the latest EA Games eSports hockey franchise. Finally, in Among Us, players must work together with a team of crewmates to prepare a spaceship for departure, but not everyone will play nice. In our 9 of 10 review, we say, Among Us successfully transferred the devious gameplay of in-person Cloak and Dagger games to video game form. Borderlands 3 and N8L24 and Among Us will be available until August 6th. Those who have yet added the June's PlayStation Plus games to their library, SpongeBob SquarePants The Cosmic Shake, AEW Fight Forever, and Streets of Rage 4 have until Monday, July 1st. Moving on, Elden Ring DLC Shadow of Earth 3 is off to a flying start, selling 5 million copies in just 3 days. Shadows of Earth 3 launched across PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S on Friday, June 20. This success comes despite the fact 2 Elden Ring bosses, including a tough option boss many players might have missed, must be defeated before the expansion can be accessed. Steam achievement data show nearly 2/3 of Elden Ring's PC players had yet to defeat this boss going into the release of Shadow of the Earth 3. But Bandai Namco Europe's Chief Marketing and Sales Officer Anthony Macari told GIBiz that Elden Ring sold so many copies that it doesn't matter. He said that statistic does present a unique challenge. However, with over 25 million units sold, even a fraction of our player base is a substantial audience. Our marketing efforts have been tailored to engage this significant segment effectively. After our initial mixed Steam user review rating for Shadow of Earth 3, sparked by the feeling the bosses are too hard as the performance problems, the DLC is now up to mostly positive. Shadow of Earth 3 has certainly enjoyed critical acclaim and has become the highest rated video game expansion of all time, even overtaking Witcher 3 DLC Blood and Wine on Metacritic. IGN's Shadows of Earth 3 review returned a 10 out of 10. And finally, it's event season, and this year there's a brand new one to keep an eye on. Gamescom Latam is a South America premier video game convention, attracting tens of thousands of fans and some of the biggest video game publishers in the world, plus tons of amazing indie games developers. Some of the video game companies here at the event include Bandai Namco, Epic Games, Atari, Ralph Fury, and more. Additionally, Nintendo, Sega, Warner Bros. Games, Square Enix, Wargaming, Ubisoft, Roblox, Niantic, Tectoy, and many more will be here to join in the fun. Gamescom Latam is happening right now, and IGN is here to cover it all. We'll be live all weekend with never-before-seen game trailers, exclusive interviews, and new looks at some of the coolest games out there, so be sure to tune in. And that's your Daily Fix for Friday, June 28th. Thanks for watching. Be sure to stick with IGN all weekend long for live coverage of Gamescom Latam.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Big thank you to Marinetti for hosting the Daily Fix today for us.
Breaking down the news.
Yep. She's one of the hosts from IGN Brazil. Very cool. Brian, here we are. We're just about at the end of IGN's coverage for today.
That's correct. We did see something cool on the show floor. It is at the Ubisoft booth. There is an Assassin's Creed Shadow activation with a huge sword.
Yep.
And to sort of piggyback on that, Yves Guillemot put in an interview recently.
The Papa Ubisoft.
Yeah, Papa Ubisoft said that the studio is interested in doing more remakes of classic Assassin's Creed games.
Assassin's Creed games specifically.
Very exciting stuff. There were rumors about a year ago that they were working on a remake of Black Flag, which was, I believe, the fourth Assassin's Creed game.
Yep.
And we joked for a while that there was a chance that would come out before Skull and Bones, which was like the ship combat game that was inspired by the ship combat in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That didn't happen, obviously, but yeah, Black Flag I think is pretty high on the list of Assassin's Creed remakes we would like on probably after Shadows comes out.
I think you're right about 4. I also think 2 would be high on the list because that was the first great one.
Yes.
There was a lot of hype around the first Assassin's Creed in 2007, I think. But then when it came out, IGN gave it a 7, I want to say. It was a 7, solid 7. But then 2 was like a 9. It was like, okay, this is like, it realized the potential of what number 1 could be.
100%.
So that's like a fan favorite that I could see them wanting to remake. Although, maybe they'd want to take a crack at remaking the first one.
Right,
really, and
getting it right.
And getting that one right this time.
I mean, I think 2 is a really good guess because it's been long enough that people actually genuinely have nostalgia for that era, which makes me feel incredibly old. But that's what, like 16 years ago now? Like,
something like that. Yeah,
if not longer. And there's a couple of little things they could do to modernize it and clean things up. That said, I am interested to see how this goes around because most recently at the Ubisoft Forward, they announced that the Prince of Persia remake is basically delayed until 2026.
I'm glad you brought that up because I like Ubisoft games.
Yes.
I'm excited for Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. However, in recent years, they've had a little trouble getting games out the door.
Yes.
Last year they did Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is very good, well received. They also did Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which I don't think many people actually played. But then the year before that, they had like nothing.
There was
like nothing there. And the Sands of Time remake was announced in 2020. Here we are in 2024, and we just got a little teaser trailer. No gameplay or anything. It's just coming 2026.
We saw an Hourglass, which we've been looking at for 4 years, and we'll look at for 2 more years. No, it's tough. It's tough to see, a game like that sort of in a tough development cycle, especially when it's based on the architecture of a game that already exists, right?
Like and is beloved.
Yeah, it's a very beloved game. So I think that at the initial reveal, there was some backlash to how it looked and how it was coming together, and Ubisoft kind of came in to assist one of their smaller studios in making it. So I'm hoping it comes to the finish line and it comes together well. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily imbue a ton of confidence that they have their remake process in order here. Also, the bar has been lifted significantly on remakes.
I wanted to say that. I understand Ubisoft wants to get in on the remake game. If you'll forgive me. There's just constant big AAA remakes coming out all the time now. We just got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Last year was Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space.
Yes, back-to-back 2 of the best video game remakes.
Every year now we're getting like 1 or 2 of these big AAA remakes. And I was trying to think what. It hasn't always been this way. Although remakes are not super new. Remember, Nintendo remade the Super Mario NES trilogy for the Super Nintendo.
They did.
In All-Stars.
They also remade the original Metroid with Metroid Zero Mission for the GBA, which they announced a week or 2 ago at the Nintendo Direct was coming to Nintendo Switch Online.
But it's in recent years it's become much more common. I was trying to think. I believe there were 2 games that really launched this trend. I think it was Shadow of the Colossus in 2018, and then Resident Evil 2 in 2019. And ever since then, we've been getting a couple of these a year.
Resident Evil 2 went on to be, I believe, Capcom's best-selling Resident Evil game ever, which is incredible. And it's an awesome, awesome game, well-deserved. But it also got them to go, hey, we're going to do 3, and we're going to do 4. And then, there's a Capcom event next week. We might find out about the next remake they're doing. Maybe it's 5, 0, Code Veronica. Maybe we'll go back to the original Mansion. Lots of options there.
Some people want them to remake the first one again. Yeah,
I would be down with that.
I would be down for that too. All right, we're almost out of time here. Let's look ahead. Let's use our time machine to look ahead. What are we going to be covering here tomorrow? We're going to be talking a lot more about Nintendo and Ubisoft, and then this fancy new handheld gaming PC, the Xenix, that's playable over here at Tech Toys booth. That's only going to be available here in Brazil. They're serving, it's kind of an underserved market in that area because the Steam Deck is not even available here.
Which is a bummer because I live in America, I have a Steam Deck, and I still want a Xenix. It's very light, it's very comfy. We both got to play it yesterday. It's awesome, and I wish them all the success.
Yeah, you're going to have to import it and see what it's like. for the Brazilian gamer. We've also got, this is going to be really big, Brian. We've got a big kind of blowout on Dragon Ball Z Sparking.
Yes.
We have a big preview. We played the game behind closed doors, and our multiple experts at IGN are going to break down all of this gameplay for you.
That's
We'll
right.
have that to share with you tomorrow. And then we're going to be talking about Elden Ring too, because the Shadow of the Earth Tree DLC is out now. It's a big hit.
It's playable on the show floor, so you can go get
right over there.
your butt kicked in public if you want. And there's some awesome cosplayers here dressed up as Elden Ring characters, so it's really cool.
And that's going to do it for IGN here on this day of Gamescom Latam, but we will be back tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you then.
See you soon.
Now I'm going to hand it over to this gentleman.
Thank you so much, guys, for being with us, for sharing all this amazing information.
Play é uma divisão de publishing. Basicamente é isso. Oi, eu sou Mariano Obey e eu sou o diretor de Killer Bunny.
The co-director of a spin-off we opened called The Rabbit Hole that we will talking today. That basically is an incubator on the region. We do a mild acceleration as well, but I would talk about it later. And we've been 15 years into game development and doing our own games and services, and working now with new developers.
Well, welcome everyone, and I also want to introduce myself. I'm Florencia Fole. I represent ADVA. ADVA is the Game Developers Association from Argentina, and I'm going to be moderating this one.
Argentina, e eu vou ser a moderadora desse painel incrível hoje. Como eu disse, a gente vai começar falando sobre publishing.
So I wanted to know from you, Mariano, and then from you, Ezequiel, in what context did you decide to open this new division or this spin-off, as you mentioned, on the incubator, and then also in the public?
To talk to publishers, trying to help them to do their first professional game, publish and everything, right? In order to encourage them to create also an ecosystem in order to thrive.
And what did it take you there? Like, how long did it take you to take that decision to switch from Killer Bunnies to the Rabbit Hole?
Well, it's something that I was thinking about for almost 10 years. But 6 years ago, our current CFO got into the studio and talked with him. One day I lay out the idea and we start doing like scribing and doing doodles, and we came up with a graphic that looks very much like a flux capacitor from Back to the Future with the business model and how can we make the private funds and the incubes and us as an incubator to work together, and we saw that it was feasible, that it was something that could be done. Javier, our CFO, he was crazy enough to believe in me and follow me on this complicated path that we decided to go, but we're there right now. We're going there.
We're going to talk about the challenges in a bit too. So what about Purple Play?
Well, in my case, it has to be that we have like bad experience with publishers for our two games that we launched. The first one, Golazo, that is a soccer game, and the other one with Pompu. So for the third game, Golazo 2 and Thunder Raid, we decided to make self-publish. and pretty much we made a great work, a better work than the publishers that we used to work. So we decided to create a new division that's called Purple Play, just to help the developers from Argentina and Latin America to publish the game, because we understand the problems that we have as Latin Americans. Also the ecosystem, that is something that is super interesting, and maybe sometimes people from Europe and USA don't understand some problems that we have here. For example, taxes, for example, the experience, time, etc., etc. And I think that we have a huge advantage of that, and also there is a big opportunity because there is so much publishers here in latam. I think like this year it starts to appear news, and it's a great opportunity, not only for us as publishers, it's a great opportunity for all of us, the developers and the publisher side.
And well, that you tackle the challenges for a bit, but what are the main challenges that you face when founding this new division business models, both from locally and internationally? Was it easy for you to pitch yourselves as an incubator or as a publisher internationally? And in terms of scouting projects, is there a specific challenge that you're facing? Do you want to go, Mariano?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I think that we start talking challenges so soon, even before you ask, because it's basically what we decided is to, let's pick our challenges.
Yeah.
Not really to, I mean, the biggest problem, yes, as he said, is a little bit of the taxation and the business model, and how you make it work, and how you get local investors to understand what they are getting into, right? We created a trust fund that local investors, because where I come from, we have a big industry with a lot of money, a lot of metal work, a lot of grain production, a lot of real estate tycoons, real big real estate tycoons, and with the money they spent to create a single mono ambient, I don't know how to say it in English, but
studio.
A studio apartment, they can fund several vertical slices that had a chance to have a fastest and biggest ROI return of investment than an apartment, right? So we decided that there's a phrase from another incubator, an accelerator from my town, science, that says that if we are able to turn 1 pound of soybean into technology, we already won. So basically it's that is the thing, but changing those super traditional investment mindsets, that's the biggest struggle we have right now.
I think it's a little bit complex because it has to be with the games that you want to publish. It's like, for example, the type of game that I'm looking for are arcade games, but I think it has to be with the scope, probably one of the problems. Sometimes there are people that enter in the industry that they want like to pitch a huge game, but the reality is like we don't have millions. It's like I have a great idea, Super Mario mix Metal Gear Solid. Okay, what do you think is the amount of money that you need to make that game? Like, I don't know, $3 million. We don't have that. We are Latin, so we have to like think out of the box and think in the scope that about games that we can create. Beside that, one of the advantages that we have is like maybe there is a lot of talent here in Latin America and they don't have the money just to go to, I don't know, Germany or US, and maybe one of the solutions for them is like they can just be in Argentina, be here in Gamescom, talk to us and pitch the game for us. So I think that's another advantage that we have, but in the case of the disadvantage, Mariano say like we have like the same problems. About the experience, maybe I think that we are better than we think. So that kind of problems of with that, I don't know, like we don't have the experience to make games and all that. To me, it's not the case. So I see more opportunities than disadvantage in the case of the publishing side.
And in terms of what's coming next for you guys, are you specifically looking for any projects, or what are you working on at the moment? And if there's anyone in the audience that would like to pitch their games to you or just ask for advice, what would you tell them?
Right now we are working on 2 games. We are going to publish 2 games from Argentina. One of them is the Beyond. We are going to launch a game for all the consoles. And the other one, I can't say it. But we are working on that. We are also working on our games. So to continue publishing our games that we develop. We have a new beat 'em up that is called Space Hunter. It's a mix between Silverhawks and the Mandalorian, so it's very cool. If you want to talk about the game, I can show you a little bit. And also we are open to looking for new games, so you can talk to us, to me. And also if you need some advice or whatever you need, I'm open just to receive you guys.
Yeah, so on our side, and to be brief and to leave time for Tobias and Flor to talk.
We're doing great, by the way.
Yeah, but if you need anything from us, talk to Ezequiel. No. Now, right now, we are trying to get a publisher for 4 games that we incubated and accelerated. I think that 3 of them already we are this close to sign up. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed to that.
And from there, the idea is always, we started doing like open calls that we say, hey guys, come and send us all the pitches that you wanted, and we did an evaluation. Right now, we don't want to add anything into the portfolio until we get to a conclusion and on one of the 4 games we have on the project. And there's another project that is funded by the incubator that is not looking for a publisher, that is also going around. But feel free to enter the website, that is rabbithole.games, and from there you will find an email where you can submit whatever game you're looking for an incubator to help you to do a proper presentation and pitch Ezequiel to ask for the $3 million.
Yeah, and also something that is important, beside the company of Marianne or mine or whatever, it's important that this last year appeared a lot of publishing and incubators company in the region. So that in some way it means that something is changing in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting times are coming for Latin America, and we can all see it here at Gamescom Latam for sure. Thank you very much, Mariano and Ezequiel, for sharing your story. If anyone wants to connect with them, you can either add them on LinkedIn or wait for them until we get off the stage, and you can ask them questions. We're going to be around for a bit more. And now we're moving to the other side of the same coin. Publishing your own IP and developing your own IP as an indie game developer from Argentina, and also how to position your products so that people will actually buy them and you can make a living out of this. So hi Tobias, hi Florencia. So, well, first of all, I would like to know from you guys, what are the main challenges that you have faced as an indie dev, and you, Flor, have seen indie devs facing when publishing a game under their own IP? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I can think that we have a lot of challenges in terms of creativity and technical aspects, but the real thing is that all of that is part of game development, and if you are making games, you love that. You find a way to solve that, and it's okay. It's part of the journey. But the part that we never like it, and we always have to face, is getting money, getting funds, and publishing marketing the game, so it gets exposure, so it gets to the players, and people can play it, can give us feedback. That's the part, the main challenge, because we are here to make games. We want that, and all the other stuff shouldn't be a problem. I mean, in some scenarios, you should. It will be really ideal that you create it and people just play it. If you can even get sales from that, even better. So getting exposure and getting funds, I would say, is the main challenge. And that's why, I don't know if you want me to continue, but...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but for marketing, we have worked in different scenarios. We have with peer agencies, with peer freelancers like Florencia, who is not only a co-worker, but also a friend, and we know each other for some time. And we have faced a lot of different... we have made like different missions to different ways to promote our games. Like anything you can imagine, we have done it. And some things work, some don't, mostly don't, but it's just because we don't have the other part, which is funds. To marketing, you need funds, and you also need funds to make the game. So it's a whole package of nightmares. The part of development is, again, is something lovely to create, but the other is something that we are not here for that. So we look for specialists like Florencia and also publishers or people in charge of those kind of things to make the work for us, because we don't want to do that.
And Flor, from your perspective, because you have plenty of experience working with indie devs and indie games, what are like the main mistakes or the things that you've seen throughout the years that we should and we could do differently?
Yes, well, to add to what Tobias was saying, I think that one of the challenges is, of course, getting funds and getting visibility and marketing. But I think it's very hard for us in Latin America because we're like very far away from like the biggest markets in the world, because Brazil and Latin America in general is getting really big. I mean, one proof of that is that we are here in the first edition of gamescom latam. But still, we need our games to be in GDC, in Gamescom Germany, in TGS in Tokyo, or maybe in Summer Game Fest, which is the new E3. And that's really hard because we are in the south, we are really far away from the north, but also it's very expensive. So, as Tobias was saying, you need someone not only to do marketing, but also to do biz dev, to know how to talk to investors, publishers. That's something that's really hard. Probably because, I mean, most developers in Latin America, they are people who started their journey as probably programmers or people who do outsourcing, and then they started creating their IPs. And when you do outsourcing, you like get solve many parts of development because you have a client that does biz dev, that does marketing, does, I don't know, anything related to go-to-market, like QA, localization. But when you do like your self-publishing, your own IPs, you need to do that. All yourself, that's impossible, or find partners to do that. And to find partners, you need to go to different shows. Thank God we have Gamescom Latam, we used to have big festival, we have EVA in Argentina. But showcasing your game there is not emaugh. Because you need like press from the north to play your game, to be featured in IGN, to be featured in Kotaku or in Gematsu in Japan, and that's something that is really hard for like games from Latin America. And I think that one of the parts that makes it harder is because most devs that I've seen that have their own IPs, if they have a publisher, they believe that the publisher will do everything. And sometimes publishers don't do market in all the world. They do like, they have a very small budget for marketing and they don't tell you. And if you're doing self-publishing, they leave marketing for like the last 3 months, and that's not enough. You can't market a game for like in a month or two. You need to do it like in the pre-production of the game, you need to start to think about marketing from the start.
That's great advice right there. And Tobias, you mentioned that some of the resources or the campaigns that you organized didn't work. Some did and some others didn't. What did you learn from that process, and what do you think that we should take into consideration from your experience, what works?
Yes, one of the things is one that Florencia just mentioned, and is when you start development and you have like a solid idea of what you are making, is to start showing your progress and do not keep that in secret. That's something we did at the beginning, and it was a total failure because one doesn't want to spoil, but at the same time, it's okay. When the game releases like 2 years from that moment, no one is going to, oh, I have seen that already. It didn't scare me, for example. So I think we have learned that after a lot of years, and it's something that we are doing now. Well, when we started making a more recent game, we started posting a lot of GIFs, images, screenshots, videos, and that starts making a small community, and that starts growing. And also, besides the numbers of followers or likes or whatever, or wish list, and eventually sales, besides those numbers, you get feedback, and that even help you. That gives you support to keep going in the project. If you do everything in silence, it's like you are missing that part, and sometimes it gets darker in development. You need that fresh air from other people to say, hey, this is good stuff, I like it. So that's one of the things that come to my mind right now.
Yeah, well, and what about in terms of resources, Flora? What are the main resources that you would recommend for an indie dev that is just starting with their game? They have no budget, and maybe they can start exploring, or maybe they're in pre-production, like you mentioned, and they want to plan for, I don't know, like early access in, let's say, 18 months from now. What they should have into consideration?
So I will say that they need to look for, well, as Tobias says, it is hard to like get a publisher when you like are really starting, so you need first to have like a prototype, something to show. So at the very beginning, if it is your first game and you don't know how to like pitch to a publisher, you can look for resources like fundings, like there are different, I mean, Idea at Xbox has supported many developers. Epic has done it also with the mega grants. Well, Tenebre Insomnia has won a mega grant in the past.
And Hellbound too.
Yeah, and Hellbound too. But also, well, and there are other fundings like the Wings funds in the US that they help women-led teams and women-led games in general. But also there are many showcases that are also like digital only. Like there are this past June, we have many conferences that were part of Summer Game Fest. Not only the Latin American Game Showcase that I mentioned, but also the Wholesome Games conference, then the Women-led conference and others. And many of those conferences, they have like a submission form, and they are looking for games to showcase. And that's totally free. I mean, you will be in front of the biggest audience in the world, because right now, Summer Game Fest is the new E3, and it's the biggest event in gaming right now. And also, there are opportunities like many games in Argentina have won opportunities to go to Tokyo Game Show because they apply to like different funds, opportunities. Sometimes you need to do what Tobias is saying, that talk to people about your game, because people will tell you about these opportunities. You know, if you are like in your house doing the game and you're not showing it to anyone, and also, I mean, if you're developing for PC, which is probably the first platform you'll think about, start to do like a Steam page the first time you have like something like to show in terms of art. The Steam page is something you need to do, a Twitter page, a TikTok page, show your game. I think that's the sum up of this.
Yeah, that's really the key, and I would add to that, like, go back to your community and ask others from their experience, because probably someone else did it first. And also in terms of showcases and events, I highly recommend keeping a calendar of when the calls for proposals or for submissions are open, because there's always a small window. It seems like it's forever, but then it closes and you realize, oh, it closed yesterday and you cannot submit your game until the next year. So you lose that window of opportunity to showcase your game right when you're going to launch it. So be mindful of the dates, be mindful of the organizers of these events, because they will give you information on where they are going to open the calls for submitting your game, for submitting a talk, for gaining visibility to your product. It's not just being at the event, but probably 3 or 6 months before the event, you will have the possibility to submit your game. And in some cases, even before that, like a year before the event. So be mindful of the dates, closing dates and submission dates, so that you don't miss those opportunities.
And well, also to add, you can also submit your game to the different awards. Here at Gamescom Latam, we have the different awards that a big festival is giving to devs, but also in other events there are awards, and many, in the case of Argentina, many developers have won awards in like Game Connection, at GDC, at the different festivals, and that gets you visibility, and some awards even get you money, so it's worth it.
Yeah, I can add something to that before we finish, and it's apply to anything, any event, like both Florencias said, because, for example, I am here in São Paulo, Brazil, which I haven't traveled outside my country, Argentina, for more than a decade, and that was because we applied to an Unreal Engine Argentina
scholarship,
and it worked. And I had the travel, the trip, the hotel, and the event. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and that's also key advice right there. Most of the time we're our worst enemies, and we think that we're not going to make it. If we submit our game, it's not going to be good enough, or we're not good enough compared to games made in Europe or in the US. But we have to stop thinking that games in Latin America have a lower quality and we don't have anything to offer, because yes, we're adding a lot of value and diversity to the games that are being developed in the world. So go for it. That's our advice. And then you'll have a chance, probably like Tobias said, to be here thanks to Epic Games and to showcase their games. So go for it, and then you'll have a chance, of course. So any other advice any of you would like to add to what we just commented on?
Yeah, I think that probably the next new mechanic or new type of game is going to be in Latin America. There's not going to appear a AAA game, because it's a risk for the AAA games to change like the mechanics or bring something new, because they made millions of dollars, not going to improve or make something new. And probably this is going to emerge in Latin America or in another emerging country.
Yeah, and I would say that feel free and don't be afraid to share the work that you're doing, even if you feel that it's too humble, because we are an industry that is more a community than an industry. There is no gatekeeping. On the contrary, you will find people trying to help you out, to give you advice, and to for free. And so do it. Just do it.
Yeah, go make great games. That's basically our advice. And if you don't know how to market your game, look for folks that have experience on positioning products out there, because, like I said, there's people that has done it before you, and they will be open to give you advice and help you out, because, like Mariano said, we are a big community and everyone is here to help you out. So thank you for our wonderful panelists.
Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause.
Gracias por venir.
And if anyone has a question, please feel free to reach out to us once we get off the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Palmas para os nossos convidados, lindíssimos. Muitas gracias. Por aqui, por favor. Por favor. Ah, tira foto, ela quer tirar foto. Vamos tirar a foto, então. Sorriam para a foto, pessoal. Sejam legais. Muito queridos, né, gente? Maravilhosos. Palmas mais uma vez, acaloradas para os nossos convidados. Nossos queridos irmãos, muito obrigada. Muito obrigada, boa noite. Obrigada. Obrigada demais. Esse evento tá a coisa mais linda. Vocês estão gostando? Porque eu fico aqui atrás, às vezes eu gosto de sentar, inclusive, junto com vocês, para poder assistir junto, porque eu acho tudo isso muito maravilhoso, mas só é possível porque temos patrocinadores incríveis nos ajudando, então vamos conhecer eles agora, né?
Gift card com cashback? Borocar tem?
Tenha o seu e aproveite.
Que coisa mais linda, que coisa formosa, que coisa bem feita. Bom, mais uma vez, eu sei que vocês já viram minha cara bastante por aqui, já deve estar até enjoado, mas eu vou me apresentar mais uma vez. Eu sou a Pirulita, vou continuar acompanhando vocês. Ih, gente, vai longe, parece que está acabando, mas estamos apenas no começo da primeira edição da gamescom latam, né? Que coisa mais linda, eu fico até emocionada. Bom, é o seguinte, eu espero que vocês estejam gostando. E agora eu vou falar um pouquinho, gente. Ah, é verdade, eu queria muito trazer esse tópico para vocês. Vocês acompanharam a sessão do Big Festival? Porque a premiação, gente, os finalistas, eles estão incríveis, já passaram aqui pelos nossos palcos hoje, assim, tava uma coisa linda de maravilhosa de ver. Então, por favor, vão até o stand, tem uma área cor-de-rosa lindíssima, nem dá pra ver que eu gosto de rosa, né? Tem uma área lindíssima cor-de-rosa ali, então, por favor, visitem, joguem os jogos, estão todos disponíveis, os finalistas estão todos disponíveis para que vocês joguem, experimentem e votem também na premiação, porque realmente está a coisa mais linda, né? É a competição de games mais importante, né, da América Latina. Todo ano são selecionados 100 melhores e mais inovadores jogos do mundo inteiro para vir aqui até o Big Latam. Até o Big Gamescom Latam. Bom, nesse momento, é que eu tô emocionada, gente. Eu fico emocionada, é muita coisa acontecendo, são muitos convidados. Eu tô liberada para convidar eles já, diretor, eu posso chamar os nossos participantes? Então tá bom, eu vou seguir aqui com a programação, vou chamar aqui no palco agora, no nosso próximo painel, que é muito inspirador, são alunos dos cursos gratuitos da Soul Code. São apoiados pela TNT e vão apresentar os seus próprios jogos, demonstrando toda a criatividade e habilidades essenciais para se ingressar na indústria dos games. Então, por favor, com muitos aplausos, recebam aqui no palco Fabrício Cardoso, cofundador da Soul Code. Fabrício, pode entrar. Palmas, palmas, por favor. Fique à vontade. Os alunos Yuri Rafael Nogueira dos Santos e Ana Luísa Barbosa da Silva. Agora o Giovanni Lima Basílio pode entrar junto também, gente. Venham, podem vir. Palmas para os nossos convidados. Que coisa linda. Pode sentar aqui, fiquem pertinhos. Ó, a história de vocês é inspiradora. Eu já estava acompanhando antes, então, olha, parabéns e fiquem à vontade. O palco é de vocês.
Obrigado pela apresentação. Obrigado a todos pela presença. Queria começar o nosso bate-papo, né? Me apresentando, contando um pouquinho do porquê estamos aqui. Então, meu nome é Fabrício Cardoso, sou um dos cofundadores da Soul Code Academy, que é uma edtech que capacita pessoas não óbvias para o universo da tecnologia. e que a partir desse ano também ingressou nesse universo dos games, e é isso que a gente vai contar um pouquinho para o pessoal. E começar só a agradecer sendo
basicamente, minha história com games veio desde moleque, que eu sempre gostei de jogar videogame. Aí, quando eu fiquei mais velho, eu comecei a querer entender como é que funcionava por baixo dos panos. Sempre via as mecânicas de diversos jogos que eu jogava e sempre fiquei curioso para entender como é que funcionava. Aí, com o tempo, eu descobri a programação e o desenvolvimento de jogos. Aí, eu comecei a me interessar por essa área desde mais novo.
E aproveitando, me fala um pouquinho, você mora onde e o que é o Verde Escola?
Eu moro em Juqueí, que é um bairro próximo do Verde Escola. Verde Escola Mano, eu acho que é um dos melhores colégios que tem por lá, que disponibiliza muita oportunidade para todo mundo, diversos cursos, diversas áreas, e recentemente o uso de programação e desenvolvimento de jogos.
Legal. E quando ele fala do Verde Escola, que é uma instituição que apoia, né, jovens
Sim.
e adultos na região do litoral norte de São Paulo, que é um parceiro da Soul Code na formação de pessoas em algumas carreiras, e agora a gente começou em games, a Soul Code tem um método imersivo de treinamento 100% gratuito, que são os nossos bootcamps. Então, através de parceiros como a TNT e outros, a gente consegue trazer pessoas para esse universo que não teriam oportunidade se não fosse através desse apoio. E a gente também tem uma série de instituições parceiras, como o Verde Escola, o Gerando Falcões, a Casa do Zezinho, que também esses jovens conseguem estudar por conta do apoio desses parceiros. Nós temos uma série de carreiras de dados, de Salesforce e agora de games que a gente começou esse ano. E para a gente é um passo importante, porque é um universo que a gente sabe que é extremamente atrativo para os jovens. A gente tem no país 11 milhões de nenéns que nem estudam nem trabalham, que são jovens entre 13 e 23 anos. E a gente entende que o desenvolvimento de games é uma grande oportunidade para trazer essas pessoas para esse mundo. Que nasceram já como jogadores e que podem vir para as carreiras técnicas, atrás do jogo, e começar a trabalhar nessa indústria. E a gente tem aqui também uma pessoa especial no nosso lado aqui, Ana Lu, que também é estudante do Verde Escola. Ana Lu, conta um pouquinho do que você está fazendo no Verde Escola e por que te interessou tanto entrar nesse mundo de games, que não é tão comum tantas meninas ainda, infelizmente, né, Ana Lu?
Bom, prazer, eu me chamo Ana Luísa, costume. Já de antemão, gostaria de agradecer muito por estar aqui, essa oportunidade é de fato muito, muito importante. E, bom, eu tenho 16 anos e, assim, como você mesmo enfatizou, é difícil ter mulheres nessas áreas. E eu sou estudante, não do Instituto de Verde Escola, mas o Instituto Verde Escola, ele acampa o prédio também da ETEC. Eu sou da ETEC, descentralizada classe Verde Escola, CD Verde Escola. E é com muito orgulho que eu faço parte desse mundo. O Verde Escola, estar vestindo hoje a camisa do Verde Escola é uma honra. Estar aqui representando essa turma, experimentar é uma honra fazer parte desse projeto. E no início, gostaria de contar algo, no início do curso tinha uma outra garota e eu fiquei muito feliz, porque era uma menina que eu não imaginava. Eu olhei para ela e falei, você está no curso de programação de games da Soul Code? E ela falou sim. E eu olhei e eu falei, nossa, que empolgação, eu não seria a única. Eu não seria a única lá. E, bom, infelizmente não deu 2 aulas e ela foi embora. Eu fiquei muito, muito triste com isso. Mas eu tenho uma equipe incrível. Eu adoro trabalhar com os meninos lá. Eles são super companheiros, ajudam, auxiliam. E qualquer coisa que eu tenho uma dúvida ou que eu não consiga, o nosso veterano Yuri, com a maior honra, faço parte da turma dele, ele ajuda, auxilia. Muitas vezes, involuntariamente, eles chegam lá e perguntam: Ana, tem alguma dúvida? Eu adoro isso. Eu me sinto muito, muito em casa, muito família. E é uma experiência muito, muito boa, de verdade. É arrebatadora, eu diria. Mas é uma história.
Que bom. E eu acho que esse seu depoimento é muito importante para a gente inspirar mais meninas a virem ao universo de games. É um universo que ainda é um universo pouco diverso. A gente precisa ter mais mulheres, mais pessoas negras participando desse universo, pessoas periféricas, para que realmente a gente tenha nos jogos a representatividade que a gente tem na sociedade. Eu acho que esse é um olhar muito importante. E trazendo para o nosso papo também, nosso amigo Giovanni, que ele está aqui por um outro motivo que é muito importante. A SoulCode começou com uma série de carreiras ligadas à tecnologia até a gente chegar no mundo de games, que era um sonho nosso. E o Giovanni fez parte desse programa. Mas mais do que isso, que para mim é um baita de um orgulho, não só ele fez o curso, mas hoje ele também trabalha no Grupo Petrópolis, né, como no time de tecnologia. Então, Giovanni, eu queria que você primeiro falasse um pouquinho da tua vida pré-bootcamp da SoulCode e depois sua vida pós-contratação no Grupo Petrópolis, o que mudou e o que significou a TNT e o Grupo Petrópolis nessa tua jornada, Giovanni.
Perfeito. Fabrício, obrigado pela oportunidade, agradeço a todo mundo que está aqui assistindo. E meu nome é Giovanni, tenho 25 anos e, como o Fabrício comentou, atualmente eu trabalho no Grupo Petrópolis da marca TNT aqui, né, sendo representado pela marca TNT. Quem não teve a oportunidade de ir no stand, a gente está com um stand bem ali, fiquem à vontade, está um stand muito bonito, eu acho que vale o tempinho ali, tá? Mas vamos lá, antes da SoulCode, eu nem imaginava trabalhar na área de TI. Era a área completamente oposta da que eu vinha, a área completamente oposta daquela que eu imaginava seguir carreira. Eu conheço algumas pessoas que trabalham com TI, que trabalhavam com TI, e eles me chamavam, falavam, vamos trabalhar nessa área, com tecnologia. Eu falava, não, eu estou feliz na área que eu estou contente na área que eu estou seguindo. Mas com o surgimento da pandemia, eu entrei na SoulCode bem no período que a pandemia estava alta, estava completamente fechado, e eu estava em casa. Eu recebi a recomendação de um amigo meu, ele falou para mim que iria fazer um curso de computação em nuvem. Eu olhei para aquilo e falei, o que é computação em nuvem? Ele falou para mim, eu falei, não faço a menor ideia do que seja isso, mas eu falei, vou pesquisar. Abri um vídeo no YouTube, vídeo de 5 minutinhos, para entender o que era computação em nuvem, o que era Google Cloud. Falei, achei interessante, vou me propor a fazer, E acho que aquele ali foi um grande divisor de águas para mim, porque eu comecei a olhar aquele vídeo, entrei na SoulCode e abri meus olhos para a área. Eu olhei e falei, nossa, é isso que eu quero, é isso que eu gostei, me aprofundei, percebi como é profunda a área da TI. A gente consegue ver aqui pessoas que estão se desenvolvendo na área de games, mas também tem N outras áreas, N outras oportunidades, e está aberto para todo mundo. E a SoulCode abriu essa porta para mim. A SoulCode, junto à TNT, junto ao Grupo Petrópolis, abriu essa porta para que eu pudesse entrar na área de tecnologia. E atualmente, como o Fabrício comentou, eu trabalho nessa área, já estou há 2 anos dentro do Grupo Petrópolis, atuando com um time lá de infraestrutura, com foco em computação em nuvem.
Que legal. Não só ter a possibilidade de ter a formação proporcionada pelo grupo, mas também ter orgulho de trabalhar no grupo. Isso é muito bacana de fazer parte dessa jornada como um todo. Quando a gente fala, e eu queria puxar um pouquinho aqui, Yuri, a gente fala bastante desse universo de games, né? Que é para todo mundo, tem que ser para todo mundo. Com certeza. Me fala um pouquinho, quando a gente estava descrevendo o que vocês estão estudando, né? Que foi o primeiro passo que a gente deu de ter uma formação em games. Como que foi a dinâmica das aulas, o que vocês estudaram e conta um pouquinho do que a gente vai ver daqui a pouco nessa tela.
Então, a dinâmica foi mais aula online. A gente teve... o professor foi o José Magalhães, e ajudou muito a gente. A principal ferramenta que a gente utilizou foi Unity. E dentro da Unity a gente pode usar diversas linguagens, mas a que a gente usou principalmente foi C#. E ficamos esses meses estudando tanto teoria quanto na prática mesmo.
Legal. Quanto tempo que vocês estão estudando lá, games?
Tem uns 4 meses.
Uau, 4 meses. Ana Lu, como que foi para você durante esses 4 meses? O que você achou de mais difícil? O que você mais gostou nesse universo que você começou a fazer parte de ser uma game developer?
Comentário sincero da minha parte, eu até citei com o Mikael, nosso coordenador do Verde Escola, que por mim eu ficaria no Verde Escola fazendo curso a semana inteira. E com o curso da Soul Code de programação não é diferente. Chegava na quarta-feira, né, que é de acordo com o cronograma, e eu falava, nossa, quinta-feira não tem curso, sexta-feira não tem curso, e eu não tenho nada tão interessante para fazer. Mas eu simplesmente adorei. Bom, como o nosso parceiro aqui de palestra comentou, ele nem imaginava entrar nessa área, né? E eu nem imaginava fazer parte desse curso de games. Mas na hora que eu vi programação em games, eu falei, quando é que soltarão o link para eu me inscrever aqui? E eu falei, na hora que soltarem eu seria a primeira a me inscrever. E eu fiquei super ansiosa. Gente, não me mandavam. Você foi aceita no curso e eu, ai meu Deus, será que eu vou ser aceita? Fui aceita, graças a Deus. E, bom, a minha experiência dentro do curso foi muito boa. Nosso professor José Magalhães, ele auxiliava, as aulas eram super diversificadas. Nós tínhamos momentos de conversa ali, o professor tinha um momento de tirar a dúvida. Eu acho que esse momento é o mais importante também. Então, assim, eu particularmente adorei. Foi uma experiência muito única e não tive dificuldade porque eu tive uma equipe muito responsável que me ajudou bastante. Então, assim, de fato, ser a única mulher ali, às vezes eu não podia chegar, por exemplo, em uma colega e falar, nossa, estou passando por uma dificuldade no curso e tudo mais, porque ela não ia compreender. Mas eu tenho intimidade com o meu grupo e aí eu posso perguntar, professor José Magalhães, ele, se eu tenho alguma, que é o codinome, né, que nós usamos, tem alguma dúvida? E eu acho isso muito incrível, a experiência é muito única mesmo.
E você falou de dúvida, de falar com o time, né? O universo de desenvolvedores é uma grande comunidade, né? Em todos os tipos de linguagem, e no universo de games não é diferente, pelo contrário, é uma comunidade super unida, super ativa, e o Brasil tem um baita de um potencial de crescimento nesse universo, né? Eu queria aqui aproveitar que tem uma série de pessoas assistindo e convidar para que elas passem lá no stand da TNT, se cadastrem, porque a gente tem um bootcamp sendo lançado 100% gratuito, que o Grupo Petrópolis, através da TNT, está patrocinando para game developers. Então vão ser 12 semanas, mais de 400 horas de formação para que a gente possa trazer realmente mais meninas, mais jovens, mais adultos para serem desenvolvedores de games. E a gente só consegue fazer isso porque tem marcas como a TNT que proporcionam isso de forma gratuita e acreditam nessa jornada de transformação através da educação, através do emprego e num universo como esse que é tão potente, né? E ele é tão potente para trazer esses jovens para dentro desse mundo com uma carreira. Por quê? Porque você pode ser um gamer e nem todo mundo vai ser um nobru.
Sim.
Mas todo mundo pode trabalhar nesse universo, né, Yuri?
Exatamente.
O que você sonha para você de carreira? Qual que é o teu sonho profissional agora que você já é um game developer? Me conta.
Seguir fazendo os jogos que eu gosto, nos gêneros que eu gosto. Conhecer pessoas que eu admiro do cenário de desenvolvimento de jogos. E é isso.
Então, e você sonha então fazer carreira como desenvolvedor de games?
Exatamente.
Muito bom. A gente vai anunciar em breve algumas parcerias com alguns estúdios, algumas publishers que vão ser parceiros de empregabilidade para que a gente possa fazer essa jornada completa. Ana Lu, você, 16 anos, com tanta força, me fala o que você sonha nesse universo que você descobriu agora.
Bom, TI é uma área muito extensa e eu gostaria de aprofundar mais meus conhecimentos. No momento em específico, eu não gostaria de concentrar minha atenção somente em uma, mas eu gostaria de expandir. Então, conhecer um pouquinho de cada uma. Gostei muito porque, assim, Eu, particularmente, achei uma surpresa entrar em games, mas quero conhecer outras áreas de TI, desenvolver o meu conhecimento em outras áreas e quero seguir com esse mercado, dentro desse mercado de trabalho, com certeza. E é um início. Como o instrutor me disse, nós temos que começar por algum lugar. Então, independentemente de onde você for começar, comece. Então, eu comecei pela Soul Code, pelo Instituto Verde Escola. Eu agradeço muito essa oportunidade porque é o início de uma grande carreira que eu estou construindo e eu estou muito orgulhosa.
Já que você falou um pouquinho de outros mundos e a gente acredita muito nisso, queria também convidar o pessoal a passar lá na stand da TNT. A gente está distribuindo uma série de bolsas da plataforma online que nós temos, que chama Passaporte Digital. Basta você ler um QR Code lá e vai receber um acesso a uma plataforma que tem mais de 2.000 horas de conteúdo, incluindo curso de games, mais dados, Java, inteligência artificial, isso sendo proporcionado pela parceria da TNT com a Soul Code. Então, aproveitem essa oportunidade única, que é um baita de um presente que está sendo dado para vocês que passarem no stand e derem um play na nossa tela em conjunto lá. Mas, Giovanni, me fala um pouquinho, você falou de nuvem e a Ana Lu falou que quer explorar outros mundos. Conta para o pessoal como que é o dia a dia de alguém que trabalha num grupo que tem mais de 16 mil funcionários na área de infraestrutura, de nuvem. Conta como é esse dia a dia de fazer parte de um grupo como esse e como é fazer parte de um grupo desse que tem um projeto como a Soul Code que você fez parte. O que você, quando entra e vê, né, olha, a TNT está patrocinando mais uma na Soul Code, são mais 1.000, 2.000 pessoas. O que vem na sua cabeça, que palavra que vem quando você olha tudo isso junto?
Ótima pergunta. Acho que a primeira resposta que eu poderia resumir, se tivesse que falar em uma resposta apenas, né, uma palavra apenas, seria orgulho. Porque tenho muito orgulho do Grupo Petrópolis estar apoiando a Soul Code, porque foi em virtude disso que eu tive a oportunidade de entrar onde eu estou. E para quem está assistindo, não pense que isso é uma exceção. Ah, o Giovanni entrou porque ele é uma exceção lá no grupo. Não. No Grupo Petrópolis tem mais pessoas como eu que entraram em virtude da Soul Code. Tem mais 2 colegas em outra área que não trabalham com cloud especificamente, não trabalham com nuvem especificamente, mas com área de desenvolvimento também. Então, da minha turma da Soul Code, teve N outras pessoas que conseguiram emprego em N outras empresas tão grandes quanto a TNT, tão grandes quanto o Grupo Petrópolis, tudo isso graças à Soul Code. Então, essa mensagem que eu gostaria de deixar, e falando um pouco sobre quais são os desafios que eu tenho trabalhando na área de infraestrutura de uma empresa como o Grupo Petrópolis, como a TNT. De verdade, é extremamente desafiador. A gente tem N oportunidades de cada vez mais se desenvolver. A gente está enfrentando cada vez mais projetos, indo para cima de cada vez mais projetos, de desafios, de oportunidades de conhecimento. A gente vem evoluindo muito em maturidade. Então, o que eu posso dizer para vocês é que lá é uma escola, onde a gente aprende, se desenvolve e faz com que a infraestrutura da empresa, faz com que a marca alcance cada vez mais lugares, tudo graças àquilo que a gente vem implementando. Porque o Grupo Petrópolis, a gente se enxerga, a TNT, como uma família. Não é apenas uma empresa, mas sim uma família. Então a Soul Code é a nossa família, a TNT é a nossa família. As outras marcas da empresa também são a nossa família. Então o nosso intuito é sempre trabalhar para fazer a nossa família crescer. E é isso que nós fazemos lá. Implementamos projetos, ajudamos a nossa família a crescer e, consequentemente, a marca a crescer cada vez mais.
Maravilha. Eu vou pedir para o pessoal que está cuidando passar um vídeo do nosso jogo, que eu queria que vocês falassem um pouquinho, Yuri comentasse, Ana Lu também um pouquinho sobre o jogo, mas se o pessoal puder passar o vídeo para a gente junto da apresentação do vídeo, me conta um pouquinho sobre esse game, Yuri. Então, o que ele é e quanto tempo você fez esse jogo?
Então, ele é um jogo de aventura, onde um mineiro, por conta de um acidente misterioso, a entrada da caverna foi destruída, aí ele tem que procurar outra forma de sair. E o jogo foi desenvolvido cerca de um mês e meio, um mês e 2 semanas. Foi um tempo relativamente curto para fazer o jogo, mas a gente conseguiu fazer ele até funcional e bonitinho, do jeito que a gente queria.
acho que é legal o pessoal saber que na metodologia que a gente tem, sempre nas últimas semanas dos programas, nos bootcamps, são as últimas 2 ou 3 semanas e muitas vezes junto com os parceiros a gente tem uma janela um pouquinho maior, onde os alunos se juntam em equipes, né, de 3 a 5 alunos e tem um desafio real, que é o projeto final, onde a gente quer que eles apliquem na prática todo o conhecimento que eles tiveram durante as semanas do bootcamp. E aí, com isso, a gente consegue empacotar todo esse conhecimento, botar na prática, mostrar para todo mundo que é viável, como que você consegue aprender nessa janela de tempo de 3 meses, 4 meses, e que saem coisas reais e que podem ser usadas. O que vocês usaram de tecnologia por trás desse jogo?
Usamos principalmente a Unity, a engine Unity. Oi? A gente usou principalmente a engine Unity e a linguagem C# para fazer o jogo.
Ana Lu, me fala um pouquinho também, a gente trouxe esse jogo como exemplo, mas você falou que vocês fizeram um projeto também. Qual que era a história do seu jogo, da sua equipe, no projeto final? E como é essa história do projeto final? Porque hoje a gente teve uma formatura também de uma sala super especial de manhã e o pessoal falou assim, nossa, o projeto final foi difícil. Me fala como que foi para você esse projeto e depois eu queria também que o Giovanni contasse como foi para ele essa história do projeto final, que é tão importante para a gente colocar na prática.
Bom, o jogo do meu grupo é baseado na era medieval. A personagem principal se chama Eulália e ela tem um companheiro chamado Caspian. E nesse jogo, o desafio é você combater os ladrões e recuperar o ouro perdido, o ouro que eles roubaram da vila. E dentre esse percurso aí, há vários desafios, eles derrotam os bandidos, o intuito é acabar mesmo e recuperar o ouro. E o jogo é muito bom, de verdade, os cenários estão sendo bem elaborados. E, enfim, também foi feito na mesma base, Unity, Engine, baseado na língua C#. E voltando para a pergunta de como é o projeto final, honestamente é uma correria. Sabe, semana de provas? Acho que todos já passaram por essa fase, né? Chega a semana de provas, aí os professores de diversos componentes, prova, diversas provas no mesmo dia. Com o projeto final foi basicamente isso. Só que, como eu trabalhei com pessoas extremamente competentes, isso acaba tornando o processo um pouco mais fácil. Então, preparei o roteiro, mandei para o meu parceiro de equipe, ele já fez toda a esquematização da linguagem e é tudo muito desenrolado, sabe? É uma coisa mais tranquila. Trabalhar com gente competente é realmente muito bom. E teve um comentário muito bom que marcou, né? Dá para fazer um jogo em um mês? Olha só, hein? Olha só o nosso exemplo aí. Dá sim para fazer um jogo em um mês. E ficou excelente, de verdade. Ficou muito bom. E, assim, é difícil, mas ninguém falou que seria fácil também, né? Exato. Então, você vai para esse tipo de experiência, sabendo que você terá um peso a carregar, mas saber que o processo é algo que vai te ensinar uma coisa muito importante para sua vida, é muito importante mesmo, é algo muito, muito bom e benéfico. E o nosso jogo também foi desenvolvido nessa mesma temática, aventura, correr atrás, então é isso. E dá sim para desenvolver o jogo em um mês.
Viu, pessoal? Por isso que a gente fala que jogo é para todos, que as pessoas podem ser profissionais nessa área. E convido que vocês sigam, né, as páginas da TNT, as páginas da Soul Code. A gente vai publicar esses jogos, chamando o pessoal para conhecer, mostrar que é possível ser um profissional, né, de games no Brasil, construir games e entrar nessa indústria, né? Para quem gosta de games, e aí, como o pessoal brinca que o tiozão da Atari, que tá com a camiseta do controle da Atari, né? Game é uma coisa bacana, mas você pode não só ser um jogador, mas a indústria é muito maior atrás da câmera, atrás do console, atrás da tela. né? Então, é igual quando a gente pensa no futebol, você vai ter 1, 2, 3, 10 jogadores famosos, mas você tem ali centenas de pessoas que podem trabalhar nessa indústria, é isso que a gente convida para que todo mundo venha para esse universo, é para todo mundo e precisa ser para todo mundo, né? E é uma grande oportunidade, a gente tem no Brasil milhares de vagas abertas, precisando de games developers, game designers, e iniciativas como essa, né, que a Soul Code, a TNT proporcionam, é uma oportunidade única para quem quer entrar nesse mundo, fazer parte dele. Então, eu queria deixar esse recado final, é para todo mundo, faz parte. Queria agradecer mais uma vez, né, a Bel, que está com a gente aqui na frente, da Omelete Co, da Gamescom, que proporcionou tudo isso para nós, junto com o time do Grupo Petrópolis da TNT, que é uma oportunidade única da gente mostrar na voz de vocês que é possível estar nesse mundo, que é para todo mundo e que é maravilhoso ter a oportunidade de trabalhar num grupo que realmente tem uma causa como essa e que aplica de verdade, né? Não é para mostrar que está fazendo, mas vai fazer porque acredita, e acredita contratando, e acredita formando. Então aqui, meu muito obrigado a todo mundo que faz parte dessa jornada. A gente já está com o nosso tempo estourado, então só para fazer esse fechamento aqui, uma última palavra do que significou para você fazer parte desse mundo, para você, e uma última palavra para você convidar o pessoal para entrar no grupo.
Fazer parte desse mundo foi uma oportunidade, um desafio. Já era uma coisa que eu sempre sonhei desde moleque, não esperava que ia conseguir relativamente tão cedo. E espero que venha coisas boas daqui pra frente.
Virá, com certeza. Nalu?
2 palavrinhas, revelador e extraordinário. Revelador porque eu não sabia que eu era capaz de desenvolver um game, mas com o material completo da Soul Code, todo um tutorial, estrutura bem preparada, os profissionais excelentes, é capaz, sim. E é tudo uma questão do mindset de desenvolvimento, né? Você ter noção de que você pode sim aprender algo novo, de que é bom aprender algo novo e expandir o seu conhecimento. E realmente foi revelador fazer esse game, trabalhar com essas pessoas e ver aonde elas chegaram é extremamente importante. Extraordinário porque que oportunidade! Eu estou nesse evento graças a Soul Code, graças ao Verde Escola, e eu estou de fato muito impressionada e é extraordinária essa oportunidade. Muito obrigada. Gostaria de agradecer a todos que estão ativamente infiltrados nessa descoberta aí e também nesse auxílio, nessa ajuda. Muito obrigada de verdade. Meus sinceros agradecimentos.
Giovanni, eu vou pedir para você fechar como um participante, né, da equipe do Grupo Petrópolis, que é sempre um Soul Coder, como a Carmela, que é fundadora do Soul Coder, sempre fala, não existe esse Soul Coder. Você é sempre um Soul Coder, então você representa a união dessas duas empresas. Fecha pra gente esse painel.
Perfeito, Fabrício. Muito obrigado. Obrigado a todos pela oportunidade. Eu tô entretido com o jogo, gostei bastante, viu, gente? Parabéns, o jogo é muito bom, muito divertido. Já tô com vontade de jogar. Mas, para fecharmos aqui com chave de ouro, todo mundo que está aqui, fiquem à vontade em visitar o nosso stand ali, siga-nos nas redes sociais, rede social da TNT, rede social da Soul Code, tem muitos cursos, muitas oportunidades, e como o Fabrício comentou e a Carmela sempre fala, uma vez Soul Coder, sempre Soul Coder, a gente sempre continua, a união permanece, o grupo do WhatsApp permanece, e é um privilégio, é um prazer fazer parte, é um prazer fazer parte da empresa TNT, é um prazer fazer parte da Soul Code e, como eu comentei, foi extremamente disruptivo na minha vida, foi extremamente transformador na minha área, entrar na Soul Code e trabalhar na área de tecnologia. Então, para fecharmos aqui, a única coisa que eu falo é muito obrigado a todos, muito obrigado à oportunidade que eu estou tendo de estar aqui e falar um pouco da minha história. E como eu disse, na minha turma, eu não fui exceção e eu tenho certeza que nas demais turmas não são. Eu não sou a única pessoa que conseguiu um emprego por conta da Soul Code. Tem N outras pessoas e você que está aqui tem a oportunidade do curso, tem a oportunidade de se inscrever, acesse todas as redes sociais, porque lá é uma porta aberta para que vocês, todas as pessoas, possam entrar nesse universo e conhecer cada vez mais, tá bom? Fabrício, obrigado.
Obrigado Yuri, obrigado Nalu, obrigado Giovanni e mais uma vez obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Fazer uma foto aqui?
down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is poppin', 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 pop. This lollipop is this lollipop is I'm all kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. This lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', 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 poppin'. This lollipop is
Gamescom Latam with people who are here in person and with people who are online from every corner of the earth. I'm so very happy to be here with all of you. We now have one single stage. My name is Jacidio, and I will be kickstarting our evening together. We're going to get started with a bang, and we are celebrating another day at Gamescom Latam. We've had so many interesting, brilliant conversations on these stages, but we still have a lot to come. We'll have a beautiful awards ceremony, and this is another reason why we're here. We want to see developers. We want to see the amazing content that we are creating in Brazil so that it gets its due acknowledgement by the people who love gaming, by the people who love sharing these moments. We said something on the very first day. We're home here. We're together. We're sharing these moments. We're playing new games. We're bringing people together, and we're getting to meet people who share in our passions. And this is beautiful if you think about gaming. Whether it's on consoles or on a mobile platform, people grow closer together. They help each other beat a stage. This is how we share and we expand our connections due to the games that we love so much. We can also talk about the interesting things that are happening throughout the event. I do hope you got a chance to walk through the trade fair or walk around the trade fair or the trade show. We have releases. We have a lot of nostalgia with the arcades over there. And again, I'd like to stress that these are special moments to be shared with the people we love or with the people that we are about to meet. We may be playing a fighting game, or we may be playing something more manual. You may even dance in one of those old-timer machines. We also have sectors with new games and our domestic industry games. We have the Nintendo booth with games from Brazilian developers. Please check it out. It's a great experience, and we have a thorough experience here. In addition to the booths, this is our third day fostering lots of discussions on the gaming industry in Brazil and abroad. We've been discussing how developers can introduce their work to the world, conquering other markets. We've also been sharing ideas on how to go from a sketch to a full-blown project. These are some highlights of what we saw on these stages on the last 3 days, or in the last 3 days. We've had people from all around the world sharing their knowledge with us. I'm very happy to be here. I see so many familiar faces here, and I also see new faces. It's an honor to be able to spend this time with you. We're learning a lot, we're getting to play games, and we are getting up to date on these things. By the way, we had this amazing panel on Pokémon Go. I even said this on the Journey 3 stage. You know what I find interesting? We have all of these people producing these games in the backstage, and they also love their games. We have people who came up with the Brazilian video campaign, and they were here on stage sharing the love and saying that they were excited about creating this. If you haven't checked this out, do it. They came up with this video for the Brazilian audience, shot in Brazil, and it's great to see that these big, brands, and I don't like calling them brands, but these big passions of ours also care about us. They look at us, the audience, and they like us. They know that we're passionate about their IPs. We also had a conversation regarding Brazilian figures in the gaming industry. We were talking about use and gameplay and how people enjoy their games. We have this gigantic universe of gaming fans in Brazil, but there's so much room for growth. This is a humongous market. And of course, I'm preaching to the choir. However, it is great to see these clear figures and to go into details when it comes to this data. I also found it very good to have the opportunity to see that. And I think other people here liked it too. Because when we talk about data, sometimes we feel a bit tense. You know, data, spreadsheets, sometimes we don't like them. But when we go deeper and deeper into information and we go from a macro to a micro perspective, then we end up finding it interesting and understanding where we fit in it all. We may find it broader or maybe more specific than what we expected it to be. We also had another very interesting conversation on the LGBTQIA+ universe. Very cool. Slovakia was hosting that, and she's going to be here soon for the award ceremony. We're getting ready. We're going to have a great conversation, and this is going to be our very first big festival award ceremony at Gamescom Latam. I'm really excited because we have so many cool games. We're also going to get to learn more about the nominees. We're going to see what Brazilian devs have come up with and the best that is out there in our country. And you may be wondering why I haven't invited anyone else on stage. Well, I'm here to recap our day. This is our very first time in Brazil and in São Paulo representing Latin America. Isn't it interesting to see how we're all connected? We are in Latin America. We're connected to Latin America, even though we speak another language. Our connection lies on how we enjoy things, the things that we enjoy, how we make music, how we make games, the way we live, the way we talk to each other. It's great to meet folks from Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, Mexico. I think something resonates on both sides. I think we're able to recognize each other and relate to each other. We do have different cultures, but we're able to see who each of us are. We know that we share a similar background. We share a history. We have a similar warmth. So now, without further ado, thank you for being here with us. Now we have a full journey stage. I would also like to thank folks who are with us online. So now we're going to have a conversation called the São Paulo Moment. We have Marcelo Enrique de Assis, Assistant Secretary of Development in the Creative Industry in São Paulo. Today they are representing Mayor Ricardo Nunes. Please come on stage. Are our friends here? Yes, they're here. A round of applause, please. How's it going? We're good, thank you. Great. Welcome to the journey stage. Let me hand it over to Marcelo Enrique de Assis. Hi, good evening. This is such a special award. I'm sure that everyone is looking forward to hearing about the winners. But let me share an anecdote on how our government is supporting Gamescom and helping bring it to Brazil and to São Paulo. In 2023, I met Anderson Abraços, who is here in the audience. On that very day, we faced a challenge in the local government of São Paulo, which was positioning our local government as the capital for gaming and cosplaying in our country. We rolled up our sleeves, we talked to people in this industry, and we traveled to the GDC. At the GDC, I had the pleasure of meeting Gustavo, the CEO of Gamescom Latam. They were starting to do business at that point. And we said, hey, we're going to support you. We're going to do our best to bring this event to São Paulo. And it hasn't been all roses. Of course, we had other things in our schedule. Some of them fell through. But in September, at Gamescom in Cologne, we were able to sign a contract for Gamescom Latam. I'm very happy to be here today and to share this story with you, because this is something built by civil society, by the government, and by the fans who are so enthusiastic about bringing this here. On the 10th, we're going to have an RFP for investments, 10 million reals. 3 million reals is going to be directed to studios from São Paulo that are creating games. So we do hope this is not merely an event. Our expectation is that from now on, we're able to truly support the development of a supply chain involving scripts, production, game making, and we expect to have São Paulo shine not only as a capital for Latin America, but for the Americas in the gaming industry. I also have to thank Iliana from Abra Games. Abra Games has been key throughout this process. They've been so helpful. We've been listening to them. They've been helping us build public policies. And our governor, Tarcísio, is a fan of pop culture. Our secretary was a cosplayer in the last CCXP. So I wish you a wonderful awards ceremony. Thank you. Thank you so much. Armando Jr., please take it away. Hi, Gamescom Latam. Good evening. There we go. You have to be excited. You could leave this space with an award. Thank you for what you said, Marcelo. I'd like to send my greetings to Marilia, Secretary of Culture, Tarcísio, our governor. I'd like to greet Gustavo, the CEO of Gamescom Latam, such a huge partner of ours throughout this process. We wanted to help you bring this big trade show to Brazil. And we wanted to help you expand the big festival, which has always been so successful. I'd like to greet Rodrigo Terra, President of Abra Games, Pierre Mantovani from Omelette, and all of our friends. I'd like to share some words from the local government of São Paulo with our mayor, Ricardo Nunes. Let me tell you why we're supporting gaming in the city of São Paulo. The city of São Paulo at the moment is represented or represents 10 to 20% of the gaming industry in Brazil. We're talking about a city where we live and breathe games. For this event, we have over 70 countries visiting us. We have 1,000 businesses. We have 20,000 people visiting us every single day. And this is the fruit of work that we started doing many years ago by the big festival. They now became Gamescom Latam. At the local government, we see this industry as a vital industry for the economy in São Paulo. We want to boost it in a city where we have so much creative economy, where we have so much diversity, so much fashion, so much technology. This is an industry, and we know that the gaming industry can grow stronger and stronger. This is why we have a project to make the gaming industry stronger here. We have 5 pillars. Number 1, education. We're helping people get training here. This training is provided free of charge through the local government with a specific focus on underprivileged communities. We want to bring opportunities to people who are lacking opportunities. We want to offer opportunities to people who would love to be trained in this industry but sometimes can't afford it. We want them to be professionally trained through the CAT portal for distance learning. We also have other training courses through SPCine, ADESAMPA, and São Paulo Negócios. It is also about being an entrepreneur. If you're making games, you're an entrepreneur, and this is the biggest entrepreneurial city in Brazil. To foster entrepreneurship, we have a booth here. Please visit our booth from the local government of São Paulo because we want to push entrepreneurs forward in São Paulo. We want to see more games. We also have startups in another booth from the local government with ADESAMPA. You know, startups have young entrepreneurs. We have 45,000 real in resources for these startups, plus mentorship for months so that they're able to develop their games. We have over 30 startups from underprivileged communities in São Paulo, and they want to showcase their games here. So please come to our booth to play them. Come to learn about these startups that started in underprivileged communities, and they received our support, and now they are able to be present at events like Gamescom Latam and Gamescom in Germany, in Cologne, because we took them there last year and we're going to do it again this year. We also need a regulations framework to reduce taxation on the gaming industry. We're reducing the ISS to 2% to foster development in this industry. We're also talking about creating jobs. We want to bring people together, the people who need jobs and the people who are creating jobs. We want to actually generate work and income. This is the biggest kind of social program that we can have in the local government. We are betting hugely on this industry in the local government of São Paulo. We want to boost this industry forward, and we want Gamescom Latam to grow bigger and bigger. The local government has been supporting the big festival for 12 years. Now we're here with Omelette in the big festival, and we're supporting this huge event so that it grows even bigger. We want to see big businesses, big startups, big games, and an even bigger awards ceremony. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you for being here, and I hope you stay here to enjoy the festival with us. All right, that was it. Well, it's already dark. Night has fallen. We have enjoyed the day together. We have had a fantastic day together. We now could start doing something else. Big Festival 2024 is going to start the first award ceremony. Pre-gaming. So let's have Navox, this music trio. The beatboxers. So let's listen to them, let's listen to their music, and I'll see you later. And enjoy. Shall we begin?
Música orgânica.
Get over here! Boa noite, Gamescom. Como é que vocês estão?
What up, Gamescom? Are you enjoying this?
Tá geral curtindo na frente do paredão. É bailão, é bailão, bailão, bailão. É bailão, é bailão, bailão, bailão. Tá geral curtindo na frente do paredão. Se for magrinha eu me amar, no pique que eu passo mal, naquele pique eu passo mal, naquele pique eu passo mal. Se for magrinha eu me amar, no pique que eu passo mal, naquele pique eu passo mal, naquele pique eu passo mal. Pô, sobe e desce, sobe e desce, pô, sobe e desce, desce, sobe, sobe, vai, pô, sobe e desce. Sobe, desce, oh, sobe, desce, desce, sobe, sobe, vai, oh, sobe, desce, oh, sobe, desce, desce, sobe, sobe, vai. Don't you know, pump it up, you got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up, you got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up, you got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up, you got to pump it, pump it. Up the jam, jam, jam. Up the jam, jam.
I want a place to stay. Got your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. I want a place to stay. Got your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. 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 Make my day.
Where's your head at? What's your head at? Where's your head at? Da, 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 da. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Da, 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 da. Don't let the walls caving in on you. We can't live on without you. Don't let the walls caving in on you. We can't live on without you. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Da, 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 da.
Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Boa noite.
Hello, good evening, Gamescom Latam. I am Slovak and this is Big Festival, brought to you by Banco do Brasil, supporting the Games Award that elects the 100 best games, independent games in the world, and we've been doing that since 2012. and we have 18 categories that are going to be awarded tonight. Hello, I am Barbara. I'm so excited to be here with you and with Slovakia for this very, very special evening. And we're going to be presenting 13 categories, including Best Game Brazil, and Best Game Latam. The other categories, if you're wondering, are going to be presented on this very stage on Sunday as of 2 p.m. We're going to be talking about the best game by popular vote as well, and you can vote, you can cast your vote using the QR codes that you can find here at the event, and we're of course counting on you to vote, right? Absolutely. And we're going to be doing this with a very special beat, a band that made it all very special just now, the Beatboxers, Navox.
E essa edição é ainda mais especial.
And this edition is even more special because big is even bigger. We're now part of Gamescom Latam, the largest games event now in Latin America. This is historical, isn't it? This is an achievement for a whole ecosystem. You're here with us, you're a game developer, you're an athlete, but you're part of this industry. And we're bigger and bigger, and it's amazing to be here with you in this amazing cause. Just before we go on with our award, I'd just like to remind you that we have our jury. These are specialists in our market, and they know their stuff. They know how you build a game. They know how to live this scenario. And if you're curious, whether you're a boy, girl, or anything in between, if you're going to find out who the jury is, go to latam.gamescom.global, and you can go to the big festival tab so that you can see who the jury are. And you can also see the nominees for every category, of course. All right, so we have introduced everyone and everything. Are you ready, girl? I am ready. All right, so the first category. Best pitch from the regional associations for game development. I'd like to invite the representative, Rodrigo Terra, from the Brazilian Association of Game Developers. And they're going to be now talking about the winner. They're going to let us know who the winner is.
Festival. Boa noite, agora funcionando.
Now the microphone is on. Good evening. All right, I want to feel your excitement. Hands up. Put your hands up. Good evening. All right, all right. We're just getting started, so let's take a look at the nominees for the original category. Original pitch.
Bom, vamos chamar então o assistente de palco para trazer o envelope.
Where is our stagehand to help us with the envelope? Or maybe we can beatbox with our Navox beatboxers. Rodrigo, can you tell us a little bit more about the best pitch? Well, Aber Games is really proud to have this partnership. We work closely with all of the regional entities in Brazil. We have 18, and we hope that the whole country feels represented here. The game dev community is very important. We can work together and we can listen to one another so that we can put together the best agenda for our market. Right, Carol? Absolutely, yes. There's no national industry if the regions aren't playing their part. And everything we do needs to take specificities of each region into account. And when we started our term in Aber Games, we really wanted to get to know people. bring people closer together, listen to their complaints, listen to their problems, listen to the good things that had been happening. And we're really stoked to see the achievements as well. So it's great to be here, to be part of the award ceremony. And we feel really proud. It's almost as if we were earning the awards ourselves. So I'm really, cheering for you. All right, Rodrigo, you may now get the envelope. All right, so let's find out who the winner is. Can we have a drum roll or something? I was going to try and, make some interesting sound with my mouth, but after the Navox beatboxers, I can't. And the winner is Dark Crown. Dark Crown, please come onto the stage. And let's hear it from the crowd. Awesomeness. Congratulations. All right, let's take a picture, shall we? Can you come closer? Oh, come on. Let's be on the picture, shall we? Way to go. Well done. All right. So now, we'd like to hear what you have to say. Say your thank yous, and this is the moment. First and foremost, I'd like to thank this amazing team. We wouldn't have achieved anything without them. We'd like to thank the event for this fantastic opportunity. This is our first title for the PC environment, and Dark Crown, you just have to Google it. Do your wish list. You should wish list our game. Dark Crown, thank you so much. Well done, congratulations. Rodrigo Terra, can you now say a few words to the audience? Thank you so much, you guys. You may go back to your seats now. As we said at the beginning, this initiative and really valuing each project, this is what allows for an event like Big Festival to be around for 12 years now. So many awards, so many titles, so many AAA games, AA games. And we can really see that Brazilian developers are here, shining bright with their games alongside these international titles. So this is a stage for Brazilian developers to showcase their work, and we'll always be there working for them. All right, let's give it up for them. Now, you should also say your few words, please, Flo. No, absolutely. Rodrigo Terra likes the sound of his voice, so thank you. Congratulations to all of those who pitched, and congratulations to the winners. Let's give it up for them now. All right. In the next category. All right, according to the Games Brazil survey, this segment accounted for 49% of the revenue in the gaming industry, surpassing PCs and consoles. We're talking about mobiles, of course. And now I'd like to invite Ronaldo Santos, representing Claro, onto the stage. Hello, darling. Good evening. I am so happy to be here on the very first years of Gamescom representing Claro. I have been trying to transition my career since 2015. I transitioned my career in 2015, and now I am with Claro here to understand this audience better. And Big Festival was what spurred me on to actually transition my career. So I left the corporate world and I just jumped in headfirst into the gaming world. And we have our gaming category in Claro. You can also try and accelerate your games with us. We have a committee to support you. And if you win, congratulations. But if you lose, remember that Red Dead Redemption lost to God of War in 2018, so it doesn't mean you're bad if you lose, eh? Let's take a look at our nominees. Brought to you by Claro, Best Mobile Game.
Junk World, Uruguay. Residuum Tales of Coral, Brazil. Sibel's Journey, Alemanha. Specs, Minimal Arcade Game, Rússia. What the Car, Dinamarca.
Por favor, Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, please. I've always wanted to do this. And the winner is What the Car. All right, all right, all right. And the game representative is not here tonight, so we're just going to symbolically give the award to Rodrigo. Pardon me, Ronaldo. Ronaldo is going to hold the award here, and let's take a picture. And please hold on to that award. Take good care of it. All right, so we gave our Claro representative the floor. He spoke really well. He said some beautiful words. And now we're going to take a sneak peek at the backstage. I love some... Is there any gossip involved? I love gossip too. Anna XD is going to be talking to the representatives. Oh, Anna can gossip. Oh, we have been gossiping. We've been gossiping, all right. She was also here last year at the big festival. She is an authority on the matter. And Anna, can you tell us what's going on? Well, I'm stopping those who are coming off the stage and I'm talking to them backstage. Because, of course, I love good gossip. Gossip is information after all. So, we have the Best Pitch winners, Dark Crown, a new way to play chess. So, is this your first Gamescom? What is the experience like? This is our very first time with a PC title, and it's really nice. We're really having the chance to talk to great publishers, and we're having a great time, yeah. All right, and these conversations, do you think that they could lead to good business deals? Well, we're looking for a publisher to help us in our game, and we have spoken to many interesting people, and we're definitely going to keep in touch. Well, you can clearly pitch well, so give me your elevator pitch. Bring it on. Dark Crown is a roguelike deck builder, and we're mixing this new way to play chess with magic and power. It is a very interesting experience. We're playing with different synergies in these mechanics. And wishlist our game. Dark Crown, find it on Steam. And there's more to come. There is more to come. Slovakia and Barbara, over to you.
Right on. Wonderful. And this is how we like it, right? Yes, we love freestyling it. We do. Great. So now we have the category of Best Casual Game. Let's invite on stage the Chief Strategy Officer of Warner Games Brazil, Ismael Crivelli. A round of applause, please. Hi everyone, good evening. I've been working in this industry for 15 years and I'm so very happy to be here tonight. This is the beginning of Gamescom Latam in Brazil and we're celebrating the big festival. It's an honor for me to hand this award out. And as a veteran of this industry, I look at you and I don't develop games, but I share in the passion. And I can certainly tell you that this is one of the most special days in my whole career. I started playing when I was 5, and I never thought it possible for me to be here recognizing the work that you've done. So let's see who the nominees are.
Bulgária. Frog Detective, o mistério completo. Austrália. Liquidum, Brasil. Magical Delicacy, Alemanha. Planet Isles, Polônia. Plantera 2, Golden Acorn, Suécia. Prickle, Israel. Soul Fart Array, Brasil. Station to Station, Holanda. Traveler's Rest, Espanha.
É isso, Ismael Crivelli, é com você.
Please go ahead, Ismael Crivelli. And this award goes to Station. Let's give it up for them. Shall we take a picture? Thank you. Now we have a special video from our winners.
We are super hyped to receive the Best Casual Game Award for Station to Station. Indra, just how hyped are you? We spend a lot of time making Station to Station as relaxing and inviting as possible, and it's wonderful to see that that's appreciated. And it's extra cool to receive this award at the BIG Festival, since we went the extra mile to make Station to Station accessible to players in Latin America. We even have Latin American Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese translations, of course. And on behalf of the entire team, including the people who aren't here in the video today, we'd like to thank you for giving us this award. Super cool! Yay!
Yay! With a bit of city building. The reality, however, is much different. Station to Station is more like a puzzle game built around some of the tropes of simulation-style games, with stuff like resource and money management unlocking the next possibility in the gameplay loop. It's disarmingly simple to explain. Some of the buildings on your map are industries that produce resources. Connect those to the other buildings that need those resources. Connect them all to the cities. When everything is connected according to its needs and its ability to produce.
É isso aí, parabéns.
All right, congratulations to our winners. Yes, congratulations. And congratulations to the nominees too. This is a very important category because it opens up space for new players. Oftentimes, casual games are an entry point for people to start becoming gamers or to find out about a new genre. So this is where we see lots of creativity in this industry, and this comes from the passion shared by all of us. So in addition to thanking you for this opportunity, I'd like to acknowledge all of you for your work in game development in our region and in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you, Ismael, and congratulations, Station to Station. I'm very casual today, by the way. Look at me. Now, Slovakia, music is the backdrop to everything. Have you seen those memes where they change the music of a famous scene, a well-known part of a game, and then everything shifts because of the different music? You see, this is what I'm talking about. A soundtrack really brings heaviness to a game, or scares you, or changes the mood and the ambiance of a game. It could make you feel emotional. It could create tension. We see lots of feelings from sound. This is why we have Navox to talk about the winner of the next category, Sound.
Arrasou na Vox, e é por isso que eu quero...
Wonderful. Now we have the officer of Gamescom and Events for Game, the Association of the German Games Industry, Steven Heikau. Please come on stage. Yes, I had a hard time saying your name, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Stefan Heikhaus, Director Gamescom and Events from Germany. And I'm very pleased that I'm able to be here, and I'm extremely honored to present or to hand over this prize. I know it has a long history, and also Gamescom has a long history. So Gamescom in Germany is now in its 16th year, end of August. And it's hard to express in words how impressed I am from what the team here in Brazil has achieved with this Gamescom Latam. So a big applause also to these guys. And now I think we're gonna take a look at the nominees.
Yes.
Okay.
Bom, essa categoria ela foi tão disputada que a gente...
You see, we had so many great nominees in this category that we have an honorable mention. Best Sound.
Bionic Bay, Taiwan. Cryptmaster, Reino Unido. Dice Folk, França. Dordogne, França. Harold Halibut, Alemanha. Jussan, França. Lil Guardsman, Canadá. Lunar Abyss, Reino Unido. Once Upon a Jester, Holanda. Sulfur, Suécia. The Invincible, Polônia. Torn Away, Rússia. Worldless, Espanha.
And the winner is Dordogne.
Parabéns!
Congratulations.
Well, I'm actually from the publisher, like the developers couldn't be here, but I'm guessing we're gonna watch a video now. So thank you so much. Obrigado, Brazil.
Come here, come here, come here, come here. Photo. Come. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's the excitement, right? Yeah, let's take a photo.
Come here.
We'll have fun. Let's take a picture. Yeah. No, it's okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And please.
Well, finally, I think music is a very, very important element in any game design. And the ever-growing importance of music in games is clearly visible in all the concerts that you see across the world, where famous musics are filling concert halls and thousands of people are listening to great music. And finally, bands are playing it around the world and entering charts. So music is really, really an impressive and very important element for the game experience for every gamer. So please create us great music in games. It's a very important element. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara, you may not be aware of it, but we have a specific arena here for industry artists. It's the Artists Alley. And at the big festival, we love these folks. This is why we have our next category, Best Art. That is right. We're going to have the award for Best Art in 2024. So now we have Epic Games Latam Chief Marketing Officer, and a round of applause to Israel. Hi, good evening. We are in 2016, and I'm on this stage to get one of these awards with a very cool racing game made in Brazil by a very cool company. But right now, I'm here on stage representing Epic Games, and it's 2024. Thank you for having me here. I know you want to know who the winner is, and I'll tell you in a minute. So let's see who the nominees are.
Bélgica, American Arcadia, Espanha, Bionic Bay, Taiwan, Chants of Senar, França, Dordogne, França, Harold Halibut, Alemanha, Inculinati, Polônia, Jussan, França, Laika, Age Through Blood, Espanha, Luna Abyss, Reino Unido, Phoenix Springs, Reino Unido, The Invincible, Polônia, Torn Away, Rússia, Ultros, Suécia, Worldless, Espanha.
Vamos lá.
All right. So the Best Art Award goes to Harold Halibut. Excellent. Folks, this is an incredible game. Such beautiful art. Let's see a video from their team.
Incredibly honored to be receiving the Best Art Award, and we really wish we could be there in person with you.
Harold Halibut was born from a love for art. It took us a long time to bring the original sketches to life. We're really grateful to our art team and for sticking with it, and we're really taking this home for them.
Thank you to the jury, the big festival, and our players in particular. Have a lovely rest of the festival. Bye.
Yes, I'm sure you.
Friendship on a city-sized spaceship that crash-landed on an alien water planet. You help your scientist boss, Jean Marot, to figure out how to find a new, drier home. The game begins with Harold's mundane day-to-day, but mysterious events and a fateful encounter lead down a rabbit hole to a psychedelic new realm. What part does the dubious Allwater Corporation play in all of it?
É isso, esse jogo é super especial,
Beautiful. Such a special game with a team that uses to work with the movies. And now they are bringing all of this into games. Shall we take a picture? Great, thanks. Actually, I do have something to say. I'd like to say congratulations to our industry. At my former company, I would say that we are making games, we are making history. We used to say it internally, but I'd like to say it to everyone. We are seeing this happen year after year. It's beautiful to see Gamescom Latam with the big festival and with Omelette. Devs keep developing. Artists keep making art. I hope you are very artistic and very artful. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to the Harold Halibut team. Well deserved. So now we're going to talk innovation. We are. You know, the gaming industry is at the forefront of both art and innovation. Due to games, people interact, they get used to new technologies, and there is entertainment, education, and culture. This fosters dialogue, not only among ourselves, but to other people in a very innovative way, which is the cherry on top. I agree. So for this next category, we have Apex's project manager for innovation and the creative economy, Eros Silva. Thanks for being here. Shall we see our trailers for the best innovative game?
Chunks of Senar, França. Cryptmaster, Reino Unido. Enter the Chronosphere, Austrália. Gun Underground, Alemanha. No PTR, Brasil. Once Upon a Jester, Holanda. Slider, Estados Unidos. Swappy World, Itália. Worldless, Espanha.
Bom, quem será o grande vencedor? Pode abrir.
So let's see who the winner is. The Innovation Award goes to Cryptmaster. Congratulations! We have someone here representing Cryptmaster.
I'm David Logan with publisher Occupar Games, accepting the award on behalf of Paul Hart, Lee Williams, and Surashu. I remember the first time I played the prototype build that they sent us for publishing consideration, and the moment I pissed on the altar to be able to progress through the demo, that's when I knew that we had something special with the Cryptmaster. I also want to thank our incredible community in Brazil. We have a very large community here. I want to thank my team at Occupar Games, and I want to thank Gamescom for hosting this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Start from your photo. Let's go. Mais pra lá? Let's go. This way? This way? Yes. Okay, cool. Ok. Thank you so much. Thank you. Agora a palavra é sua, Eros.
You have the floor, Eros. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. This is the third year I've come. Every time we from Apex are really welcomed, and you welcome us with open arms. And we're very proud of this sector that is soaring, skyrocketing, and thanks to you. So congratulations to those who were competing. Congratulations to those who've won. And I wish you all a fantastic 2024. And I know there's so much in store for you all in your future. We wish you all the best. Thank you, Eros. Thank you, Apex. And thank you, Cryptmaster, for being with us at Big Festival 2024. You know, playing alone is not as much fun as playing with someone. Isn't it? It's like when you're hosting an award. It's much more fun if you have a friend with you. You know, when you have to, go through a difficult level, then you can talk to your friends, be it online or be it in person. Multiplayer games are much more interesting, right? They make it special. There are many more opportunities, many more possibilities, and there's interaction, of course. And let's take a look at this category. And to be with us on the stage, I'd like to invite the Deputy Secretary Armando Jr. for the State Department of Culture, representing Ricardo Jr. We're just testing you. Sorry. Sorry, I already spoke on stage, but I'm very happy to be here for the 3rd year in a row, giving out the awards and the Oscar of the gaming industry in Brazil. So let's see who the winner is. Let's take a look at the nominees first of all, shall we?
Chef Chan, Taiwan. Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Mage, Estados Unidos. Extremely Powerful Capybaras, Brazil. Moving out to Australia. Relic Hunter's Legend, Brazil. Surmount, a mountain climbing adventure, Holanda. The Amazing Crackpots Club, Chile. Ultra Footness 2, Brazil. Whispers in the West, Reino Unido.
And the winner is Extremely Powerful Capybaras. Please, would like to have the game representatives on the stage. This is the best game name in the world. Best name ever. Congratulations. That's a very creative name. Congratulations. Darlings, congratulations. Well done. And now you can give your speech. Can we? All right. We've worked really hard to be here. So first and foremost, thank you to the team. Cesar and Mabel are in Portugal. They're certainly watching us right now. I'd like to thank our friends who are out there and have always supported us in developing games with Capybara. Is a crazy idea, right? Thank you to Lagoid and PM Studios, our publishers. It's fantastic to work with you. Amy and Seth, you're our agents as well, and thank you very much for supporting us. Also, would like to thank Big Festival, because we came together in 2020, and you know how hard it is, you know, in the gaming industry. And ever since 2020, the doors seem to be closed, but Big Festival opened the doors to us. So this is a new moment with Gamescom Latam, but I'd like to thank Big Festival for what has happened already. And about 8 years ago, we were watching Indie Game, the movie, and we hugged each other at the end. We cried because we really wanted to make games together, and we've made it! Yes! Yes, let's give it up for them. This is the best multiplayer game and the best name, really. I have to say that.
Boa, obrigada. Obrigada demais, gente. Podem sair por aqui, meus amores.
Congratulations. Now, Secretary Armando is staying with me on the stage for a bit longer. I'm gonna give you the stage in a bit, but now we want some music to set the mood.
Já que uma boa narrativa precisa de vários elementos para se...
A good narrative, a good story requires many elements to be sustained. Yeah, once upon a time, very, very long ago, in a warm Sunday morning, you start playing your game, exploring their world, collecting flowers while the bad guy is destroying the world, and you're helping everyone in your way. And you know that what makes a narrative, makes a story marvelous, is that journey. And that's why we think the best narrative is so important. Best narrative is the next category. Best storytelling.
S, melhor narrativa. 1000X Resist, Canadá. 30 Birds, Bélgica. American Arcadia, Espanha. Back to the Dawn, China. Cabernet, Reino Unido. Dordogne, França. Harold Halibut, Alemanha. Lil Guardsman, Canadá. No case should remain unsolved, Coreia do Sul. Once Upon a Jester, Holanda. Phoenix Springs, Reino Unido. The Gap, Eslovênia. The Invincible, Polônia. The Posthumous Investigation, Brasil. Torn Away, Rússia.
Gente, essa é mais uma...
So this is a category that was so fierce. I mean, fierce competition. And again, we have an honorable mention for American Arcadia. They did an amazing job. And now let's find out who the winner is. So, Mr. Armando, Mr. Secretary. The winner in the Best Storytelling category is Once Upon a Jester. Congratulations. And now we have a video clip from them. Let's listen to them.
And I'm Mark from Bonteavond. And we want to thank you. Really thank you. Sorry, ik ben vergeten de tekst. Thank you. Thank you for the award. Thank you for the award. Thanks. We also want to thank our publisher, Crunching Koalas. Once Upon a Jester means a lot to us. It kind of got us through tough times. The narrative in the game kind of mirrors our own personal journeys, and we're so happy that it resonates with a lot of people. It's a game about friendship and acceptation, and that's something the world needs a little more of right now. Thank you so much.
A small studio from the Netherlands and published by Crunching Koalas. Once Upon a Jester tells the light-hearted and uplifting story of Jester and Sock, two friends discovering the joy of artistic expression through improv theater. The game's story takes place in a wacky fantasy kingdom. At first, Sock and Jester seem to be two mischievous yet rather harmless friends.
Give me that cashmere scarf! Never!
They learn of a theater contest organized by the princess.
E é isso, Once Upon a Jester, Big Festival, muito bom. Eu gostei que o vídeo...
I love how the video starts. You know, and you can really see that they're the ones who made that game. Now, Mr. Secretary Armando, you may make your final remarks. You know what makes me really happy? We have gamescom latam, and it leaves nothing to be desired if you compare it to the one in Cologne in Germany. We see the games, and we're really excited to see Brazilian games on a par with games from other countries. And I'm very happy to see people from different cities in Brazil winning awards. And I hope that the next years have more and more Brazilian teams on the stage so that we can help develop the gaming industry in Brazil and Sampa Games here in the city of São Paulo so that we can boost it even further. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have someone backstage. You remember Anna XD? She's capturing all of the feelings, emotions, and talking to everyone. Anna, what have you got there? I've picked two now. I have the winner in Best Innovation, Dungeon Crawler, and Best Gameplay, Roguelite, with a lot of Brazilian references, Brazilian moments. It's great to be here. We've been participating in Big since 2020, 2020 when it was online. We were here in 2022, was much smaller, but now with Gamescom LATAM, it's much bigger, it's taller. It's great to see that this event is growing alongside the industry. It's fantastic. David.
In finding a truly innovative game in this vast industry?
Well, it's super difficult because creating an innovative game is risky. You don't know if the world will, think it's great and it'll sell a bunch of copies, or maybe it'll total flop.